Testing? Testing. Okay, great. Mic works. Okay, so today is Wednesday, the 4th of June, 2025. Okay, be right back. Okay, I'm back. Had to go deal with the noise in the background. Um, okay, so, yep, today's date is Wednesday, the 4th of June, 2025. Time is 14:59, so it's almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Um, Last time I forgot about reading the manual at the start of the game. So I'll do that now and then get stuck in. Um, so I looked up how often you should take breaks when you're doing uh like reading for a long amount of time, and there's a lot to read through here. So said that you have to take if you're reading for long periods of time, you should take a break between 25 and 50 minutes, and the break should be for about 5 to 15 minutes. So yeah, I should set an alarm for 25 minutes and then take a 15-minute break and then continue. So there we go, alarm set. So might as well get stuck in. So this manual is pretty cool because it tells the history of what happened in the games, and it also uh, filled in the blanks, and then it gives a deeper story because it the story in this, I've already read this, and it's really really good. This uh, has story that goes back before the very first game, and it covers everything and shows like who is responsible um, for everything that's happening. So here we go. So the first game was Warcraft, where there was a war between orcs and humans. There was two necromancers in the human world. There was a necromancer called Mediv. He was part elf, part human, but he went crazy and like ended up being like evil, and he was obsessed with gaining power, um, and he was able to go into like a deep slumber. But while he was even though it looked like he was sleeping, he wasn't really sleeping. His mind was like his spirit was in another place. It was um, in a place where he uh, he was in a place that allowed him to commune with other spirits. Um, and there was another necromancer called Gul'dan, from the orc world of Draenor, and Gul'dan had been he was probably a necromancer longer than Medivh, and he was in touch with a demon called Kil'jaeden. Um, he and suddenly, eventually, Gul'dan and Medivh ended up meeting in spiritual form and communicating with each other, but also trying to analyze each other and figure each other out. So Medivh discovered that there was a whole other world that Gul'dan was from, called Draenor, but then Gul'dan kind of sensed the same from Medivh, and then he uh, noticed that there was a secret place underneath the underneath the water in Medivh's world of Azeroth, where there was like the tomb of Sargeras, and that's what Gul'dan was after. He thought it was like obtaining that would give him power. So they ended up working together, and they created like a rift between their two worlds that allowed the orcs to pour into the human world. And basically, the all orcs were bloodthirsty, and they were really aggressive. But apparently, their aggression was because of the demon Kil'jaeden affecting them, because of the blood pact that uh, that that Gul'dan made with this demon, and it ended up affecting all of the orcs and making them really aggressive. Um, so I think during the first war in the first game, Medivh ended up dying, and then in the second game, Gul'dan ended up dying. He was able to reach the tomb of Sargeras, but once he got there, the ghosts ripped him apart. It didn't go according to plan, um, and um, then after that was Beyond the Dark Portal, um, and uh, and now with Warcraft 3, we played as Thrall in the prologue, and then we did the human campaign playing as Arthas, Prince Arthas, and currently we're on chapter 8 of 9 in the human campaign. So before I continue, I'm going to read the manual, which will cover like the whole history of this universe. So here goes. Right, so Warcraft 3, Reign of Chaos. So contents, page 2 is the human history, page 16 is orc history, then 30 is undead history, 46 is night elf history, 64 is maps, 76 is Burning Legion history, 82 is the bestiary, and 89 is heroes and villains. And then once I'm done with that, I'll return to the game. Okay, next page. Humans, the Alliance of Lord Aaron. Human history. Since the end of the Second War, aftermath of the Second War. The devastating Second War against the Orcish Horde left the Alliance of Lord Aaron in a state of shock and disarray. The bloodthirsty orcs, led by mighty war chief Orgrim Doomhammer, not only smashed their way through the dwarf-held lands of Khaz Modan, but had razed many of Lord Aaron's central provinces as well. The unrelenting orcs even succeeded in ravaging the El's remote kingdom of Qualthalas before their rampage was finally stopped. The Alliance armies, led by Sir Anduin Lothar, Uthar the Lightbringer, and Admiral Dalen Pridemore, pushed the orcs south into the shattered land of Azeroth, the first kingdom to fall before the orcs' ruthless onslaught. The Alliance forces under Sir Lothar managed to push Doomhammer's clans out of Lord Aaron and back into the orc-controlled lands of Azeroth. Lothar's forces surrounded the orcs' volcanic citadel of Blackrock Spire and laid siege to their defences. In a last-ditch effort, Doomhammer and his lieutenants staged a daring charge from the spire and clashed with Lothar's paladins in the centre of the burning steppes. Doomhammer and Lothar squared off in a titanic battle that left both mighty combatants battered and drained. Though Doomhammer narrowly succeeded in vanquishing Lothar, the great hero's death did not have the effect the war chief had hoped for. Turleon, Lothar's most trusted lieutenant, took up Lothar's blood-stained shield and rallied his grief-stricken brethren for a vicious counterattack. Under the ragged standards of both Lord Aaron and Azeroth, Turalion's troops slaughtered the bulk of Doomhammer's remaining forces in a glorious but terrible rout. There was nothing left for the ragged, scattered Orc survivors but to flee to the last standing bastion of Orcish power, the Dark Portal. Turlion and his warriors chased the remaining Orcs through the festering Swamp of Sorrows and into the corrupted Blasted Lands where the Dark Portal stood. There, at the foot of the colossal portal, the Broken Horde and the Rugged Alliance clashed in what would be the last, bloodiest battle of the Second War. Outnumbered and driven mad by the curse of their bloodlust, the Orcs inevitably fell before the wrath of the Alliance. Doomhammer was taken prisoner and escorted to Lord Aaron, where his broken clans were rounded up and hauled north, back to Lord Aaron. Beyond the Dark Portal. Only a few months after Netherguard's completion, the energies of the Dark Portal coalesced and opened up a new gateway to Draenor. The remaining Orc clans, under the leadership of the elder shaman Ner'zhul, charged forth into Azeroth once again. Intent on stealing a number of magical artifacts that would increase Ner'zhul's power, the Orcs planned to open up new portals in Draenor that would allow them to escape their doomed Red World forever. So Ner'zhul was one of the warlocks, the mages from the Orcs world, and he was actually Gul'dan's superior, but then Gul'dan went against Ner'zhul, and basically he sought power for his own purpose. So Gul'dan made a deal with the demon Kil'jaeden, whereas Ner'zhul, I don't think he trusted Kil'jaeden. Convinced that Ner'zhul was planning a new offensive against the Alliance, King Tyrannus of Lord Aaron sent his armies into Draenor to end the Orcish threat once and for all. Led by Khadgar and General Turlion, the Alliance forces clashed with the Orcs across the burning landscape. Even with the aid of the elven ranger Ilaria, the dwarf Kurdran, and the veteran soldier Danath, Khadgar was unable to prevent Ner'zhul from opening his portals to other worlds. The tremendous magical storms caused by the portal's converging energies began to tear the ravaged world apart. Ner'zhul, followed only by his most trusted servants, managed to escape through one of the portals as Khadgar fought desperately to return his comrades to Azeroth. Realizing that they would be trapped on the dying world, Khadgar and his companions selflessly decided to destroy the Dark Portal so that Azeroth would not be harmed by Draenor's violent destruction. By all accounts, the heroes were successful in destroying the portal and saving Azeroth, but whether or not they escaped the death throes of Draenor remains to be seen. The Battle of Grim Batol. After the destruction of the second Dark Portal, the Alliance succeeded in rounding up most of the renegade Orc clans still left in Azeroth. The Orc internment camps, built shortly after the Second War, were filled to capacity and guarded around the clock. Though the newly arrived Warsong clan had so far escaped the Alliance's wrath, there was only one group, the Dragonmaw clan, that was large enough and strong enough to upset the delicate peace that had settled over Lord Aaron. The Dragonmaw clan, led by the insidious warlock Nekros, had conquered and held a great portion of northern Khaz-Modan, using dragons and small units of foot soldiers. Nekros maintained his hold over the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza and her red dragonflight by use of a powerful artifact known as the Demon Soul. Based in the ancient dwarven stronghold of Grim Batol, Nekros built up a sizable army and planned to reunite the failing horde, but despite the warlock's power, the intervention of the reckless mage Ronan threw Nekros's plans awry. Ronan and his companions, aided by dwarven resistance fighters, succeeded in destroying the Demon Soul and freeing Alexstrasza from the orcs' control. The vengeful Red Dragons incinerated the Dragonmaw clan and effectively put an end to the last bastion of orcish power in the world. With the death of Necros, the last of the orcish warlocks, the orcs left to wallow in the crowded internment camps, slipped into a crippling lethargy. Stripped of their will to fight or even die, the orcs lost all sense of themselves as warriors, and the last traces of the proud culture that had birthed them. The Alliance splinters. In the years following the Horde's defeat, the leaders of the various Alliance nations began to bicker and argue over territorial holdings and decreasing political influence. King Tyrannus of Lord Arryn, the patron of the Alliance, began to suspect that the fragile pact they had forged during their darkest hour would not stand for long. Tyrannus had convinced the Alliance leaders to lend money and labourers to help rebuild the city of Stormwind that was destroyed during the Orcish occupation of Azeroth. Those taxes, coupled with the high expense of maintaining and operating the numerous Orc internment camps, led many leaders, again Gremian of Gilneas in particular, to believe that their kingdoms would be better off seceding from the Alliance. To make matters worse, the brusque High Elves of Silvermoon rescinded their allegiance to the Alliance, stating that the humans' poor leadership led to the burning of their forests during the Second War. Though Tyrannus tactfully reminded the elves that nothing of Kilthalas would have remained if not for the hundreds of valiant humans who'd given their lives to defend it, the elves stubbornly decided to go their own way. In the wake of the elves' departure, Gilneas and Stromgarde pulled stick and seceded as well. Though the alliance was falling apart, King Tyrannus still had allies that he could count on. Both Admiral Proudmoore of Kultiris and the young king, Varian Wrynn of Azeroth, remained committed to the alliance. Also, the wizards of the Kirin Tor, led by the Archmage Antonidas, pledged Dalaran's steadfast support to Tyrannus' rule. Most pleasingly, perhaps, was the pledge of the mighty Dwarven king, Magni Bronzebeard, who vowed that the dwarves of Reforged would forever owe a debt of honour to the Alliance for liberating Khaz-Modan from the Horde's control. A new generation. Years passed as tensions abated and a lasting peace settled over Lord Arryn. King Tyrannus and the Archbishop Alonsus Fowl worked ceaselessly to rebuild the kingdom and bring aid to the remaining nations of the Alliance. The southern kingdom of Azeroth grew prosperous again and re-established itself as a military power under King Ryn's visionary leadership. Uthor the Lightbringer, the supreme commander of the Paladin Order, kept the peace in Lord Arryn by settling civil disputes and quelling demi-human uprisings throughout the realm. Admiral Proudmoore, whose mighty fleets patrolled the trade lanes hunting pirates and marauders, maintained order on the high seas, but it was the exploits of a newer generation of heroes that captured the imagination of the populace. King Tyrannus' only son, Arthas, had grown into a strong, confident young man. The young prince was trained as a warrior by Myrddin Bronzebeard, brother to King Magni of Ironforge, and despite his youth, was considered to be one of the finest swordsmen in Lord Arryn. At the tender age of 19, Arthas was inducted into the Order of the Silver Hand under the command of Lord Uthor. The kindly Uthor, who had been like a brother to King Tyrannus for years, considered the prince more of a favoured nephew than a pupil. Though headstrong and somewhat arrogant, none could dispute Arthas's bravery and tenacity. When the troll warbands of Zul Ammon began raiding the settlements along the Kilthalasian border, Arthas was quick to hunt down the savages and put an end to the rampage. Yet, despite his heroics, the citizenry of Lord Arryn obsessed over the young prince's personal life. Rumours of a budding romance between Arthas and Lady Jaina Proudmoore had surfaced and set the kingdom ablaze. Jaina was the youngest daughter of Admiral Proudmoore, a childhood friend of Arthas. However, the beautiful yet shy young woman was also the star pupil of the Kirin Tor, the wizard council of Dalaran. Tutored by the revered Archmage Antonidas, Jaina was heralded as a prodigy and excelled at magical research and investigation. Despite the rigors of their duties, Arthas and Jaina managed to maintain a close relationship. Given King Tyrannus' age and deteriorating health, the citizenry was pleased to see that their beloved prince would marry and carry on the royal bloodline. Embarrassed by the public attention, Arthas and Jaina kept their affairs private as possible, but Jaina, committed to her studies in Dalaran, knew that their romance could not last. She had studied the ways of magic her whole life and knew that her true calling was the pursuit of knowledge, not the trappings of the throne room. Much to the frustration of Lord Erin's citizenry, the two lovers reluctantly parted ways and refocused themselves on their duties. The Shadows return. After nearly 13 years of peace, the rumors of war began to circulate once again. The king's agents reported that a young upstart war chief had arisen and rallied the few remaining orc clans into an elite fighting force. The young war chief was intent on tearing down the internment camps and freeing his people from their bondage. The new horde, as it was dubbed, had brazenly attacked the northern city of Stratham in an attempt to rescue one of its captured warriors. The horde even destroyed Durnhold, the fortress that oversaw the security of the internment camps, and murdered the officers who ran it. King Tyrannus sent Uthor and his paladins to quell the officers who ran it. Oh, wait. No. King Tyrannus sent Uthor and his paladins to quell the war chief's uprising, but the crafty orcs could never be found. The young war chief proved to be something of a tactical genius and evaded Uthor's best efforts to quell his hit-and-run attacks. Amidst the strain of the new orc uprising, King Tyrannus was disturbed to hear ill news on another front. Rumour held that a number of supposed death cults had formed in the northern provinces. The cults attracted the disenfranchised and disheartened citizens of Lord Erin, offering them eternal life on earth as an alternative to servitude to the king. After many years of peace and quiet, King Tyrannus knew that troubles were only just beginning for his land. He took some comfort in the fact that Lord Erin had endured every trial that had ever come its way, and that its defenders, both new and old, would see it safely through to a new dawn. Okay, so it's almost 15:25 there, so the alarm's going to go off. I'll just turn it off there. Right, so I'll be back soon. I'm just gonna take a break, take a 15-minute break, make a coffee, and then after the 15 minutes, I'll continue reading. Okay, I'm back. I've got my cup of coffee, but I won't be continuing to read until the alarm goes off. So that'll be in 6 minutes. So I'll have to do this whenever I get round to the Resident Evil series because that's going to be so cool because I'll be playing each of the games, and then in between the first bunch of the games I'll be like reading the novels. So that will be really cool because the books go into like um, the details. So like the first game, the novel on that um, uh, talks about what what the characters are thinking as they're progressing down the halls and when they encounter the zombies and other monsters. They the like really goes into detail with like describing what the creatures look like and what they smell like as well. Like so if you ever wondered what a zombie smell like, it really is quite disgusting, and it's going to be fun to you know uh, to read all that. um, and then I won't be able to like show the movies though. The so I'm not talking about the John Anderson movies, and I'll be watching the movies directly that actually continue the story of the games. Um, so I think the first movie is called Degeneration, which takes place between uh, Resident Evil 4 and Resident Evil 5. So after I do Resident Evil 4, the original, I need to do the original first because it was it's a game of the year, and then I'll do the remake, and then after the remake, I'll watch the Degeneration movie, which lasts about 90 minutes or so, before I do Resident Evil 5. I think another thing that'll do is probably um before when I start like say Resident Evil 5, I'll probably talk about what happened between 4 and 5, with describing what happened in the Degeneration movie. So the movies that and TV shows that take place between each of the games, I'll describe what happened. You know, that's kind of like recap. so I've got a cup of coffee and some ice cream. Oh, there's the alarm. I don't talk and eat at the same time, so I'll finish my ice cream first, and then when I'm about to continue reading, I'll set the alarm again for another 25 minutes. So I think at the end, when I've read through the manual, I'll look up each of the levels that I've played and basically uh, read what happened. To do like a recap, which kind of will follow the story between the start of the game and up until the point where I'm at. Ice cream is almost done. Okay, I'm back. Yep, I can't have ice cream without a napkin. So I was just putting everything in the bin there. Okay, I'll have a wee sip of my coffee and then continue. Mmm, that's good. Lovely coffee. Okay, so first thing you do is set the alarm again. So 25 minutes is um, 11 minutes past 4. You know what? We'll set quarter past. Okay. Here we go. Human hero units. Paladin. The Archbishop Alonsus Full, prior to the Second War, founded the Order of the Knights of the Silver Hand. The Holy Knights, or Paladins as they are commonly called, led the battle against the evil orcs and helped to save the lands of Lord Erin from ruin. Though it has been nearly 15 years since the end of the Second War, the Paladins still work selflessly to protect humanity from the gnawing jaws of evil. Empowered by the light, these mighty warriors brandish both their warhammers and holy fire in the battle against all who would trample the meek and innocent. Holy light. By channeling the positive energies of the light, paladins can form a wave of healing energy to mend their comrades' wounds. This holy energy is also capable of causing damage to the undead and their dark masters. Divine Shield. Empowered by the light, paladins can surround themselves with an impenetrable barrier of positive energy. While they are encased in it, physical and magical attacks cannot do them any harm. Devotion Aura. The mere presence of a powerful paladin can instill great courage and inner strength in those around them. This powerful spiritual surge actually increases the defensive capabilities of those gathered near the paladin. Resurrection. By invoking the grandeur of the light, mighty paladins can bring recently slain comrades back to life, enabling them to fight on for justice, freedom, and the glory of Lord Erin. Archmage, hailing from the magical kingdom of Dalaran. The Archmagi represent the pinnacle of magical power. Weaving their intricate enchantments, these crotchety old wizards defend humanity with all the magical powers at their disposal. Mounted atop their trusty unicorn steeds, the Archmagi brandish magical blades and ancient staves that serve to channel their fierce energies in battle. Though gruff and slightly aloof, these experienced wizards are a heartening sight upon any battlefield where the fate of humanity lies in peril. Blizzard, one of the Alliance's most feared spells, Blizzard has become even more effective and deadly since its original inception during the First War. Calling down shards of freezing ice to batter and rend their enemies, Archmagi have been known to rout entire armies using this spell. Summon Water Elemental. By use of this spell, an Archmage can summon and control a powerful elemental comprised of water and air vapors. These creatures, capable of hurling torrents of rock solid water at their enemies, cannot remain in the physical world for long. Thus, after a short length of time, they will vanish and return to their base liquid forms. Brilliance Aura. Some Archmagi are so powerful that their very presence enhances the energies of the spellcasters around them. These magical synergies manifest in an aura of brilliance, which increases the younger spellcasters' energy pools so that they can cast spells more often. Mass Teleport. This extremely powerful spell allows the Archmage to teleport himself and his army to any friendly units or buildings in the world. However, due to the delicate nature of Mass Teleport, Archmagi can only teleport to places where someone they know currently is. Mountain King. Mountain Kings, or Thanes as they are known in Ironforge, are the mightiest dwarven warriors of Khaz-Modan. Wielding both enchanted warhammers and battle axes, these fierce fighters live to test themselves against worthy opponents. Unconcerned with their race's preoccupation with mechanical devices and the mining precious minerals, Mountain Kings live only for battle. Dedicated to safeguarding the alliance that saved their kingdom during the Second War, the Mountain Kings can be counted upon to rally behind any banner that stands between freedom and the ever-looming shadow of evil. Stormbolt. The dwarves of the Eyrie Peaks often practice hurling hammers for sport and for war, but only the Mountain Kings of Ironforge can hurl a hammer so hard that it stuns their enemies senseless. Thus, the Stormbolt is one of the most dangerous and powerful attacks of the mighty Mountain Kings. Thunderclap. First used by Mergen's Hammerfall to decimate a swath of invading gnolls in the Alterac Mountains. This powerful ability allows the Mountain Kings to slam the ground and cause destructive shockwaves of energy to damage their nearby enemies. Bash. Mountain Kings who learn the bash technique strike with such fury that their normal attacks can often stun and crush an enemy. Avatar. By focusing the energies of the dwarves' newly discovered enchanted heritage, the Mountain Kings can grow in size and strength, and take on the physical characteristics of carved stone. In this form, they are impervious to magical attacks and have greatly increased durability. Human units. Peasant. Peasants are the hard-working and stout-hearted citizens of Lord Erin. They serve as the backbone of the Alliance by mining the gold and harvesting lumber necessary to build up Lord Erin's military defence forces. Roused by the tales of the orcs' atrocities during the Second War, the peasants have learned to use both pick and axe to defend their communities if threatened. Call to arms. Peasants of the Alliance have the ability to arm themselves at any town hall so that they can better fight off invading armies. Though the peasants are capable of saving their towns from surprise attacks on their towns, they are always glad to give up their weapons and go back to their regular duties. Footman. The vast ranks of the Alliance armies have been replenished since the devastating battles of the Second War. Trained in the arts of swordsmanship, the stoic footmen of the Alliance serve as Lord Erin's first line of defence. Armed with broadswords and heavy kite shields, footmen are capable of breaking any enemy charge. Defend. By placing their shields at a precise angle and bearing down against oncoming opponents, footmen can deflect incoming fire from enemy piercing attackers. Though this tactic does slow the footman's movement, it is an invaluable skill when employed against piercing attackers. Knight. Though the hardy Knights of Azeroth were destroyed during the First War, the Shining Knights of Lord Erin still continue to serve amongst the warriors of the Alliance. Wading into combat astride their noble war horses, the Knights are renowned for cutting bloody swathes through enemy ranks. The Knights' speed and mobility mark them as some of the most versatile warriors of the Alliance. Priest. Despite the High Elves' official departure from the Alliance, some elves still remain true to their former human and dwarven allies. The altruistic priests of Quel'Thalas refused to abandon their roles as healers and agreed to remain in Lord Erin despite the edicts from their reclusive masters in Silvermoon. The High Elven priests use their light-given powers to heal the wounded and bolster the spirits of Lord Erin's fighting elite. Inner Fire. The mages of Dalaran discovered a way to bring out the potential of the warriors' fighting spirit and essentially wreathe them in their own spiritual energies. This has had the overall effect of making the Alliance warriors more resistant to damage and better able to deal damage. Dispel magic. Many wars have been turned by the simple spell that allows priests to counter the spells of some of the most accomplished wizards. While not necessarily flashy, this spell's effect should never be underestimated. Heal. The positive energies of the light can be channeled to create a healing energy wave. This technique, developed first by the High Elves and later taught to humans, has remained relatively unchanged since its original discovery. Sorceress. As with the elven priests, the elven sorceresses who remained in Lord Erin paid little heed to their race's departure from the Alliance, these female magic users serving as agents to the Kirin Tor of Dalaran used their arcane powers to aid the Alliance in times of peril. Although their powers are not always used directly in combat, the sorceresses are able to aid their comrades with a wide array of specialized conjurings and magical effects. Slow. The Kirin Tor has developed a technique that envelops a person in a field that reduces kinetic energy. The spell actually pulls the energy directly from the creature trying to move and attack and channels it into the ground, causing the creature to have reduced attack and movement speeds. Invisibility. This form of illusion has come back into widespread use since the days of the Second War. It creates a magical field around a person that does not impede the passing of light. Thus, normal people simply see directly through the invisible person. However, any attempts to attack or cast spells while invisible will cause the invisibility to dissipate. Polymorph. Long ago, this spell was considered to be the ultimate insult to the enemy. It has the ability to turn any enemy into a mere sheep for a limited duration of time. Water Elemental. One of the Archmage's greatest powers is his ability to summon mighty war elementals to aid his comrades in combat. These mindless, hulking forms of water can take massive punishment from enemy units while delivering tremendous blows in return. Water elementals were a favourite tool of the conjurers of Azeroth during the First War, and now the enchanted creatures have come to aid the defenders of freedom once again. Mortar Team. Armed with their innovative exploding shells, the stalwart mortar teams of Ironforge are capable of blasting apart enemy ranks from long range. These fearless dwarves are masters of explosive devices and relish in pounding fortified enemy emplacements to dust. See, this is why I don't like, I tried doing streams on TikTok before, but TikTok have like words that you're not allowed to say, and if you say a certain amount of words, certain sensitive words, too much, then your live is like taken down, and like video games tend to have a lot of those sensitive words, and it's kind of you can get around it by saying other words that aren't sensitive, but it just makes things a bit uh, it makes things sound a bit childish because instead of like there's one of the sensitive words there that would be uh, sensitive on TikTok would be explosive or exploding or kill or murder or dead. And video games tend to have a lot of those words, and usually to get around that, you have to say things uh, like boom boom instead of explosive or bomb, and unalive instead of killing, and yeah, it's just a bit silly. So yeah, I could and then TikTok did they send me offers all the time saying, oh, if you could continue streaming, we'll pay you and give you money. But yeah, no, it's I can't be bothered. um I'm not really doing this for the money anyway. It's more because I like video games. Um and yeah, the only reason streaming to begin with, is because it's the whole thing now with with the new generation. Before the PS5 and Xbox Series X, I didn't really care about streams or streaming. My thing was more to do with like making videos and uploading those to YouTube. And one of my most popular videos was well, for a long time my most popular video was from Mortal Kombat. I think it was Mortal Kombat 9. Um, and um, then then there was a video that surpassed that, which was about Spider-Man. So there was like a Spider-Man video that ended up having over like a quarter of a million views um in like just a couple of months. And I was like, what? Oh my goodness. That's insane. Um so yeah, so Spider-Man's a good one if you want lots of views. Okay. Flare. The flare is a chemically charged shell that, when fired by a dwarven mortar team, can reveal areas and enemies that are difficult to see or otherwise cloaked by invisibility or shadow meld. Rifleman. The brave dwarven riflemen have faithfully protected their mountain kingdom of Khaz-Modan ever since the Battle of Grim Batol. Yet, as new threats arose to threaten their hard-won freedom, they offered their expert skills and tenacity to the Alliance. Using the legendary single-shot blunderbuss long rifles, riflemen are excellent marksmen and can shoot both land-based and airborne opponents. Gyrocopter. The ingenious dwarven engineers, taking a nod from their inventive gnomish cousins, constructed the ultimate airborne scout vehicle. The gyrocopters are small but versatile flying machines that can cover great distances at speed and evade enemy ground forces. Though the contraptions are somewhat rickety, they are armed with mounted cannons and bombs, and piloted by the daring, if not insane, dwarven pilot corps. Steam tank. These cumbersome, heavy armored vehicles are mobile siege weapons piloted by brave and somewhat reckless dwarves. Their heavy weaponry is too cumbersome to target enemy units and can only be used on buildings. Griffin Rider. The daring dwarves of the Wildhammer clan have responded once again to the call and brought the mighty griffins of the Airy Peaks to aid the Alliance in its time of need. Armed with their trusty lightning-powered stormhammers, the fearless wild dwarves seek to keep the skies of Lord Erin free from enemy forces. The proud griffins share their riders' implacable resolve and stand as noble symbols of the Alliance's fortitude. Human structures. Town Hall. The town hall is the nerve center of any human community and serves as the primary exchange for gold. It is also a center for training loyal peasants in their particular vocations, whether it be lumber harvesting, building construction, or gold mining. In the town hall can be upgraded to stronger fortifications. Farm. Vital to any human village, the farm provides sustenance for troops and citizens. The uncanny ability of these skilled farmers to harvest almost any landscape under the harshest conditions is highly regarded in the lands of Lord Erin. The number of troops sustainable at any village is dependent upon the amount of land harvested by the small farms. Barracks. The barracks are the staging area and bunking quarters for most human troops. It is within the barracks walls that the footmen are taught the art of shield defense. Here, dwarves and humans train side by side, united by the threat of their common enemy. Scout Tower. Scout towers may be constructed at almost any location to provide continuous on-site observation. The towers are also the first necessary step in human town defense. These structures may later be upgraded to guard or cannon towers. Magical Sentry. This enchantment is used to allow towers to see units that are invisible. Everything seen through the sentry's effect is much sharper and more vibrant than what the naked eye can perceive. Guard Tower. These brick towers provide the first line of defense against enemy invasion. The arrows that fly from these bastions are renowned for their deadly accuracy. Cannon Tower. With the study and understanding of gunpowder, scout towers may be modified to house cannon. The artillery provides an increased bombardment of attacking forces, limited only by the restriction of being unable to attack flying invaders. Rows of these sturdy towers provide a formidable defense against even the most aggressive assaults. Blacksmith. At the blacksmith, the dwarves refine their mastery of gunpowder. It is also at this building where more effective steel forging methods are researched and perfected. Human troops depend upon the blacksmith to provide both increasingly effective weapon blades and more impenetrable plates of armor. Lumbermill. The master masons of the human lumber mills strive constantly to improve structural integrity. The site is also a processing mill for lumber harvested from the surrounding landscape. The wood harvested is used in everything from raw building materials to weapon handles. Workshop. The workshop is a hideaway where dwarven smiths labor amid smoke and steel to create their unique innovations. Flying gyrocopters are assembled at this location, as well as heavily armored steam tanks. Artillery is thoroughly researched here, providing ammunition for the mobile dwarven mortar teams. Keep. With the advancement of human technology and the need to support growing numbers of fighting troops, the town hall may be upgraded to a keep. In addition to adding heavier fortification, the keep allows for the introduction of the mage class into human society. The keep can later be upgraded even further to a castle. Arcane Sanctum. Tutored in the halls of magic at the mystical city of Dalaran, sorceresses and priests diligently study their mysterious arts within the depths of the arcane sanctum. Over time, continuous study provides additional reserves of mana and the mastering of ever more difficult spells. It is also here that magical sentries may be called to allow the human towers to detect invisible enemy invaders. Altar of Kings. Made from materials provided by the Kirin Tor, the Altar of Kings acts as a harness for the derelict life forces of fallen human champions. It is only at this site, once erected, that heroes may be resurrected to do battle once again. The specifics of this building's magical properties are among the most guarded secrets in all the human realms. Castle. Castles represent the pinnacle of advanced human civilization. With this advancement comes the ability to support stables for housing the war steeds of the heroic knights. This progression also allows the building of Griffin Aviaries. Griffin Aviary. The greatest achievement to come from the alliance of dwarves and humans is quite possibly the taming and training of the mighty noble griffins. Following years of failed attempts, dwarven riders finally succeeded in gaining the trust of the aloof griffins. Together with the humans, dwarven riders gave the greatest care, providing lodgings that would most closely resemble the griffins' eyries among Lord Erin's airy peaks. Okay, so I'll have another 15-minute break and then continue reading the orc history. There's there's a lot to read through, but that's why I want to try and do all of this in one go, so that I don't have to go back to it. I prefer to have the window open, to let fresh air in, but at the same time, it gets quite noisy outside. I have no idea what's going on out there, but it sounds like roadworks or something. But it could be someone chopping wood in their backyard or something. I don't know. Well, it's the sound of a saw, so they're chopping something. Obviously, could be wood, could be metal. I don't know. Definitely not chopping people. That's for sure. Yeah, my dad is making dinner for himself right now. He was making it like 40 minutes ago. I'm not sure if he's still on that or not. Yeah. My family are weird in that they have their dinner around 4 or 5 o'clock. That's way too early for me. I prefer to have my dinner around uh, you know, at least at around 6 o'clock. But sometimes around 8. Maybe I'm part Italian since I know that in Italy they tend to have their dinner around 8 o'clock. Um, so maybe I'm part Italian somewhere. Well, I do like ice cream and coffee and pizza. Pizza, my favorite, and pasta. Well, depends. It depends on what's with the pasta. Yeah, I don't like fish. So I won't eat anything that's made of fish. So if there's a fish pasta, no thanks. But if there's like chicken or beef in the pasta, then sure. And I do like spaghetti, which is kind of pasta in a way, isn't it? And I like Greek food as well. Um, well, I like salami and I like pepperoni. Um, and then then I like that cheese as well. The halloumi. There's these halloumi fries that a lot of places have started doing now. I love the So halloumi's kind of like the mozzarella sticks, except a different kind of cheese. I love mozzarella. Well, of course I do, because mozzarella is like the main cheese on pizzas. Okay, so I have to wait for the alarm to go off again before I can continue reading. Oh, I just realized that the time on the computer and the time on my phone are about a minute and a half apart. Delicious. Okay, I'll be right back. Just gonna make another coffee, and then I'll continue reading. Okay, I'm back. So, 5 more minutes, and then I'll continue. Well, on the phone it's 4 minutes, but on the computer it's 3. You know what? I'll just turn it off and go by now. There we go. So alarm is now set to 16:55, so I'm gonna continue reading right now. Okay. Orcs the Horde. Orcish history. Since the end of the Second War, Gul'dan and the Betrayal. During the final days of the Second War, as the Horde's victory over the Alliance seemed almost assured, a terrible feud erupted between the two most powerful orcs on Azeroth, the nefarious warlock Gul'dan, master of the clandestine Shadow Council, led a number of renegade clans against the might of Orgrim Doomhammer, the war chief of the Horde. As Doomhammer prepared his final assault against the capital city of Lord Erin, an assault that would have crushed the last remnants of the Alliance, Gul'dan and his renegade clans abandoned their posts and set out to sea. The bewildered Doomhammer, having lost nearly half of his standing forces to Gul'dan's treachery, was forced to pull back and forsake his greatest chance at victory over the Alliance. The power-hungry Gul'dan, obsessed with obtaining godhood itself, set out on a desperate search for the undersea tomb of Sargeras that he believed held the secrets of ultimate power. Having already doomed his fellow orcs to become the slaves of the Burning Legion, Gul'dan thought nothing of his supposed duty to Doomhammer. Backed by the Stormreaver and Twilight's Hammer clans, Gul'dan succeeded in raising the tomb of Sargeras from the seafloor. However, when he opened the ancient flooded vault, he found only crazed demons awaiting him. Seeking to punish the wayward orcs for their costly betrayal, Doomhammer sent his forces to kill Gul'dan and bring the renegades back into the fold. For his recklessness, Gul'dan was torn apart by the maddened demons he had set loose. With their leader dead, the renegade clans quickly fell before Doomhammer's enraged legions. Though the rebellion had been quelled, the Horde was unable to recoup the terrible losses it had suffered. Gul'dan's betrayal had afforded the Alliance not only hope, but also time to regroup and retaliate. Lord Lothar, seeing that the Horde was fracturing from within, gathered the last of his forces and pushed the Horde south, back into the shattered heartland of his homeland, Azeroth. There, the Alliance forces trapped the retreating Horde within their volcanic fortress of Blackrock Spire. Though Lord Lothar fell in battle at the spire's base, his lieutenant, Turleon, rallied the Alliance forces at the 11th hour and pushed the Horde back into the abysmal Swamp of Sorrows. Turleon's forces succeeded in destroying the Dark Portal, the mystical gateway that connected the orcs to their dark, red homeworld of Draenor. Cut off from its reinforcements in Draenor and fractured by incessant infighting, the Horde finally buckled in upon itself and fell before the might of the Alliance forces. The scattered orc clans were quickly rounded up and placed within guarded internment camps. Though it seemed that the Horde had been defeated for good, some remained highly skeptical that peace would last. Khadgar, the former apprentice of Medivh, convinced the Alliance High Command to build the fortress of Nethergard, that would watch over the ruins of the dark portal and ensure that there would be no further invasions from Draenor. Ner'zhul and the Shadow Clans. As the fires of the Second War died down, the Alliance took aggressive steps to contain the Orcish threat. A number of large internment camps meant to house the captive orcs were constructed in southern Lordaeron, guarded by both the paladins and the veteran soldiers of the Alliance. The camps proved to be a great success. Though the captive orcs were tense and anxious to do battle once more, the various camp wardens based at the old prison fortress of Durnhold kept the peace and maintained a strong semblance of order. However, on the hellish world of Draenor, a new orcish army prepared to strike at the unsuspecting Alliance. The elder shaman, Ner'zhul, the former mentor of Gul'dan, rallied the handful of clans still left on Draenor under his dark banner. Ner'zhul planned to open a number of portals on Draenor that would lead the Horde to new unspoiled worlds. To power his new portals, Ner'zhul needed a number of enchanted artifacts from Azeroth. To procure them, Ner'zhul reopened the dark portal and sent his ravenous clans charging through it. The new Horde, led by veteran chieftains such as Grom Hellscream of the Warsong clan and Kilrog Deadeye of the Bleeding Hollow clan, surprised the Alliance defense forces and rampaged through the countryside. Under Ner'zhul's surgical command, the orcs quickly rounded up the artifacts that they needed and fled back to the safety of Draenor. King Ternus of Lordaeron, convinced that the orcs were preparing a new invasion of Azeroth, assembled his most trusted lieutenants. He ordered General Turleon and the mage Khadgar to lead an expedition through the dark portal to put an end to the orcish threat once and for all. Turleon and Khadgar's forces marched into Draenor and repeatedly clashed with Ner'zhul's clans upon the ravaged Hellfire Peninsula. Though neither side gained ground, it was clear that Ner'zhul would not be stopped from completing his nefarious plans. Ner'zhul succeeded in opening his portals to other worlds, but he did not foresee the terrible price he would pay. The portal's tremendous energies began to tear the very fabric of Draenor apart. As Turleon's forces fought desperately to return home to Azeroth, the world of Draenor began to buckle in upon itself. Grom Hellscream and Kilrog Deadeye, realizing that Ner'zhul's mad plans would doom their entire race, rallied the remaining orcs and escaped back to the relative safety of Azeroth. As Hellscream and Deadeye hacked their way through the human ranks in a desperate bid for freedom, the dark portal suddenly exploded behind them. For them and the remaining orcs on Azeroth, there would be no going back. Ner'zhul and his Shadowmoon clan passed through their newly created portals as massive volcanic eruptions began to break Draenor's continents apart. The burning seas rose up and roiled the shattered landscape as the tortured world was finally consumed in an apocalyptic explosion. Day of the Dragon. Though Grom Hellscream and his Warsong clan managed to evade capture, Deadeye and his Bleeding Hollow clan were rounded up and placed in the internment camps in Lordaeron. Yet, despite the costly uprising, the camp's wardens soon re-established control over the British charges. However, unknown to the Alliance's agents, a large force of orcs still roamed free in the northern wastes of Khaz Modan. The Dragonmaw clan, led by the infamous warlock Necros, had maintained its control over the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza and her dragonflight by using an ancient artifact known as the Demon Soul. With the Dragon Queen as his hostage, Necros built up a secret army within the abandoned dwarf stronghold of Grim Batol. Planning to unleash his forces and the mighty red dragons on the Alliance, Necros hoped to reunite the Horde and continue its conquest of Azeroth. Yet a small group of resistance fighters, led by the human mage Ronan, managed to destroy the Demon Soul and free the Dragon Queen from Necros' command. In their fury, Alexstrash's dragons tore apart Grim Batol and incinerated the greater bulk of the Dragon Maw clan. Necros's grand schemes of reunification came crashing down as the Alliance troops rounded up the remaining Orc survivors and threw them into the waiting internment camps. The Dragon Maw clan's defeat signaled the end of the Horde and the end of the Orcs' furious bloodlust. Lethargy and Internment. As the months passed, more Orc prisoners were rounded up and placed within the internment camps. As the camps began to overflow, the Alliance was forced to construct new camps in the plains of south of the Alterac Mountains. To properly maintain and supply the growing number of camps, King Tyrannus levied a new tax on the Alliance nations. This tax, as well as increased political tensions over border disputes, created widespread dissension amongst the leaders of the Alliance. It seemed that the fragile pact that had forged the human nation together in their darkest hour would break at any given moment. Amidst the political turmoil, many of the camp wardens began to notice an unsettling change come over their Orc captives. The Orcs' efforts to escape from the camps or even fight amongst themselves had greatly decreased in frequency over time. The Orcs were becoming increasingly aloof and lethargic. Though it was difficult to believe, the Orcs, once held as the most aggressive race ever seen on Azeroth, had completely lost their will to fight. The strange lethargy confounded the Alliance leaders and continued to take its toll on the rapidly weakening Orcs. Some speculated that some strange disease, contractable only by Orcs, brought about the baffling lethargy, but the Archmage Antonidas of Dalaran posed a different hypothesis. Researching what little he could find of Orcish history, Antonidas learned that the Orcs had been under the crippling influence of demonic power, or warlock magics, for generations. He speculated that the Orcs had been corrupted by demonic powers even before their first invasion of Azeroth. Clearly, demons had spiked the Orcs' blood, which in turn granted the brutes unnaturally heightened strength, endurance, and aggression. Antonidas theorized that the Orcs' communal lethargy was not actually a disease, but a long-term racial withdrawal from the volatile warlock magics that had made them fearsome, bloodlusted warriors. Though the symptoms were clear, Antonidas was unable to find a cure for the Orcs' present condition. Many of his fellow mages, as well as a few notable Alliance leaders, argued that finding a cure for the Orcs would be an imprudent venture. Left to ponder the Orcs' mysterious condition, Antonidas' conclusion was that the Orcs' only cure would have to be a spiritual one. Thrall's Tale, so Thrall is who we played as in the prologue. During the dark days of the First War, a cunning human officer named Adelis Blackmore found an infant orc abandoned in the wilds. The infant orc, whom Blackmore aptly named Thrall, was taken to the prison fortress of Durnhold. There, Blackmore raised the young orc as a favoured slave and gladiator, intending to train the young orc to be not only a peerless warrior, but also an educated leader. Blackmore hoped to use Thrall to take over the Horde, and thereby achieve dominion over his fellow men. 19 years had passed, and Thrall grew into a strong, quick-witted orc. Yet his young heart knew that a slave's life was not for him. Many things had transpired in the world outside the fortress as he grew to maturity. He learned that his people, the Orcs, whom he had never met, had been defeated and placed into internment camps in the human lands. Doomhammer, the leader of his people, had escaped from Lord Aaron and gone into hiding. He knew that only one rogue clan still operated in secret, trying to evade the watchful eyes of the Alliance. The resourceful yet inexperienced Thrall decided to escape from Blackmore's fortress and set off to find others of his kind. During his journeys, Thrall visited the internment camps and found his once mighty race to be strangely cowed and lethargic. Having not found the proud warriors he hoped to discover, Thrall set out to find the last undefeated Orc chieftain, Grom Hellscream. Despite being constantly hunted by the humans, Hellscream still held onto the orcs' unquenchable will to fight. Aided only by his own devoted Warsong clan, Hellscream continued to fight an underground war against the oppression of his beleaguered people. Unfortunately, Hellscream could never find a way to rouse the captured orcs from their stupor. The impressionable Thrall, inspired by Hellscream's idealism, developed a strong empathy for the Horde and its warrior traditions. Seeking the truth of his own origins, Thrall travelled north to find the legendary Frostwolf clan. Thrall learned that Gul'dan had exiled the Frostwolves during the early days of the First War. He also discovered that he was the son and heir of the orc hero Durotan, the true chieftain of the Frostwolves, who had been murdered in the wilds nearly 20 years before. Under the tutelage of the venerable shaman Drakthar, Thrall studied the ancient shamanistic culture of his people that had been forgotten under Gul'dan's evil rule. Over time, Thrall became a powerful shaman and took his rightful place as chieftain of the exiled Frostwolves. Empowered by the elements themselves and driven to find his destiny, Thrall set off to free the captive clans and heal his race of demonic corruption. During his travels, Thrall found the aged warchief Orgrim Doomhammer, who had been living as a hermit for many years. Doomhammer, who had been a close friend of Thrall's father, decided to follow the young visionary orc and help him free the captive clans. Supported by many of the veteran chieftains, Thrall ultimately succeeded in revitalizing the Horde and giving his people a new spiritual identity. To symbolize his people's rebirth, Thrall returned to Blackmoor's fortress of Durnhold and put a decisive end to his former master's plans by laying siege to the internment camps. Yet, during the liberation of one camp, Doomhammer fell in battle. Thrall took up Doomhammer's legendary warhammer and donned his black plate armor to become the new warchief of the Horde. During the following months, Thrall's small but volatile horde laid waste to the internment camps and stymied the Alliance's best efforts to counter its clever strategies. Encouraged by his best friend and mentor, Grom Hellscream, Thrall worked to ensure that no orc would be cast into slavery, either by humans or demons, ever again. Orc hero units, Blademaster. Though their numbers are few, the seasoned Blademasters represent an elite fighting force within the Horde. These skilled swordsmen were once part of the ill-fated Burning Blade clan that consumed itself in the throes of demonic corruption. With their clans scattered and broken, the proud Blade Masters swore a grim oath to free themselves and their brethren from demonic control once and for all. Under Thrall's command, the Blade Masters have once again joined the Horde and serve as the young warchief's personal guard. Though Blade Masters are masters of stealth and guile, they value personal honor above all else. Bladestorm. By focusing their warriors' energies, Blade Masters can become living cyclones of fighting rage. Spinning their great blades faster than the naked eye can see, they are capable of simultaneously damaging any enemy troops in their vicinity. Critical Strike. By channeling their potent powers in one focused strike, Blade Masters can cause even greater damage to their enemies. Mirror Image. One of the Blade Master's most mystical abilities is to create duplicate phantom images of themselves. Though the phantom images can move about freely of their own volition, they are not true entities unto themselves. Windwalk. So adept and agile are the Blade Masters that they can move so quickly that they appear to be invisible to the naked eye. Farseer. Farseers are ancient orcs who represent the pinnacle of shamanistic power. These powerful shamans are counted among Thrall's closest advisors and are constantly in tune with the workings and maneuverings of the Horde. Farseers are not only tied to the elements of the earth and sky, but are also adept at foretelling the future. Their wisdom is outshined only by their courage and ferocity in combat. When the enemies of the Horde advance, the Farseers mount their loyal dire wolves and wade into battle wielding all the elemental powers of their shamanistic birthright. Chain lightning. Farseers have the ability to cast bolts of lightning so powerful that they continue to seek out enemy troops in a wide area of effect. The raging bolts continue to strike new victims until the spell's energies finally deplete. Earthquake. Part of the Farseer's power over nature is the ability to command the fury of the earth. When roused, Farseers can cause the earth to quake violently. When called with precision, can cause heavy destruction to enemy structures and slow hapless foes. Farsight. Farseers have the uncanny ability to perceive distant places and events through a form of spirit sight. This ability allows them to anticipate enemy movements and maintain the element of surprise for the Horde's fighting forces. Feral Spirit. One of the Farseer's most otherworldly powers is their ability to call forth powerful woven apparitions. As the Farseer gains experience, more powerful wolves may be summoned to his aid. Tauren Chieftain. These elder Tauren warriors lead their tribes in daily life as well as in battle. Ceremoniously adorned with the ancient totems of their tribes, chieftains uphold the honor and simplicity of the proud Tauren culture. When roused by battle, the gigantic chieftains employ enormous halberds that are capable of tearing through solid trees with one mighty swipe. The chieftains are fascinated by the orcs, especially their young leader, Thrall. They see an opportunity to help the orcs return to their traditional roots by providing a strong example of honor and courage through all Tauren warriors. Endurance aura. So heartening and stirring are the mighty chieftains that they exude an aura of strength and courage to all who accompany them. The chieftains' auras help their comrades to run and attack more quickly. Reincarnation. The Tauren chieftains hold such sacred bonds with their Earth Mother that they can actually be reincarnated after they die in combat. Though this ability is very rare, it makes the wise, benevolent chieftains a dangerous foe to threaten. Shockwave. The mighty chieftains can swing their totems so hard that their impacts create powerful linear shockwaves that can damage any enemies bold enough to stand before them. War Stomp. The Tauren's massive totem can impact the ground with such force that every enemy within a wide radius of the chieftain is damaged and stunned for a short period of time. Orc units. Peon. The label of Peon denotes the lowest station amongst those in the Orcish horde. Inferior in all skills of import, these dredges are relegated to menial tasks such as harvesting lumber and mining gold. Their labor is also required for the construction and maintenance of buildings necessary to support the vast undertakings of the horde. Downtrodden but exceedingly loyal, the orc peons toil endlessly to provide for the greater horde. Repair. Peons can repair ruined or damaged orc structures through use of this valuable skill. Pillage. Whenever peons attack enemy structures, they can use this ability to gain resources to support more troops and build additional structures. Grunt. Grunts are the first and last line of the horde's defense. These powerful fighters arm themselves with mighty battle axes and display all of the savagery and cunning of their race. In past generations, grunts were characterized by their depravity and brutality, but now, under the visionary leadership of Thrall, they more closely resemble their savage yet noble warrior ancestors. Pillage. Whenever grunts attack enemy structures, they can use this ability to gain resources to support more troops and build additional structures. Troll Headhunter. Though the horde allied itself with the evil forest trolls during the Second War, the alliance was short-lived due to the horde's eventual defeat. But Thrall, on one of his many journeys, befriended a tribe of shadowy trolls from the steamy jungles of Stranglethorn. These cunning warriors are trained from birth to hunt, track and trap the most dangerous beasts in the wilds and possess the uncanny ability to regenerate lost health. In times of war, however, headhunters relish turning their mighty spears on the enemies of the horde without hesitation. Capable of hurling their deadly spears at distant enemies, troll headhunters provide invaluable cover fire for other warriors of the horde. Troll regeneration. Like all trolls, headhunters can regenerate lost health over time. This racial ability makes the trolls fearsome opponents and often allows them to spring back into combat even though they have suffered grievous wounds. Raider. The marauding wolf-riding raiders were once considered to be the most honored warriors of the horde, yet just prior to the Second War, Gul'dan disbanded the raiders. Now, after many long years, the young war chief Thrall has decided to train a new generation of wolf riders. These mighty warriors carry hefty warblades into combat and rely greatly upon the cunning and ferocity of their faithful direwolf mounts to defeat their enemies. Ensnare. Raiders carry hand-sewn nets with which they can ensnare enemies. Though creatures will eventually break free from the nets, they are unable to move while caught. Flying creatures that are ensnared are brought to the ground. Pillage. Whenever raiders attack enemy structures, they can use this ability to gain resources to support more troops and build additional structures. Kodo Beast. The colossal Kodo Beasts of the Kalimdor Plains are valued allies of the Orcish horde. The mighty beasts were charged with carrying the orcs pounding war drums into battle. The huge Kodos, serving as symbols of Orcish might and valor, also use their enormous size and strength to scatter enemy forces. When enraged, Kodos are fond of devouring their enemies whole. Devour. Kodos are capable of swallowing enemy units whole. Enemy units can free their devoured comrades if they killed the Kodo before the victim has been digested. War drums. The heartening rhythm of the Orcish war drums drives the warriors of the horde to fight with greater strength and passion. Any allied warriors who hear the pounding drums gain bonuses to their already considerable fighting skills. Shaman. Under the leadership of Thrall, the orcs have rediscovered their ancient shamanistic traditions. In an attempt to rid the horde of its demonic corruption, Thrall banned the use of warlock magic and necromancy. Now all orc magic users practice shaman magic that draws its power from the natural world and the elements of the earth. Powerful shamans can call lightning from the sky and rouse the earth itself to devour legions of their enemies. Bloodlust. Shaman can cause overwhelming bloodlust in their brethren that affected warriors actually increase in size and power for short periods of time. Lightning Shield. The shaman's lightning shields, when cast on fellow warriors, create a barrier that damages any nearby ground units. Purge. Shaman can purge any magical spells or enchantments from their comrades or enemies with their ability to purge. Though purge can be useful to remove negative enchantments or curses, it taxes the recipient to such a degree that the unit's movements are slow and painful. Troll Witch Doctor. Although they are savage and cunning in the extreme, the Troll Witch Doctors have aligned themselves with the horde out of pure necessity. These dastardly magic users are adept at manipulating the chemical processes within their fellow warriors in order to augment their combat abilities. Healing Ward. This strange tribal ward allows any friendly who comes into contact with it to heal their wounds and replenish their strength. Sentry Ward. Through this mysterious ward, witch doctors can keep watch over important areas for as long as the ward exists. Even though the wards will vanquish in time, they are invaluable tools that enable the witch doctors to keep a constant eye on their surroundings. Stasis Trap. Only activated when enemy units cross its threshold, the stasis trap emits a strong shock of dark energy that immobilizes its victims and renders them helpless for a short duration of time. Oh, there's the alarm again. Um, you know what? I'll continue reading through the orc section, and then take a 15-minute break. That makes more sense to take a 15-minute break. After each section. Okay, so Tauren, the mighty Tauren of the Kalimdor Plains have pledged their allegiance to the new horde out of respect for their courage and honor. The bold Tauren seek only to safeguard their quiet culture from the deathly fires of the Burning Legion. When roused, Tauren are fierce fighters and use their mighty totems to smash their enemies into the dust of the plains. Pulverize. Tauren warriors can pulverize enemies by smashing their totems on the ground, creating tremendous shockwaves that ripple out and cause damage in a wide area of effect. Catapult. The Orcish catapult has always been a standing asset to the Horde. Capable of hurling fiery projectiles over great distances, the catapults have been the doom of many Alliance regiments. Catapults serve as the Horde's greatest siege weapon. Wyvern Rider. The sentient wyverns of Kalimdor were eager to ally themselves with the shamanistic horde. Impressed by the orcs' commitment to honor and victory, the wyverns allowed the orcs to ride them into combat against those who would disturb the tranquility of Kalimdor and its denizens. The wyverns, who share a common ancestry with both dragons and griffins, use their powerful claws and razor-like fangs against both airborne attackers and ground troops, while their riders may hurl envenomed spears at the enemy. Envenomed weapons. Wyvern riders carry envenomed spears that have been coated with the lethal venom from stranglethorn's giant jungle snakes. When pierced by these spears, the rider's enemies are weakened and slowly eaten alive as the vile poison courses through their bodies. Orc structures. Great Hall. The Great Hall is the core stronghold of any orc clan. Using this structure, orcs process lumber and gold from mining operations are processed. Raw materials pilfered from enemy camps are added to the war chest. In time, the Great Hall can also be more heavily fortified. Barracks. Barracks provide lodging for the orc troops, sometimes a place of dissension within the lower ranks. The barracks houses not only orcs, but also bloodthirsty trolls. Here, catapults are assembled and readied for war. Burrow. These structures serve dual purposes. They act not only as farms for the harvesting of various roots and crops, but also as fortified bunkers for the peon workers to hide in during times of attack. Increasing numbers of these structures provide food to support the amassing of additional troops. Warmill. An invention of the crafty trolls, this structure maximizes potential by serving as a mill for lumber as well as a forge for weaponsmithing. Here, weapons and armor are tirelessly reworked for maximum efficiency. Trolls here can also create one of their most useful fortifications, spiked barricades. Stronghold. As clan technology advances, necessity dictates stronger fortifications and the ability to process the increasing income derived from pillaging enemy forces. This advancement enables the introduction of the shaman caste within the orc ranks. In time, the stronghold can be further modified to accommodate clan development. Altar of Storms. Once used to channel the demonic energies of the Burning Legion, these altars have been retooled by troll masons. Using the rediscovered elemental abilities of the shamans, these altars serve as a kind of gate to revive fallen warriors. When a hero dies, his spirit can be recalled at these altars to continue service for the Horde. Bestiary. Using their kinship with the creatures of the wild, shamans and wyverns have struck a beneficial alliance. The deadly wyverns attack units both on land and in the air with equal efficiency. Raiders and giant kodo beasts who have been have also been recruited into the ranks of the Horde through shamanistic influence or trained at this facility. Spirit Lodge. The Spirit Lodge is a place of quiet contemplation where shamans and troll witch doctors meditate and refine their mastery of arcane magic. Having abandoned their practice of necromancy, magic users within the Horde have found different ways to combat their enemies. Witch doctors manipulate chemicals within the body and in the environment, while shamans command the forces of nature. Fortress. Once Orc technology reaches its height, construction of the fortress may begin. Far more formidable than even the stronghold, the fortress provides a siege-resistant command base. With the addition of spiked barricades, a fortress may daunt even the most hostile foe. Watchtower. The Horde's mighty watchtowers serve as the last line of defense for most Orc towns. These sturdy structures were created to not only stand guard over various Orc holdings, but to detect and identify invisible or magically cloaked enemies as well. Tauren Totem. The proud noble Tauren, having allied with the Orcish Horde, reside here and hone their abilities through contact with their spirit totems. This structure allows the mighty Tauren to make use of the pulverize ability, a technique that damages enemy forces and adds a unique tool to the Tauren's already wide-ranging arsenal. Okay, so I'll take another 15-minute break and then continue reading the next section, Undead History. Okay, so set the alarm. There we go. It's important to take breaks every so often for like about 15 minutes so that I don't lose my voice and that I can, continue talking for and reading for as long as possible. Yep. So I'll continue reading at 17 minutes past 5. That's on my phone, so that'll be um that'll probably be 19, but 18 or 19 minutes past 5 on by the computer. So tomorrow I'm receiving another award, so I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, I have quite a few awards and certificates, and I even have a letter of thanks from the Queen. Yeah, they call her the Queen, but I call her the Queen of England. Well, I suppose Charles would be the King of England now. Yeah, that, that's kind of, you know, annoying that, they just call him the King instead of, you know, the King of England. The King of England is his proper title, not the King of, not the King. Like when you're talking about the King of Spain, you say the King of Spain, but then when people talk about the King of England, they just say the King. They don't mention England at all. Um, and you know, uh, like when he was crowned the king, they had to move the stone of stone of Scone from Scotland down to London, so to be put underneath the throne, because the stone of Scone, the Scottish kings have to sit upon it to be crowned the king of Scotland. Um, so it was moved to London, so he could be crowned king of, England and Scotland. But for me, you can't be king of more than uh, for me, you can't be king of more than one place, um, because for me that would feel like a betrayal, wouldn't it? Like say for example, if Spain took over like France, and then the king of Spain said, "I'm now the king of Spain and France," then wouldn't wouldn't Spanish people feel a bit um I don't know, betrayed that he's claiming to be the king over French people as well and not them? Um, you know, so yeah. But then in Ireland we have a saying, neither king nor Kaiser, but Ireland, because we serve neither king nor Kaiser, but Ireland. Yeah. The last time Ireland had kings was like, well, before the English invaded. Um, so that was like 8 centuries ago. Yeah, we don't need um, kings and all that anymore, because it's a bit silly. Plus, there's the whole with kings and queens. It's they've got this whole divine right thing where they believe that because they are the king or queen of a country, that they were chosen by God to be king or queen. That was meant to be. Um, yeah. Um, in Ireland, religion has been like our biggest problem. Yeah, never again will we ever let religion rule over Ireland. Not paganism, not Christianity, not Catholic, not Protestant. Yeah, so democracy, republic, um, makes more sense because it means all religions and none are treated as equals, and neither are prioritized or supposed to be. Daniel O'Connell. The main street in Dublin is named after him because he kind of was making these talking points as well. And in fact, Glasnevin Cemetery was created so that people of all backgrounds could be buried in it, whether they were rich or poor or even atheist or whatever religious background. And Daniel O'Connell, he's buried there, and he said a famous quote: "My body to Ireland, my heart to Rome," and his body is buried in Glasnevin Cemetery, but his heart was cut out and put into a jar and sent to Rome. And then I think Rome sent relics of Saint Valentine to Ireland. Um, so Valentine is in I think the name of the place is Whitechapel, or is it Whitefire Abbey maybe in Dublin. So this stream is has lasted so far for 2 hours and 18 minutes, and this manual, I'm only on page 16 of 47. Like, what? I'm not even like halfway through this manual. Crazy. This is gonna take all day reading this, but at least it'll be over and done with. Yeah, what's cool about reading this is it yeah, it fills in the blanks of the history of what happened between the end of the second game and the start of the third game, but also explains what was behind the first two games, the first two wars, um, and that you know what the two conflicts that occurred in the first two games um, was actually just uh, a small part of a bigger plan set in motion, and that's what this manual explains. Um, so yeah, basically what I'm reading here will provide a deeper understanding of uh, what's going on within the game, um, and that's really cool. I love video games that have like fictional history within them, like Mass Effect, and uh, Dragon Age and all those types of games. They're so cool. Okay, 3 minutes and then I'll continue reading. continue reading. Okay, so I need to set the alarm again. 25 minutes. Alright, there we go. Well, if the alarm goes off and I'm still reading this section, I probably won't take another break until I'm through with the undead part. Okay, here we go. Undead Scourge, Undead History, the Shaman Ner'zhul, Origin of the Lich King. Is it Lich or Lick? Lich King or Lich King? We'll say Lich. Yeah, because licking sounds weird. So we'll call him the Lich King. Alright, be right back. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Had to run off to the loo there. Yes, it took longer than I thought. I have to change the alarm again now. Okay, there we go. Okay. Undead Scourge, Undead History. The Shaman Ner'zhul, Origin of the Lich King. The Orcish clans, bound by a noble shamanistic culture for thousands of years on the world of Draenor, knew nothing of corruption or spiritual decay. But the sinister agents of the Burning Legion sought to forge them into a voracious, unstoppable army. The cunning demon Gul'dan, second in command of the Legion, saw that the savage warriors had vast potential for murder and bloodshed, and set out to corrupt their tranquil society from within. So remember, Gul'dan was that demon that Medivh from the human world communed with, and he was the demon that Gul'dan from the orc world of Draenor communed with, and then eventually Medivh and Gul'dan met in spirit form, and that's what led to the war between the orcs and the humans. So Medivh, he ended up being power hungry and wanted power, and then together with Gul'dan created a rift that allowed the orcs to come into the human world. Um, but in reality, it was all a part of a grand scheme by Gul'dan and the demons, because they wanted to basically corrupt the orcs. So the orcs were controlled; their blood was spiked and controlled through the demons to make them more aggressive and more evil. Um, and that's what drove the first two wars. And Gul'dan, he was trying to find uh, that tomb of Sargeras because he believed it would give him godlike powers. But once he got there, the spirits in the tomb tore him to shreds. So it backfired, and I think that was, killed Jaden, giving no, wait, Medivh was the one that revealed the location of the tomb of Sargeras to Gul'dan, and Gul'dan uh, saw it as a. How are you? I have a problem with my headphones, so I can't hear you. Can you reply to me in chat? I will really appreciate it. Um, I, okay, so yeah, Kil'jaeden was um, a demon responsible for uh, the first two wars, but it was mainly the the necromancers as well um, that was responsible too. Um, Ireland. Okay, Kil'jaeden appeared to the orcs' most respected leader, the elder shaman Ner'zhul, and told him that he would bestow upon the orcs great power and make them the undisputed rulers of the world. He even offered the old shaman untold mystical knowledge if he agreed to bind himself and his people to the Legion's will. Calculating and blood-hungry by nature, Ner'zhul accepted Kil'jaeden's offer and made a blood pact with the demon. By doing so, Ner'zhul had sealed the orcs' fate and damned them to become the unwitting slaves of the Burning Legion. As time passed, Kil'jaeden recognized that Ner'zhul did not have the will or the brazen audacity to follow through with his plan of forging the orcs into a bloodthirsty horde. Ner'zhul, realizing that his pact with Kil'jaeden would only lead to his race's annihilation, refused to help the demon any further. Enraged by the shaman's defiance, Kil'jaeden swore to take vengeance upon Ner'zhul and corrupt the orcs to spite him. Kil'jaeden found a new eager apprentice to lead the orcs on the path to oblivion, Ner'zhul's own nefarious protege, Gul'dan. With Kil'jaeden's help, Gul'dan succeeded where his teacher had faltered. The evil, power-hungry orc not only abolished the ancient practice of shamanism, which he replaced with the study of demonic warlock magics, but united the orc clans into the volatile horde that Kil'jaeden had envisioned. Ner'zhul, powerless to stop his former apprentice, could only watch as Gul'dan masterfully transformed the orcs into mindless agents of destruction. Years passed as Ner'zhul brooded silently upon the red world of Draenor. He watched as his people staged the first invasion of Azeroth. He heard the tales of the orcs' second war against the alliance of Lord Eren. He bore witness to the treachery and corruption that seemed to be destroying his people from within. Despite Gul'dan's masterminding the Horde's dark destiny, Ner'zhul knew that he himself was responsible for setting it all in motion. Yeah, because if you just sit back and have nothing to do with it, then that's called being complicit. Silence is complicity. So if you're just saying, "Oh, you know what? I'll take no part in it," even though you actually were part of it, and you're like sitting back, observing everything, and being like, "You know what? Even though this is somewhat my responsibility, I'm gonna sit back and pretend like it's none of my business." But in truth, yeah, it was part of your business because Gul'dan was your protege, and now he's serving a demon, and your your whole society has fallen victim to this demon, and uh, instead you chose to be silent and not speak up about it, and confront him. Nice to meet you. How old are you? 41. Shortly after the end of the Second War, the news of the Horde's defeat reached the orcs who had remained in Draenor. Ner'zhul, knowing that the Horde had failed its mission to conquer Azeroth, feared that Kil'jaeden and the Legion would take dire action against the remaining orcs. To escape Kil'jaeden's imminent wrath, Ner'zhul opened a number of mystical portals that led to new unspoiled worlds. The old shaman rallied the remaining orc clans and planned to lead them through one of the portals and into a new directed destiny. Before he could execute his plan, Ner'zhul was forced to deal with an Alliance expeditionary force sent to Draenor to destroy the orcs forever. Ner'zhul's loyal clans managed to hold the Alliance forces at bay, while the old shaman opened the raging magical portals. To his horror, Ner'zhul realized that the portal's tremendous energies were beginning to rip the very fabric of Draenor apart. As the Alliance forces pushed the orcs further back into the hellish world, Draenor began to buckle in on itself. Realizing that the battling clans would never reach the portals in time, Ner'zhul selfishly abandoned them and escaped with his elite followers in tow. The evil group of orcs crossed through their chosen portal just as Draenor blew apart in an apocalyptic explosion. The old shaman believed he had been lucky to escape death. Ironically, he would live to regret his naivety. By the Nice, by the way. Can I ask you something? Sure. Better not be about graphic design. Kil'jaeden and the New Deal. Just as Ner'zhul and his followers entered the twisting nether, the ethereal plane that connects all of the worlds scattered throughout the great dark beyond, they were ambushed by Kil'jaeden and his demonic minions. Kil'jaeden, who had sworn to take vengeance on Ner'zhul for his prideful defiance, tortured the old shaman mercilessly by slowly tearing his body apart piece by piece. Kil'jaeden kept the shaman's spirit alive and intact, leaving Ner'zhul painfully aware of his body's gross dismemberment. Though Ner'zhul pleaded with the demon to release his spirit and grant him death, the demon grimly replied that the blood pact they had made long ago was still binding, and that he would make use of his wayward pawn once again. The orcs' failure to conquer Azeroth as the Legion intended forced Kil'jaeden to create a new army to sow chaos throughout the kingdoms of the Alliance. This new army could not be allowed to fall prey to the same petty rivalries and infighting that had plagued the Horde. It would have to be dogged, merciless, and single-minded in its mission. This time, Kil'jaeden could not afford to fail. Holding Ner'zhul's tortured, helpless spirit in stasis, Kil'jaeden gave him one last chance to serve the Legion or suffer eternal torment. Once again, Ner'zhul recklessly agreed to the demon's pact. Ner'zhul's spirit was placed within a specially crafted block of diamond-hard ice gathered from the far reaches of the twisting nether. Encased within the frozen cask, Ner'zhul felt his consciousness expand 10,000-fold. Warped by the demon's chaotic powers, Ner'zhul became a spectral being of unfathomable power. At that moment, the orc known as Ner'zhul was shattered forever, and the Lich King was born. Ner'zhul's loyal Death Knights and Warlock followers were also transformed by the demon's chaotic energies. The wicked spellcasters were ripped apart and remade as skeletal liches. The demons had ensured that even in death, Ner'zhul's followers would serve him unquestioningly. When the time was right, Kil'jaeden patiently explained the mission for which he had created the Lich King. Ner'zhul was to spread a plague of death and terror across Azeroth that would snuff out human civilization forever. All those who died from the dreaded plague would arise as the undead, and their spirits would be bound to Ner'zhul's iron will forever. Kil'jaeden promised that if Ner'zhul accomplished his dark mission of scouring humanity from the world, he would be freed from his curse and granted a new, healthy body to inhabit. Though Ner'zhul was agreeable and seemingly anxious to play his part, Kil'jaeden remained skeptical of his pawn's loyalties. Keeping the Lich King bodiless and trapped within the crystal cask assured his good conduct for the short term, but the demon knew that he would need to keep a watchful eye on the Lich King. To this end, Kil'jaeden called upon his elite demon guard, the vampiric dreadlords, to police Ner'zhul and ensure that he accomplished his dread task. Tichondrius, the most powerful and cunning of the dreadlords, warmed to the challenge, fascinated by the plague's severity and the Lich King's unbridled potential for genocide. Oh no, not the G word. Tell me your Discord username so I can show you my work. Do you need some nice artwork for your channel and good price? Don't bomb me, lol. I'm good, thanks. Icecrown and the Frozen Throne. Kil'jaeden cast Ner'zhul's icy cask back into the world of Azeroth. The hardened crystal streaked across the night sky and smashed into the desolate Arctic continent of Northrend, burying itself in the deep, shadowed hollows of the ice-crowned glacier. The frozen crystal, warped and scattered by its violent descent, came to resemble a throne, and Ner'zhul's vengeful spirit stirred within it. From the confines of the frozen throne, Ner'zhul began to reach out his vast consciousness and touch the minds of Northrend's native inhabitants. With surprising ease, he enslaved the minds of many indigenous creatures, such as ice trolls and the fierce Wendigo, and drew their evil brethren into his growing shadow. He found that his psychic powers were almost limitless and used them to create a small army that he housed within Icecrown's twisting labyrinths. As the Lich King mastered his growing powers under the Dreadlord's persistent vigil, he discovered a remote human settlement on the fringe of the vast Dragonblight. Ner'zhul decided to test his powers and his dread plague on the unsuspecting humans. Ner'zhul sent this plague of undeath, which had originated from deep within the frozen throne, out into the Arctic wasteland. Controlling the plague with his will alone, he drove it straight into the human village. Within 3 days, every human soul in the settlement was dead. Yet, in a surprisingly short amount of time, the dead villagers began to rise as zombified corpses. Ner'zhul could feel their individual spirits and thoughts as if they were his own. The raging cacophony in his mind caused Ner'zhul to grow even more powerful, as if their spirits provided him with much needed nourishment. He found it was child's play to control the zombies' actions and steer them to whatever end he wished. Over the following months, Ner'zhul continued to experiment with his plague of undeath by subjugating every human inhabitant of Northrend. With his army of undead growing daily, he knew that the time of his true test was nearing. War of the Spider. For 10 long years, Ner'zhul built up his power base in Northrend. A great citadel was erected above Icecrown and manned by growing legions of the undead. Yet as the Lich King extended his influence over the land, a lone, shadowy empire stood against his power, the ancient subterranean kingdom of Azul Nerub, which had been founded by a race of sinister humanoid spiders, sent their elite warrior guard to attack Icecrown and end the Lich King's mad bid for dominance. Much to his frustration, Ner'zhul found that the evil Nerubians were immune to not only the plague, but to his telepathic domination as well. The Nerubian Spider Lords commanded vast forces and had an underground network that stretched nearly half the breadth of Northrend. Their hit-and-run tactics on the Lich King's strongholds stymied his efforts to root them out time after time. Ultimately, Ner'zhul's war against the Nerubians was won by attrition. With the aid of the furious Dreadlords and his innumerable undead warriors, the Lich King invaded Azul Nerub and brought its subterranean temples crashing down upon the Spider Lords' heads. Though the Nerubians were immune to his plague, Ner'zhul's growing necromantic powers allowed him to raise the Spider Warriors' corpses and bend them to his will. As a testament to their tenacity and fearlessness, Ner'zhul adopted the Nerubians' distinctive architectural style for his own fortresses and structures. Left to rule his kingdom unopposed, the Lich King began preparing for his true mission in the world. Reaching out into the human lands with his vast consciousness, the Lich King called out to any dark soul that would listen. Kel'Thuzad and the Cult of the Damned. There were a handful of powerful individuals scattered across the world who heard the Lich King's mental summons. Most notable of them was the Archmage Kel'Thuzad of the magical nation of Dalaran. Kel'Thuzad, one of senior members of the Kirin Tor, Dalaran's ruling council, had been considered a maverick for years due to his insistence on studying the forbidden arts of necromancy. Driven to learn all he could of the magical world and its shadowy wonders, he was frustrated by what he saw as his peers' outmoded and unimaginative precepts. Upon hearing the powerful summons from Northrend, the Archmage bent all of his considerable will to communing with the mysterious voice. Convinced that the Kirin Tor was too squeamish to seize the power and knowledge inherent in the dark arts, he vowed to learn what he could from the immensely powerful Lich King. Forsaking his fortune and prestigious political standing, Kel'Thuzad abandoned the ways of the Kirin Tor and left Dalaran forever, Prodded by the Lich King's persistent voice in his mind, he sold his vast holdings and stored away his fortunes. Travelling alone over many leagues of both land and sea, he finally reached the frozen shores of Northrend, intent on reaching Icecrown and offering his services to the Lich King. The Archmage passed through the ravaged, war-torn ruins of Azul Nerib. Kel'Thuzad saw firsthand the scope and ferocity of Ner'zhul's power. He began to believe that allying himself with the mysterious Lich King would not only be wise but potentially fruitful. After long months of trekking through the harsh Arctic wastelands, Kel'Thuzad finally reached the dark glacier of Icecrown. He boldly approached Ner'zhul's dark citadel and was shocked when the silent undead guardsmen let him pass as though he was expected. Kel'Thuzad descended deep into the cold earth and found his way down to the bottom of the glacier. There, in the endless cavern of ice and shadows, he prostrated himself before the frozen throne and offered his soul to the Dark Lord of the dead. The Lich King was pleased with his latest conscript. He promised Kel'Thuzad immortality and great power in exchange for his loyalty and obedience. Kel'Thuzad, eager for dark knowledge and power, accepted his first great mission to go into the world of men and found a new religion that would worship the Lich King as a god. To help the Archmage accomplish this mission, Ner'zhul left Kel'Thuzad's humanity intact. The aged yet still charismatic wizard was charged with using his powers of illusion and persuasion to lull the downtrodden, disenfranchised masses of Lord Aaron into a confidence. Once he had their attention, he would offer them a new vision of what society could be and a new figurehead to call their king. Kel'Thuzad returned to Lord Aaron in disguise, and over the span of 3 years, he used his fortune and intellect to gather a clandestine brotherhood of like-minded men and women. The brotherhood, which he called the Cult of the Damned, promised its acolytes social equality and eternal life on Azeroth in exchange for their service and obedience to Ner'zhul. As the months passed, Kel'Thuzad found many eager volunteers for his new cult amongst the tired, overburdened labourers of Lord Aaron. Surprisingly, Kel'Thuzad's goal to pervert the citizens' faith in the holy light towards belief in Ner'zhul's dark shadow was easily attained. As the cult of the damned grew in size and influence, Kel'Thuzad made sure to keep its workings secret from the authorities of Lord Aaron at every turn. The forming of the Scourge. With Kel'Thuzad's success in Lord Aaron, the Lich King made the final preparations for his assault against human civilization, placing his plague energies into a number of portable artifacts called plague cauldrons. Ner'zhul ordered Kel'Thuzad to transport the cauldrons to Lord Aaron, where they would be hidden within various cult-controlled villages. The cauldrons, protected by the loyal cultists, would then act as plague generators, sending the plague seeping out across the unsuspecting farmlands and cities of northern Lord Aaron. The Lich King's plan worked perfectly. Many of Lord Aaron's northern villages were contaminated almost immediately. Just as in Northrend, the citizens who contracted the plague died and arose as the Lich King's willing slaves. The cultists under Kel'Thuzad were eager to die and be raised again in their Dark Lord's service. They exulted in the prospect of immortality through undeath. As the plague spread, more and more feral zombies arose in the Northlands. Kel'Thuzad looked upon the Lich King's growing army and named it the Scourge, for soon it would march upon the gates of Lord Aaron and scour humanity from the face of the world. An heir apparent. Though the Dreadlords were pleased that Ner'zhul's true mission had finally begun, the Lich King himself brooded within the tight, shadowy confines of the frozen throne. Despite his vast psychic powers and his complete dominion over the undead, he longed to be free of his icy prison. He knew that Kil'jaeden would never release him from his curse, and due to his great power, he knew that the demons would destroy him as soon as his mission was completed. Still, he had one chance for freedom, one chance to escape his terrible curse. If he could find a suitable host, some hapless dupe who was torn between darkness and light, he could possess that body and escape the confines of the frozen throne forever. Thus, the Lich King sent his vast consciousness out once again and sought out the perfect host. Undead hero units. Lich. While on Draenor, Ner'zhul commanded a number of. I think that perfect host is Arthas, because Arthas, during the human campaign, he's supposed to be like good, but then in the last few chapters, he was like, uh, he decided to kill the whole town, to prevent them from turning into zombies. Like he killed humans they were before they could be affected by the zombie plague. Like, yeah, that's just mass murder. Um, so basically, Arthas was doing evil acts, uh, thinking it was for the greater good. Um, Undead hero units. Lich. While on Draenor, Ner'zhul commanded a number of Orcish warlocks and spell-wielding Death Knights, yet when Kil'jaeden and the Legion captured these sorcerers after the world's destruction, they were transformed into twisted, spectral aberrations of their former selves. These newly born Liches possessed tremendous magical powers, yet their immortal undead bodies were bound to the iron will of Ner'zhul. As payment for their undying loyalty to Ner'zhul, the Lich King granted them control over the furious elements of Northrend. Now the Liches wield frost magic along with their own considerable necromantic spells. Frost Nova. Liches can call upon the freezing energies of Northrend to do their bidding. Using a single enemy as the focal point for their dire spell, Liches can cause an explosion of frost to burst from the targeted creature that will damage everything around it. Creatures harmed in this way have trouble moving, incapacitated by the freezing ice that stiffens their joints. So, sounds like they're weak against fire then. Frost armor. An allied creature can be encased in a protective armor of ice. Creatures attacking the frost armor have difficulty moving due to the jolt of freezing cold that moves through their bodies. Dark Ritual. By destroying one of his own minions, the Lich is able to absorb the energies of his lesser comrade, replenishing his dark magical powers. The Lich can absorb the energies of his undead army by casting a dark ritual on them. Though this destroys the Lich's lesser comrades, it releases their energies back into the Lich and replenishes the Lich's power. Death and Decay. The swirling negative energies known as the Death and Decay spell are favoured by the Liches for their power to decompose, rot, and destroy everything within them. Not even the strongest warriors or the most durable structures can stand the full effects of death and decay. Death Knight. Death Knights were once heroic, virtuous defenders of humanity. However, they were corrupted by the subtle machinations of the Lich King and lured to his dark standard. These former heroes were given untold power and the promise of immortality in exchange for their loyalties. Although they retained their humanity, their twisted souls were bound to the Lich King's will for all time. Bestowed with black vampiric runeblades and shadowy steeds, Death Knights now serve as the Scourge's mightiest generals. Death Coil. Death Knights can call upon the forces of darkness at will, causing bolts of death to issue from their hands. While doing considerable damage to Death Knight's enemies, the Death Coil also heals their undead brethren. Death Pact. Through the sacrifice of his followers, a Death Knight can absorb their unholy energies and convert them into health for himself. Animate Dead. Arguably, the Death Knight's most horrific power is their ability to raise recently slain corpses into an army of the undead, no matter what their allegiance in life may have been. Though they are though they are brought back for a time, the Death Knight's recalled warriors will eventually fall, never to be raised again. Unholy Aura. All Death Knights can learn to exude a dark, raging battle aura that causes allied creatures around them to move and regenerate life more quickly. Dreadlord. Dreadlords are incredibly powerful demons who wield the powers of darkness and mental domination. These cunning, malefic beings once served as the demon Kil'jaeden's most trusted lieutenants. Yet, at Kil'jaeden's request, the vampiric dreadlords were sent to watch over the Lich King Ner'zhul and ensure that he carried out his orders to sow chaos into the world. Though dreadlords have been known to revel in the gore of single combat, they generally prefer to manipulate and beguile their enemies from the shadows. Carrion Swarm. Dreadlords control the creatures of the night, and some of them have even mastered the ability to call swarms of bats and insects to strike at their unsuspecting enemies. Sleep. Through the mastery of subversion and hypnosis, Dreadlords have learned to put their enemies into sudden trance-like sleep. Though this mystical sleep will wear off in time, a sharp jab from either a friend or an enemy will always awaken the hapless sleeper. Vampiric Aura. Those who are fortunate enough to have a powerful Dreadlord as an ally can gain the benefits of his vampiric aura. This dark, unholy aura causes the Dreadlord's allies to actually gain life by spilling their enemy's blood. Inferno. The Dreadlord marks the pinnacle of his dark powers with the devastating ability to summon a fiery infernal. At his call, the infernal will strike down from the sky, stunning and wounding nearby enemy forces when it crashes to the earth. The infernal, engulfed in searing flame, will then rise to do the Dreadlord's bidding. Undead units. Acolyte. Acolytes are human beings who have given themselves over to the power of Ner'zhul and the Scourge. These bitter, fanatical men and women will stop at nothing to promote the Lich King's will and maintain the secrecy and dominance of the cult of the damned. They view their own deaths and the possibility of becoming undead as the ultimate rewards for the service to Ner'zhul. Unsummon. The unsummoning of buildings allows the acolytes of the Scourge to reduce fully constructed buildings to their base forms of matter and energy. Some of this matter and energy is lost in the conversion, as are most things that are pulled through the great dark beyond. Sacrifice. Acolytes who wish to serve as the eyes and ears of Ner'zhul are capable of shedding their bodies and taking on the forms of invisible shades. Ghoul. Ghouls are the basic warriors of the undead Scourge. These lumbering, rotting corpses were once innocent townsfolk who have made the final transition into true undeath. Ghouls have great stamina and revel in combat with living beings. Ghouls are ravenous cannibals who can regenerate their health by eating the flesh of fallen warriors. Cannibalize. Ghouls that are wounded can consume the flesh of the newly dead to replenish their own lost health. Necromancer. Though they retained their humanity after making their pact with death, necromancers became some of the most terrifying agents of the Scourge. These dark, nefarious men were once thought to be aspiring geniuses by the magocracy of Dalaran. However, their insatiable lust to delve into the dark arts drove them to forsake their very souls. Ner'zhul, the Lich King, granted these malevolent sorcerers true power over the dead in exchange for their obedience. The shadowy necromancers have the power to raise skeletal warriors from the grave and bestow a number of dark enchantments upon their fellow warriors. Raised dead. Through the powers of Ner'zhul, the corpses of the recently slain can be raised again as skeleton warriors. Though relentless and fearless, these mindless automatons of death soon fall apart and fall to dust. Unholy Frenzy. With their unholy powers, necromancers can greatly accelerate a creature's movement and attack rates. Those under the influence of this spell find themselves moving so quickly that their bodies begin to burn and ache, slowly dying from the effects of their unholy frenzy. Cripple. Drawing dark energies directly from Ner'zhul, necromancers can cause their enemies' muscles to suddenly spasm and quake, leaving them immobile and effectively helpless. Abomination. The twisted, mutilated bodies of the abominations are comprised of multiple dead limbs and body parts from many different corpses. These enormous warriors, scarred by loose stitchings and putrid open sores, love to carve flesh and tear their enemies apart. The slow-moving and dull-witted abominations constantly drip blood and smell like disease-ridden slaughterhouses. They carry large cleavers into combat and wield various sickle-bladed hooks on their disproportionate limbs. That sounds disgusting. Disease cloud. A cloud of festering, rotten flesh vapors follows the abominations wherever they go. The vile cloud is renowned for rotting living flesh upon contact. This nameless disease is often spread to meat wagons, thus allowing the contraption's rotting ammunition to deal further damage to the enemies of the scourge. Gross. Banshee. Banshees were once beautiful female elves who fell before the power of the scourge. Their restless spirits were left to wander the world in silent, tortured lamentation. Then the Lich King gathered them together and gave them terrible voices so that the living would finally hear their bitter anguish. Thus, the Banshees have pledged themselves to Ner'zhul's cause and now serve as valuable agents of the scourge. On certain nights, when the moon is full, their unnerving, unholy screams can be heard in the icy winds blowing from the north. Curse. By channeling the powers of their unholy screams, Banshees can cause their enemies to temporarily lose their honed combat skills. As a result of this terrible curse, the victims of this spell find themselves unable to hit their targets. Anti-magic shell. By melding the powers of necromancy and the warped music of their screams, Banshees can form protective shells around any creatures. The uncanny shell makes those creatures impervious to all magics for a short period of time. Possession. Banshees have an unsettling ability to force their way into the bodies of living creatures, thus replacing the creature's spirits with their own. While this ability causes the Banshees' bodies to dissipate, it does give them permanent control over their new forms. Gargoyles. The dreaded gargoyles of Northrend are voracious flying creatures who revel in slaughter and mayhem. Brought from the frozen north by the armies of the Lich King, these strange, wiry flyers have rough, crystalline hides which protect them from all manner of attacks. In times of great peril, gargoyles can land and condense their hides into a stone-like surface. Though they are unable to attack in this state, they can take time to regenerate their wounds and replenish their energies. Stone form. The voracious gargoyles of Northrend are capable of condensing their crystalline hides to make themselves nearly impervious to any forms of attacks. Though they must land and remain motionless while in this state, stone form does allow them to recoup their energies for battle. Crypt Fiend. The cunning Crypt Crypt Fiends were once the lords of the ancient spider kingdom of Azul Nerib that ruled over the Arctic land of Northrend in ancient times. However, the Lich King destroyed the Crypt Fiends' civilization and took control of the frozen continent. Now the vile fiends command their spider underlings in the name of their master Ner'zhul. These aberrant creatures are capable of summoning swarms of vile insects and projecting web-like strands to incapacitate and harm their enemies. Web. The crypt fiends of Azul Nerib have always been adept at catching flying creatures in their powerful webbing. Though creatures captured in this webbing will eventually break free and may still defend themselves, they are immobilized while caught in the crypt fiend's webs. Frostworm. In ages past, venerable dragons nearing death flew to the land of Northrend to die. To this day, there are entire dragon graveyards littered with massive petrified bones and skulls. When Ner'zhul, the Lich King, took control of Northrend, he used his powerful magics to raise the ancient dragon skeletons from the dead. Now the skeletal dragons radiate cold power and think of nothing other than serving their dark master. Frostworms have a cold-based breath weapon that can shatter entire buildings. They are also quite fond of devouring their hapless enemies whole. Freezing breath. Ner'zhul's vicious frostworms hold the frosts of Northrend within their skeletal hearts. By inhaling a great deal of air, frostworms can expel blasts of freezing cold so extreme that they pull all the moisture from the air around a building and freezes it solid. Meatwagon. One of the strangest and most dire tools utilizing the scourge is the dreaded meatwagon. This rickety contraption is used to collect and store recently slain corpses from the field of battle. At any time, corpses can be pulled from the meat wagon and raised into undead warriors. When upgraded, the meat wagon can also fling diseased corpses at enemy units with its crude catapult device. An invaluable support vehicle for the Scourge, the meat wagon strikes fear and woe into the hearts of even the most resolute defenders. Skeletal Warrior. Called forth from the grave by the insidious necromancers, skeletal warriors are mindless slaves of the Lich King's powers. These lumbering fighters are highly resilient and tireless. When operating in great numbers, skeleton warriors serve as an invaluable part of the Scourge's combat force. Shade. Called forth from the depths of the sacrificial pits, shades are vile, wraith-like creatures who exist only to serve their dark lord Ner'zhul. The invisible shades are virtually undetectable by normal sight, making them ideal scouts and spies for the Scourge. Though they cannot attack the living, they are still considered valuable assets to the Lich King's forces. Undead structures. Necropolis. The necropolis serves as the central command structure of the undead army. Lumber harvested by ghouls is processed and loyal acolytes trained for tasks from their undead masters. Even when unattained, the vengeful spirits of the dead protect the necropolis from enemy attackers. In time, this structure can be further modified to become the halls of the dead. Crypt. At this site, undead minions are summoned into the service of the Scourge. Here, gargoyles are made animate and given deadly attack capabilities. Ghouls are trained to cannibalizing fallen foes to renew strength. Crypt fiends are empowered to cast their inescapable webs. Graveyard. Servants of the undead tirelessly study the arcane arts in an effort to imbue weapons and armor with unholy power. The graveyard, like the necropolis, is able to process lumber for weapon and armor construction. This building also pulls fresh corpses from deep within the earth, exhuming them for use by the vile necromancers. Ziggurat. These towers of the ancient spider kingdom of Azul Nerib are called into service once again To provide a source of raw energy for undead forces, several ziggurats are required to sustain a high number of Scourge warriors. In time, these towers can be further empowered to provide protection. Spirit Tower. Once infused with the restless spirits of the vengeful dead, spirit towers present a formidable defense. The rates of the tower attack with supernatural efficiency and quickly add enemy forces to the ranks of the dead. Multiple towers in an undead city will chill the heart of even the most courageous foe. Halls of the Dead. As the presence of the undead in the living world grows stronger, further modifications to the command structure become necessary. Transforming a necropolis into the Halls of the Dead gives the Scourge power to raise more ancient structures and advance their cruel efficiency. With continued advancement, the Halls of the Dead may be further modified. Temple of the Damned. Once used by the Orcish horde to channel demonic energies, the Scourge has now reclaimed this powerful edifice. From the temple of the insidious necromancers emerge to animate fallen corpses, and the tormented spirits of the banshees are called into service. Slaughterhouse. Meat at the slaughterhouse is used to serve the twisted purpose of the malevolent Scourge. Grotesque, monstrous abominations are pieced together and instilled with the single purpose of killing. Meat wagons are constructed to lob plague-infected body parts at the enemy. Altar of Darkness. This structure serves as a channeling nexus for the Scourge's dark restorative powers. When a hero falls in battle, his essence may be recalled to this site, where it is given new, unholy life. Provided that the building stands and resources are sufficient, undead heroes will not stay dead for long. Black Citadel. When the powers of the undead in the living world become fully manifested, further modifications to the Halls of the Dead become necessary. Building of the Black Citadel allows the Scourge to operate at peak efficiency. Along with this modification comes increased fortification, making the Black Citadel a truly formidable stronghold. Boneyard. The Boneyard is the home of the Frostworms, once magnificent dragons now reduced to skeletal frames, manipulated by the dark magic of the Scourge to serve this Lich King. Frostworms have a crippling ability to cast their freezing breath onto enemy forces and buildings. In large numbers, frostworms present a truly dominating force. Sacrificial Pit. The sacrificial pits of Azul Nerib were used long ago to sacrifice enemy forces in exchange for success in battle. Undead forces may be sacrificed at this location to call forth a shade, an invisible wraith capable of spying on the enemy, detectable only through magic. Okay, so I'll have another break for 15 minutes and then read the next section. So, that's at 20 or 1835. So we're on page 24 of 47. So I'll continue reading when the alarm goes off. So yeah, so next is the Night Elves, the Sentinels, Night Elf history. And then after that will be wow, there's a lot. After that are the maps. So there's Lord Aaron, Stromgard and Dalaran, and Kilthalas and Zolaman. Then the world map uh, with the Maelstrom in the middle. There's the continent of Kalimdor to the west, and on the east we've got Lord Aaron and Azeroth, and in the north is Northrend. And then there's Northrend, Darkshore, Mount Higel, the World Tree with the Well of Eternity, and Ashenvale Forest. And that's the new Well of Eternity. The first Well of Eternity was in the world that the night that the night elves were from. The Barrens with Stone Talon Peak, Mulgore, and Desolus. And then there's the history of the Burning Legion. That's the demons, including Sargeras. So this part is pretty cool because this talks about like how the universe was formed and everything. Well, it says no one knows exactly how the universe began, but this is where everything started in the Warcraft universe with these titans and Sargeras being constructed to combat the enemies of the titans. But then Sargeras, who was a construct of good, ended up being corrupted by the evil that he was fighting against after he defeated a lot of the demons. He got affected by the demons' evil and ended up switching sides. So the two types of demons that are still alive now serve Sargeras as the Burning Legion. And then there we've got heroes and villains, and that's the last section there. And then once I get done, once I've read through all of that, then next will be next I'll launch the game and I'll read I'll look up on fandom the levels that I've done so that we can do like a recap before I move on. Okay, I'm back. So, time to move on to the Night Elves, the Sentinels. Night Elf history. The Calderay and the Well of Eternity. 10,000 years before the orcs and humans clashed in their first war, the world of Azeroth cradled only one massive continent surrounded by the infinite raging seas. That landmass, known as Kalimdor, was home to a number of disparate races and creatures, all vying for survival amongst the savage elements of the waking world. At the dark continent's center was a mysterious lake of incandescent energies. The lake, which would later be called the Well of Eternity, was the true heart of the world's magic and natural power. Drawing its energies uh, from the infinite great dark beyond the world, the well acted as a mystical fount, sending its potent energies out across the world to nourish life in all its wondrous forms. In time, a primitive race of nocturnal humanoids cautiously made their way to the edges of the mesmerizing enchanted lake. The feral nomadic humans, drawn by the well's strange energies, built crude homes upon its tranquil shores. Over time, the well's cosmic power affected the strange tribe, making them strong, wise, and virtually immortal. The tribe adopted the name Calderay, which meant children of the stars in their native tongue. To celebrate their budding society, they constructed great structures and temples around the lake's periphery. The Calderay, or night elves as they would later be known, worshipped the moon goddess Elune and believed that she slept within the well's shimmering depths during the daylight hours. The early night elf priests and seers studied the well with an insatiable curiosity, driven to plumb its untold secrets and power. As their society grew, the night elves explored the breadth of Kalimdor and encountered its myriad denizens. The only creatures that gave them pause were the ancient and powerful dragons. Though the great serpentine beasts were often reclusive, they did much to safeguard the known lands from potential threats. The night elves believed that the dragons held themselves to be the protectors of the world, and that they and their secrets were best left alone. In time, the night elves' curiosity led them to meet and befriend a number of powerful entities, not the least of which was Cenarius, a mighty demigod of the primordial forestlands. The great-hearted Cenarius grew fond of the inquisitive night elves and spent a great deal of time teaching them about the natural world. The tranquil Keldaray developed a strong empathy for the living forests of Kalimdor and revelled in the harmonious balance of nature. Yet, as the seemingly endless ages passed, the Night Elves' civilization expanded, both territorially and culturally. Their temples, roads, and dwelling places stretched across the breadth of the Dark Continent. Ashara, the Night Elves' beautiful and gifted queen, built an immense, wondrous palace on the Welsh shore that housed her favoured servitors within its bejeweled halls. Her servitors, whom she called the Queldere or Highborn, doted on her every command and believed themselves to be greater than the rest of their lower caste brethren. Though Queen Ashara was loved equally by all of her people, the Highborn were secretly hated by the jealous masses. Sharing the priest's curiosity towards the Well of Eternity, Ashara ordered the educated Highborn to plumb its secrets and reveal its true purpose in the world. The Highborn buried themselves in their work and studied the well ceaselessly. In time, they developed the ability to manipulate and control the well's cosmic energies. As their reckless experiments progressed, the Highborn found that they could use their newfound powers to either create or destroy at their leisure. The hapless Highborn had stumbled upon primitive magic and were now resolved to devote themselves to its mastery. Although they agreed that magic was inherently dangerous if handled irresponsibly, Ashara and her Highborn began to practice their spellcraft with reckless abandon. Cenarius and many of the wizened night elf scholars warned that only calamity would result from toying with the clearly volatile arts of magic, but Ashara and her followers stubbornly continued to expand their burgeoning powers. As their powers grew, a distinct change came over Ashara and the Highborn. The haughty, aloof upper class became increasingly callous and cruel towards their fellow night elves. A dark, brooding pall veiled Ashara's once entrancing beauty. She began to withdraw from her loving subjects and refused to interact with any but her trusted highborn priests. A young, brazen scholar named Furion Stormrage, who had spent much of his time studying the well's effects, began to suspect that a terrible power was corrupting the highborn and his beloved queen. Though he could not conceive the evil that was to come, he knew that the night elves' lives would soon be changed forever. The War of the Ancients. The Highborn's reckless use of magic sent ripples of energy spiraling out from the well of eternity and into the great dark beyond. The ripples of energy streamed out into the twisting nether and were felt by terrible alien minds. Sargeras, the great enemy of all life, the ravager of worlds, felt the potent ripples and was drawn to their distant point of origin. Spying the primordial world of Azeroth and sensing the limitless energies of the Well of Eternity, Sargeras was consumed by an insatiable hunger. The great dark god of the nameless void resolved to destroy the fledgling world and claim its energies as his own. Sargeras gathered his vast demonic army, known as the Burning Legion, and made his way towards the unsuspecting world of Azeroth. The Legion, comprised of 1,000,000 screaming demons, all ripped from the far corners of the universe, roiled and burned at the thought of conquest. Sargeras' lieutenants, Artemon the Defiler and Monoroth the Destructor, prepared their infernal minions to strike. Queen Ashara, overwhelmed by the terrible ecstasy of her magic, fell victim to Sargeras' undeniable power, and agreed to grant him entrance to her world. Even her highborn servitors gave themselves over to magic's inevitable corruption and began to worship Sargeras as their god. To show their allegiance to the Legion, the Highborn aided their queen in opening a great swirling portal within the depths of the Well of Eternity. Once all his preparations had been made, Sargeras began his catastrophic invasion of Azeroth. The warrior demons of the Burning Legion stormed into the world through the Well of Eternity and laid siege to the Night Elves' sleeping cities. Led by Archimond and Monoroth, the Legion swarmed over the lands of Kalimdor, leaving only ash and sorrow in its wake. The demon warlocks called down the searing infernals that crashed like hellish meteors into the graceful spires of Kalimdor's temples. The Doomguard, a band of burning, bloodletting killers, marched across Kalimdor's fields, slaughtering everyone in their path. Even packs of wild, demonic fellhounds ravaged the countryside unopposed. Though the brave Calderae warriors rushed to defend their ancient homeland, they were forced to give ground, inch by inch, before the fury of the Legion's onslaught. The Sundering of the World. It fell to the young scholar, Furion Stormrage, to find help for his beleaguered people. Stormrage, whose own brother Illidian practiced the Highborn's magics, was incensed by the growing corruption amongst the upper class. Convincing Illidian to forsake his dangerous obsession, Furion set out to find Cenarius and muster a resistance force. The young, beautiful priestess, Tyrande, agreed to accompany the brothers in the name of Elune. Though both Furion and Illidian shared a secret love for the idealistic priestess, Tyrande's heart belonged to Furion alone. Illidian resented his brother's budding romance with Tyrande, but knew that his heartache was nothing compared to the pain of his magical addiction. Illidian, who had grown dependent on magic's empowering energies, struggled to keep control of himself and his overwhelming hunger to tap the well's energies once again. However, with Tyran's patient support, he was able to contain himself and help his brother find the reclusive demigod Cenarius. Cenarius, who dwelt within the sacred moonglades of the distant Mount Higil, agreed to help the Night Elves by finding the ancient dragons and enlisting their aid. The dragons, led by the great red leviathan Alexstrasza, agreed to send their mighty flights to engage the demons and their infernal masters. Cenarius, calling on the spirits of the enchanted forests, rallied an army of ancient tree men and led them against the Legion in a daring ground assault. As the Night Elves' allies converged upon Ashar's temple and the Well of Eternity, all-out warfare erupted. Despite the strength of their newfound allies, Furion and his colleagues realized that the Legion could not be defeated by martial strength alone. As the titanic battle raged around Ashar's capital city, the delusional queen waited in anticipation for Sargeras' arrival. The Lord of the Legion was preparing to pass through the Well of Eternity and enter the ravaged world. As his impossibly huge shadow drew ever closer to the well's raging surface, Ashara gathered the most powerful of her highborn followers. Only by linking their magics together in one focused spell would they be able to create a gateway large enough for Sargeras to enter. Furion, convinced that the Well of Eternity was the demon's umbilical link to the physical world, insisted that it should be destroyed. His companions, knowing that the well was the source of their immortality and powers, were shocked by the rash notion. Yet Tyrande, seeing the wisdom of Furion's theory, convinced Cenarius and their dragon comrades to storm Ashar's temple and find a way to shut the well down for good. Knowing that the well's destruction would prevent him from ever wielding magic again, Illidian selfishly abandoned the group and set out to warn the Highborn of Furion's plan. Due to the madness brought on by his addiction and the stinging resentment towards his brother's affair with Tyrande, Illidian felt no remorse at betraying Furion and siding with Ashara and her ilk. Above all else, Illidian vowed to protect the well's power by any means necessary. Heartbroken by his brother's departure, Furion led his companions into the heart of Ashar's temple. Yet, as they stormed into the main audience chamber, they found the Highborn in the midst of their final dark incantation. The raging communal spell created an unstable vortex of power within the well's raging depths. As Sargeras' ominous shadow drew ever closer to the surface, Furion and his allies rushed to attack. Where was I again? As the battle raged inside and outside of the temple, Illidian appeared from the shadows near the shores of the Great Well. Producing a set of specially crafted vials, Illidian knelt and filled each with the well's shimmering waters. Convinced that the demons would crush the Night Elf civilization, he planned to steal the sacred waters and keep their energies for himself. The ensuing battle between Furion and Ashara threw the Highborn's carefully crafted spellwork into chaos. The unstable vortex within the well's depths finally exploded and ignited a catastrophic chain of events that would sunder the world forever. The massive explosion rocked the temple to its foundations and sent massive quakes ripping through the tortured earth. As the horrific battle between the Legion and the Night Elves' allies raged around and above the ruined capital city, the surging Well of Eternity buckled in upon itself and collapsed. The resultant catastrophic explosion shattered the earth and blotted out the skies. Mount Higil and Illidian's gift. As the aftershocks from the well's implosion rattled the bones of the world, the seas rushed in to fill the gaping wound left in the earth. Nearly 80% of Kalimdor's landmass had been blasted apart, leaving only a handful of separate continents surrounding the new raging sea. At the center of the new sea, where the Well of Eternity once stood, was a tumultuous storm of tidal fury and chaotic energies. This terrible scar, known as the Maelstrom, would never cease its furious spinning. It would remain a constant reminder of the terrible catastrophe and the utopian era that had been lost forever. The few night elves that survived the horrific explosion rallied together on crudely made rafts and slowly made their way to the only landmass in sight. Somehow, by the graces of Elune, Furion, Tyrande, and Cenarius had survived the great sundering. The weary heroes agreed to lead their fellow survivors and establish a new home for their people. As they journeyed in silence, they surveyed the wreckage of their world and realized that their passions had wrought the destruction all around them. Though Sargeras and his legion had been ripped from the world by the world's destruction, Furion and his companions were left to ponder the terrible cost of victory. It was clear that Ashara and her elite highborn followers had been smashed to the bottom of the raging sea. Still, there were many highborn amongst the survivors who made their way to the shores of the new land. Though Furion mistrusted the highborn's motivations, he was satisfied that they could cause no real mischief without the well's energies. As the weary mass of night elves landed upon the shores of the new land, they found that the holy mountain Higel had survived the catastrophe. Seeking to establish a new home for themselves, Furion and the night elves climbed the slopes of Higel and reached its windswept summit. As they descended into the wooded bowl, nestled between the mountain's enormous peaks, they found a small, tranquil lake. To their horror, they found that the lake's waters had been fouled by magic. Illidian, having survived the sundering as well, had reached Sigil summit long before Furion and the Night Elves. In his mad bid to maintain the flows of magic in the world, Illidian had poured his vials containing the precious waters from the Well of Eternity into the mountain lake. The well's potent energies quickly ignited and coalesced into a new Well of Eternity. The exultant Illidian, believing that the new well was a gift to future generations, was shocked when Furion hunted him down. Furion explained to his brother that magic was innately chaotic and that its use would inevitably lead to widespread corruption and strife. Still, Illidian refused to relinquish his magical powers. Knowing full well where Illidian's treacherous schemes would eventually lead, Furion decided to deal with his power-crazed brother once and for all. With Cenarius' help, Furion sealed Illidian within a vast underground chamber to remain chained and powerless until the end of time. Concerned that destroying the new well might bring about an even greater catastrophe, the Night Elves resolved to leave it be. However, Furion declared that they would never practice the arts of magic again. Under Cenarius' watchful eye, they began to study the ancient arts of druidism that would enable them to heal the ravaged earth and regrow their beloved forests at the base of Mount Higil. The World Tree and the Emerald Dream. For many years, the Night Elves worked tirelessly to rebuild what they could of their ancient homeland. Leaving their broken temples and roads to be overgrown, they constructed their new homes amidst the verdant trees and shadowed hills at Higil's base. In time, the dragons that had survived the Great Sundering came forth from their secret abodes. Alexstrasza the red, Ysera the green, and Nosdormu the bronze descended upon the druids' tranquil glades and surveyed the fruits of the night elves' labours. Furion, who had become an archdruid of immense power, greeted the mighty dragons and told them about the creation of the new Well of Eternity. The great dragons were alarmed to hear the dark news and speculated that as long as the well remained, the Legion might one day return and assault the world once again. Furion and the three dragons made a pact to keep the well safe and ensure that the agents of the Burning Legion would never find their way back into the world. Alexstrasza, the life giver, placed a single enchanted acorn within the heart of the Well of Eternity. The acorn, activated by the potent magical waters, sprung to life as a colossal tree. The mighty tree's roots grew from the well's waters, and its verdant canopy seemed to scrape the roof of the sky. The immense tree would be an everlasting symbol of the night elves' bond with nature, and its life giving energies would extend out to heal the rest of the world over time. The night elves named their world tree Nordrassil, which meant crown of the heavens in their native tongue. Nosdormu, the timeless, placed an enchantment upon the world tree that ensured that as long as the colossal tree stood, the night elves would never age or fall prey to sickness or disease. Ysera, the dreamer, also placed an enchantment upon the world tree by linking it to her own realm, the ethereal dimension known as the Emerald Dream. The Emerald Dream, a vast, ever changing spirit world, existed outside the boundaries of the physical world. From the dream, Ysera regulated the ebb and flow of nature and the evolutionary path of the world itself. The Night Elf druids, including Furion himself, were bound to the dream through the World Tree. As part of the mystical pact, the druids agreed to sleep for centuries at a time so that their spirits could roam the infinite paths of Ysera's dreamways. Though the druids were wary of losing so many years of their lives to hibernation, they selflessly agreed to uphold their bargain with Ysera. Exile of the High Elves. As the centuries passed, the Night Elves' new society grew strong and expanded throughout the budding forest that they came to call Ashenvale. Many of the creatures and species that were abundant before the Great Sundering, such as furbolgs and quillboars, reappeared and flourished in the land. Under the Druids' benevolent leadership, the Night Elves enjoyed an era of unprecedented peace and tranquility under the stars. However, many of the original highborn survivors grew restless. Like Gul'dan before them, they fell victim to the withdrawal that came from the loss of their coveted magics. They were tempted once again to tap the energies of the Well of Eternity and exult in their magical practices. Dath Remor, the brash, outspoken leader of the Highborn, began to mock the Druids publicly, calling them cowards for refusing to wield the magic that was theirs by right. Furion and the Druids chaffed of Dath Remor's arguments and warned the Highborn that any use of magic would be punishable by death. In their insolence, Dath Remor and his followers unleashed a terrible magical storm upon Ashenvale in an ill-fated attempt to convince the Druids to rescind their law. The Druids, unable to bring themselves to slaughter so many of their kin, decided to exile the reckless Highborn from their lands. Dath Remor and his followers, glad to be rid of their conservative cousins at last, boarded a number of specially crafted ships and set sail upon the seas. Though none of them knew what awaited them beyond the waters of the raging maelstrom, they were eager to establish their own homeland where they could practice their coveted magics with impunity. The Highborn, or Kildare, as Ashara had named them in ages past, would eventually set shore upon the eastern land men would call Lord Erin. They planned to build their own magical kingdom, Calthalas, and reject the Night Elves' precepts of moon worship and nocturnal activity. Forever after, they would be known only as the High Elves. the sentinels, and the long vigil. With the departure of their wayward cousins, the night elves turned their attention back to the safekeeping of their enchanted homeland. The druids, sensing their time of hibernation nearing once again, prepared to sleep and leave their loved ones and families behind. Tyrande, who had become the first priestess of Elune, asked her love, Furion, not to leave her for Ysir's emerald dream, but Furion, honor bound to enter the changing dreamways, bid the priestess goodbye and swore that they would never be apart so long as they held true to their love. Tyrande, left alone to protect Kalimdor from the dangers of the New World, assembled a powerful fighting force from amongst her night elf sisters. Their fearless, highly trained warrior women who pledged themselves to Kalimdor's defense became known as the Sentinels. Though they preferred to patrol the shadowy forests of Ashenvale alone, they had many allies upon which they could call in times of urgency. The demigod Cenarius remained nearby in the moonglades of Mount Higel. His sons, known as the Keepers of the Grove, kept close watch on the Night Elves' land and regularly helped the Sentinels maintain peace in the land. Even Cenarius's shy daughters, the Dryads, appeared in the open with increasing frequency. Though the task of policing Ashenvale kept her busy, Tyrande felt lost and alone without Furion at her side. As the long centuries passed, while the druid slept, her fears of a second demonic invasion grew more palpable. She could not shake the unnerving feeling that perhaps the Burning Legion was still out there, beyond the great dark of the sky, plotting its revenge upon the Night Elves and the world of Azeroth. Night Elf Hero Units. Keeper of the Grove. The enchanted keepers of the favoured sons of the demigod Cenarius. Like their lesser dryad sisters, the keepers appear to be half night elf, half night, half stag. They have enormous antlers and manes of leaves that flow down their backs. Their right hands are disfigured and twisted like the gnarled root claws of the tree ants. Keepers possess many strange powers over nature and the animals, though they typically remain within the sacred moonglades of Mount Higel. The keepers always heed the call to arms when the lands of Kalimdor are threatened. Entangling roots, the sons of Cenarius are favoured with the ability to cause roots to erupt from the ground and entrap enemy forces. These roots not only keep the enemy immobile, but also inflict damage. Force of nature. This ability allows the keeper to call forth allies from the surrounding forest. These stout treants will do as the keeper wills until the magic that animates them expires and the trees return once more to the earth. Thorn's Aura. While this aura is active, any forces that engage the keeper or his allies in hand-to-hand combat will be damaged by a druidic flurry of razor-sharp thorns and brambles. Tranquility. In a demonstration of his ultimate communion with nature, the keeper may call down a mighty shower of rain that will restore health to all friendly forces within its range for its entire duration. The keeper is also healed by the majestic powers of nature that are unleashed. Priestess of the Moon. The fearless leaders of the Sentinel army, the priestesses of the moon, epitomize the power and grace of their race's ancient moon goddess, Elune. The priestesses, equipped with silvery, glowing armor, ride the fearless frost saber tigers of Winterspring into battle, charged with the safekeeping of the night elf lands and armed with magical energy bows. The priestesses will stop at nothing to rid their ancient land of evil. Shadow Meld. Empowered by the goddess Elune, night elf warriors possess the ability to completely blend in with their surroundings between sunset and sunrise, rendering them invisible to their enemy. This effect, however, can only be achieved while the warriors are standing completely still. Scout. The Scout is an owl that may be sent to any area of the map for observation purposes and to reveal invisible enemies. The owl will only reveal for a limited amount of time. Syrian arrows. Calling upon the powers of the moon goddess Elune to imbue her arrows with Syrian magical energy, the priestess is able to fire deadly volleys at any foe. True Shot Aura. The commanding presence of the priestess boosts the morale of her warriors, enabling their attacks to strike with heightened accuracy and power. Starfall. At the peak of her experience, the priestess may call down a furious shower of falling stars that cause massive destruction amongst enemy forces. This catastrophic power, given to the priestess by Elune herself, achieves its full duration as long as the priestess stays in the spell's vicinity. Demon Hunter. Demon Hunters are dark, shadowy warriors who are shunned by the greater Night Elf society. They made a pact long ago to fight against the forces of chaos, using its own terrible powers against it. These mysterious warriors ritually bind themselves so that they develop spectral sight that enables them to see demons and undead with greater clarity. They wield demonically charged warblades in battle and even call upon demonic energies to augment their formidable combat skills. Although they are counted as some of the mightiest warriors within the Night Elf society, the Demon Hunters are always maligned and misunderstood for backing their selfless pact with darkness. Evasion. With evasion, the Demon Hunter gains the advantage of being able to dodge enemy strikes. Although this does not work against every strike, it is nonetheless a powerful defensive tactic. Immolation. The Demon Hunter's mastery of dark powers allows him to create a fiery shell around his body that inflicts damage on nearby enemies. This ability, however, takes tremendous concentration to use and will quickly drain the Demon Hunter of power if used too often. Mana Burn. The Demon Hunter may channel his demonic energies into a bolt of negative energy that will burn away an enemy's mana reserves. Metamorphosis. At the height of his powers, the Demon Hunter may change into demon form for a limited amount of time. While in this form, the Demon Hunter not only possesses the ability to hurl fireballs, but also enjoys increased regeneration and health. Night Elf units. Wisp. Wisps are ancient spirits of nature that inhabit the forest lands of Kalimdor. Legends say that wisps are actually the disembodied spirits of deceased night elves, but these rumors have yet to be proven. The wisps act in unison with the night elves and serve to strengthen the demigod-like trees known as the Ancients. Beckoned by the night elves, wisps are capable of animating various trees and expanding themselves into rough-hewn structures of living wood and stone. Detonate. All wisps possess the ability to self-terminate, negating any magical effects in the immediate area and draining enemy forces within the vicinity of mana. Renew. This ability allows the wisp to use its healing powers to mend friendly night elf structures and mechanical units. This ability costs a minimal amount of gold and lumber. Archer. Archers compose the first rank of the Sentinel army. These brave warrior women are expert marksmen and use the concealing force of Kalimdor to their advantage. Their lightning-quick ambushes are legendary, for few warriors can match the proud archer's speed and cunning. Like all night elf women, archers have the ability to shadow meld at night. Shadow Meld. Empowered by the goddess Elune, night elf warriors possess the ability to completely blend in with their surroundings between sunset and sunrise, rendering them invisible to their enemy. This effect, however, can only be achieved while the warriors are standing completely still. Huntress. Huntresses are the elite cadre of the Sentinel army. Drawing their strength from the moon goddess Elune, these warrior women ride the feral Nightsaber panthers into battle. Huntresses are strong and swift, and merciless to those who would defile the sanctity of Ashenvale Forest. Like all night elf women, huntresses are able to shadow meld at night. Shadow Meld, empowered by the goddess. wait, that's the exact same as before. Okay. Sentinel. This ability enables the huntress to see through the eyes of her familiar, allowing her to spy on enemy positions. The owl will perch at a tree permanently unless the tree is destroyed. Dryad. The enchanted dryads are the daughters of the demigod Cenarius. The playful, frolicking creatures vaguely resemble centaurs, their cursed cousins, but have bodies more akin to woodland fauns. Swift and sure, the dryads are at peace with all of the children of the forest. Though they abhor unnecessary violence, the dryads will defend the wildlands of Kalimdor with their lives if need be. Abolish magic. The daughters of Cenarius can gain the ability to abolish all harmful magic and undo the works of enemy sorcerers who recklessly wield their powers in affront to nature. Magic immunity. With this ability, the Dryad herself is immune to magic in all forms. This is an innate ability that does not rely upon stored mana and does not diminish over time. Druid of the Claw. These ancient druids have adopted the totem of the Burr and use the powers of their totem to defend their society from any external threats. When not in hibernation, they are fond of assuming Burr form and roaming in seclusion throughout the wildlands of Kalimdor. When riled, the druids of the Claw display ferocious power and stamina. Their magical spells augment their allies' fighting skills and bravery as well. Burr form. The power of their spirit totem allows the druids of the Claw to assume the form of a mighty burr. In battle, the ferocity of these beasts is legendary. Rejuvenation. This power allows the druid of the Claw to heal over time. This ability may be used on the druid himself or on nearby allies who have been wounded over the course of battle. Roar. Tapping into the primal forces of nature and the raw power of his totem, the Druid of the Claw can roar during battle, encouraging his allies to inflict increased damage upon the enemy. Druid of the Talon. These secretive druids have adopted the totem of the Stormcrow. Their primary role in society is information gathering and intelligence. They have the ability to transform into stormcrows and fly over the field of battle to scout and deliver orders to distant troops. Their magical abilities are capable of channeling even the winds to fight against the enemies of Kalimdor. Crow form. The Druid of the Talon may use the power of his spirit totem to transform into a giant stormcrow. While in this form, the Druid can fly, enabling him to cross almost any terrain. Cyclone. Using his totem's power to channel the chaotic forces of the wind, the Druid of the Talon may create a furious cyclone that will lift enemy forces high into the air and then drop them back onto the ground, where they will be slowed for a limited amount of time. Furry Fire. This ability, when cast, strips an enemy unit of its armor for a limited duration of time. While the spell is active, the druid may observe the enemy no matter how great a distance may separate them. Treant. Treants are enormous enchanted beings whose bodies are born of living trees of Kalimdor. They guard the forests of Kalimdor and are counted as some of the eldest beings alive. Treants are tremendously strong and resilient to even the strongest blows. In time of peril, they can be seen emerging from their shadowy forests to protect the land from evil and corruption. Hippogriff. Hippogriffs are ancient magical beasts whose bodies resemble both stags and ravens. They patrol the skies above Kalimdor and viciously attack any enemies of the wilds that they encounter. The intelligent hippogriffs have given their allegiance to the night elves in honor of Cenarius, demigod, who stands as the protector of nature and all of its creatures. Hippogriff Rider. In the heat of battle, Night elf archers can call upon the mighty hippogriffs to carry them into the air. The archers who mount the flying beasts are capable of firing their arrows from the hippogriffs' backs. The brave creatures respond to the female riders as if they shared an empathic bond. Chimera. The mysterious chimeras of Ashenvale Forest are deadly, territorial beasts who have developed an empathic bond with the night elf race. The fearsome, two-headed chimeras fly above the dark forests, spewing forth their terrible breath upon all who would defy the sanctity of Kalimdor. Just the sight of these dark, massive beasts is enough to drive most enemies to retreat. Ballistae. Crafted from the sturdy ashenwood trees, the Night Elves' ballistae are deadly siege machines built to fling heavy bolts of ironwood at both enemy forces and structures. Ballistae are considered an invaluable asset to the Night Elf Sentinels due to their mobility and accuracy in tense combat situations. Night Elf Structures Tree of Life. The mighty Tree of Life is an enchanted sapling of the World Tree, Nordrassil, from which the Night Elves draw their life energies. This mysterious ancient is the key to the Night Elves' immortality and harmonious coexistence with nature. Nordrassil's energy, channeled through the Tree of Life, allows the Night Elves to benefit from its powers regardless of the vast distances that might separate them. Okay, let's see. It looks like the tree and uproot are basically the same there. Yeah. So I'll only read these the once instead of repeating them. A tree. The night elf ancients possess the ability to consume nearby trees to restore vital health. When ancients are being attacked, resorting to this technique can prove to be a powerful healing tactic. Uproot. All ancients may root and uproot. This ability provides the ancients with the mobility to either attack or relocate when the need arises. Entangle gold mine. It is necessary for the tree of life to entangle a gold mine with its massive roots before nearby wisps will be able to harvest from it. As long as the mine is entangled, gold from the mine may be processed to fuel the night elf economy. Moonwell. Moonwells are hallowed repositories of the sacred waters of the Well of Eternity, the pool of energy that gives life to the mystical world tree. When additional water is added, these wells nourish the night elf troops with their life sustaining waters. Additional moonwells become necessary as the night elf forces grow in number. Replenish mana and life. Using the concentrated waters of the Well of Eternity, moonwells can replenish both the mana and health of friendly forces that drink from it. At night time, the well's waters regenerate to be used again the next day. Ancient of War. Embodied in this ancient guardian are the spirits of courage and determination that are necessary to propel the will of the Night Elves. Calling upon the long forgotten energies of conflicts from ages past, this guardian provides a link to the brutal side of nature and the cycle of life and death that rules all creation. Hunter's Hall. This hall is a place where the materials of war are imbued with the Night Elves' mystical enchantments. Wood and steel are fashioned into the stout armor using established traditions and methods stretching back thousands of years, as the spirits of the ancient guardians are invoked and their blessings bestowed upon each completed work. Ancient Protector. The early purpose of these primeval guardians was to defend the resting places of the druids as they slept. Called now into service for the Third War, these wardens dedicate their existence to the defence of their brethren and the forested lands of Ashenvale. These mighty ancients can also hurl enormous boulders at any enemies who threaten the tranquility of the Night Elves' villages. Tree of Ages. With the passage of time, a tree of life may grow into a tree of ages, tempering the balance of nature and forging a bond strong enough to allow advanced development within the night elf community. With this evolution comes increased knowledge, wisdom, and awareness. Ancient of Wind. Ancients of the Wind are able to tap into the more feral side of nature. The Ancient of Wind allows contact with the stoic druids of the Talon. This site also provides a location for the taming of the mighty hippogriffs. Ancient of Lore. These Ancients of Lore are the keepers of wisdom and the living keys necessary to unlock nature's most guarded secrets. Contact with the venerated druids of the Claw is only made possible through the existence of this enlightened sentinel. The knowledge of this ancient is necessary also to enable communion with the enigmatic free-spirited dryads. Altar of Elders. So powerful is the night elf bond with nature that even upon their death, their life energies may be recalled and their spirit made tangible in the waking world once again. For this to occur, a nexus must be constructed, a channeling place to collect and restore life energies. This place is the Altar of Elders. Tree of Eternity. Once a tree of ages reaches its full maturity, it evolves into a tree of eternity. This is the highest level of growth and the strongest possible bond with the world tree and the well of eternity. At this point, the night elf community is at its height, drawing freely from the tree's nearly unlimited power. Chimera Roost. Only with the evolution of the Tree of Eternity do the feral chimeras feel content to allow for training and enhancement through night elf intervention. This kinship is necessary to fully realize the benefits of the Chimera Alliance. Okay, and then we have the maps. So in this map we have Lord Aaron to the northwest, Dalaran in the southwest, and Stromgarde in the southeast. To the northeast we have an arrow pointing off the screen that says to Kel Thalas. So in the map, in the Lord Aaron region, we have the Terrestal Glades, capital city, Brill, Alterac Ruins. We have Lordamere Lake. In the middle of the lake, we have Fenris Isle. There's Strathholm, Mardenhold Keep, and Hearthglen. In the area around Alterac, we've got Alterac Ruins, Underhall, Strandbrad, Orc Village, and the Violet Citadel in Dalaran. And then here we have the Alderac Mountains. Why would it say Alderac Mountains, not over the mountains? Like there's the mountains there, but it says Alderac Mountains where there are no mountains. Strange. Okay, and then to the east we have Darrowmere Lake with Car Darrow in the middle. And in the Stromgarde region we have 3 internment camps, Durnhole Keep and Airy Peak. Next map is of Kelthalas and Zul-Aman. So in the Kelthalas region in the northeast we have Sunwell Grove, Silvermoon. Then we have 5 runestone areas. We have an outer elf gate and an inner elf gate. To the west we have an arrow pointing off the screen that says to Lord Aaron. To the east to the east is the Zul-Aman region where we have the Lake Abbas, a ziggurat, and in the southeast we have Tyr's Hand, and then we have Darrowmere Lake in the south with Cardarrow in the middle. Next map is the world map. which has Kalimdor on the west, with Mount Higil, Ashenvale, the Barrens, and Desolus. In the north, we have Northrend with Icecrown and Azul Nerib. In the middle is the Maelstrom, so that's where the previous Well of Eternity was. But now the new Well of Eternity is under Mount Higil. And then in the eastern continent, we have Lord Eren and Azeroth, with Kel'Thalas and Khaz-Modan. And then there's some islands in the middle there. So in the prologue, we started off on the eastern continent with Thrall, and we ended up in the middle islands, and then I think it ended with Thrall making his way to Kalimdor. Okay, next map is of Northrend. In the northwest, we have an arrow pointing off the screen that says to Icecrown. We have the Great Dragon Blight to the west, and also the Frozen Coast. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 Nerubian outposts. We have Drak'Thuron Keep and Waygate, Arthas Base Camp, Gundrak, and Daggercap Bay. So this is where we are right now, in the human campaign. Next map is on the western continent, where we have the Mount Hijal in the middle, with the World Tree on top of it, which is going over the Well of Eternity. We also have 1, 2, 3 ancient ruins. We also have 4 Furbolg camps. We have a grove of Solarius, Barrow dens, and the Dryad Shrine. In the north is Darkshore. Then to the east is Winterspring. To the west is Fellwood, and to the south is Ashenvale Forest. And then to the very south is an arrow pointing off screen that says to the Barrens. Okay, next map is of the Barrens, and to the very north is an arrow pointing off screen that says to Ashenvale. In the northwest, we have Stone Talon Peak with 3 harpy nests around it. To the west is Mulgore with a Tauren camp, and to the southwest we have Desolus. Then in the main Barren region, we have Razorfen Downs. We have 3 Tauren camps. We have Quilboar Camp. We have another Tauren camp to the east there, as well as 2 more Quilboar camps. And then in the southeast, we have Thrall's landing site. Okay, so I'll take a 15-minute break again, and then read the last section, which is the origin of the Burning Legion. Okay, there we go. Alarm set for 1953. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So, yeah, I was going to take a 15-minute break, but then I noticed I hadn't had any dinner, so I went and made some. So dinner's gone, and then I went out and got a few stuff. Okay, let's continue where I left off. Finally, I'm at the last part of this manual. Okay, Origin of the Burning Legion. The Titans and the Ordering. No one knows exactly how the universe began. Some theorize that a catastrophic cosmic explosion sent the infinite worlds spinning out into a vastness of the Great Dark, worlds that would one day bear life forms of wondrous and terrible diversity. Others believe that the universe, as it exists, was created as a whole by a singular, all-powerful entity. Though the exact origins of the chaotic universe remain unclear, it is clear that a race of powerful beings arose to bring order to the various worlds and ensure a safe future for the beings that would follow in their footsteps. The Titans, colossal, metallic skinned gods from the far reaches of the cosmos, came forward and set to work on the worlds they encountered. They shaped the form of their worlds by raising mighty mountains and dredging out vast seas. They breathed skies and raging atmospheres into being, all part of their unfathomable, far-sighted plan to create order out of chaos. They even empowered primitive races to tend to their works and maintain the integrity of their respective worlds. The Titans, ruled by an elite sect known as the Pantheon, brought order to 100 million worlds scattered throughout the great dark beyond during the first ages of creation. The benevolent Pantheon, seeking to safeguard their structured worlds, was ever vigilant against the threat of attack from the vile, extra-dimensional entities of the twisting nether. The nether, an ethereal dimension of chaotic magics that connected the myriad worlds of the universe together, was home to an infinite number of malefic, demonic beings who sought only to destroy life and devour the energies of the living universe. The pure-hearted, altruistic Titans, unable to conceive of evil or wickedness in any form, struggled to find a way to end the demon's constant threat. Sargeras and the Betrayal. To combat the demonic entities that made their way into the Titan's world from the twisting nether, the Pantheon elected their greatest warrior, Sargeras, to act as their first line of defense. Sargeras, a noble giant of molten bronze, carried out his duties for countless millennia, seeking out and destroying the demons wherever he could find them. Over the eons, Sargeras encountered two powerful demonic races, both of which were bent on gaining power and dominance over the physical universe. The Eridar, an insidious race of devilish sorcerers, used their warlock magics to enslave a number of worlds they had invaded. The indigenous races of those worlds were mutated by the Eridar's chaotic powers and turned into demons themselves. Though Sargeras' nearly limitless powers were more than enough to defeat the vile Eridar, he was greatly troubled by the creature's corruption and all-consuming evil. Unable to fathom such depravity and spite, the great Titan slipped into a brooding depression. Despite his growing unease, Sargeras sought to rid the universe of the warlocks for all time, by trapping them within a cautious corner of the twisting nether. As his confusion and depression deepened, Sargeras was forced to contend with another group intent on disrupting the Titan's order. The Nothresim, a dark race of vampiric demons, also known as dreadlords, set out to conquer a populated world by possessing its inhabitants and turning them to the shadow. The nefarious scheming dreadlords had turned whole nations against one another by manipulating them through unthinking hatred and mistrust. Though Sargeras defeated the Nath'Rezim easily, their corruption affected him deeply. The noble Sargeras, unable to process the raging doubt and despair that overwhelmed his senses, lost all faith in not only his mission, but the Titan's vision of an ordered universe as well. Sargeras began to believe that the concept of order itself was folly, and that chaos and depravity were the only absolutes within the dark, lonely universe. Well, too much order. You can't have. You need order to bring balance to the chaos, but too much order also leads to chaos. Though his fellow Titans tried to persuade him of his error and console his raging emotions, he disregarded their theories as delusional. Storming from their ranks forever, Sargeras set out to find his own place in the universe. Though the Pantheon was sorrowful for his departure, they would never believe just how far their lost brother would go. As Sargeras' madness consumed the vast vestiges of his noble spirit, he began to rationalize that the Titans were truly responsible for their creation's failure. Deciding at last to undo their works throughout the universe, he set out to form an unstoppable army that would set the physical universe to the flame. Even Sargeras' titanic form, distorted from the corruption that plagued his once noble heart, his eyes, hair, and beard erupted in flames, and his bronze metallic skin split open to reveal an endless furnace of hate and flame. In his madness, Sargeras shattered the prisons of the Eridar and the Nath'Rezim and set the vile demons free. The cunning demons, bowing before the dark Titan's vast rage and power, offered themselves to him and swore to serve him in whatever malicious way they could. From the ranks of the powerful Eridar, Sargeras chose 2 champions to lead his demonic army of destruction. Gul'dan, the Deceiver, was chosen to seek out the dark races of the universe and lure them to Sargeras' shadow. The second champion, Archimonde the Defiler, was chosen to lead Sargeras' vast armies into battle against any who would stand against the Dark Titan's will. Gul'dan's first move was to enslave the vampiric dreadlords under his terrible power. The dreadlords, serving as his elite guard and agents throughout the universe, took pleasure in their work by locating primitive races for their master to corrupt and bring into the fold. First amongst the dreadlords was Tichondrius the Darkener. Tichondrius served Gul'dan as the perfect soldier and agreed to promote Sargeras' burning will to all the dark corners of the universe. The mighty Archimonde, who empowered agents of his own, calling upon the malefic pit lords and their barbarous leader, Manaroth. He hoped to forge a fighting elite that would scar creation of all life. Sargeras, seeing that his armies were amassed and ready to follow his every command, launched his raging forces into the vastness of the great dark. He referred to his growing army as the Burning Legion. To this date, it is still unclear as to how many worlds they consumed and burned on their unholy crusade across the universe. The Ordering of Azeroth. Apparently unaware of Sargeras' mission to undo their myriad works, the Titans continued to move from world to world, shaping and ordering them as they saw fit. Along their journey, they came across a small world that's inhabitants would later name Azeroth. As the Titans made their way across the chaotic, primordial landscape, they encountered a number of hostile elemental beings. The elementals, worshipping a race of unfathomable evil beings known only as the Old Gods, vowed to drive the Titans back and keep the world inviolate from the invader's metallic touch. The Pantheon, troubled by the old gods' penchant for evil, sent their forces to make war upon the elementals and their dark masters. Though the elementals fought and raged, their powers could not stop the mighty titans. The Pantheon shattered the old gods' citadels and chained the 5 evil beings far beneath the surface of the world. Without the old gods' power to keep their raging spirits bound to the physical world, the elementals dissipated and bled back into the earth itself. With the elementals' departure, nature calmed and the world settled into a peaceful harmony. The Titans, seeing that the threat was contained, set to work. The Titans empowered a number of races to help them fashion the world, to help them dredge out the fathomless caverns beneath the earth. They created the dwarves from magical living stone. To help them dredge out the seas and lift the land from the sea floor, they created the immense but gentle sea giants. For many ages, the Titans moved and shaped the earth until at last there remained only one perfect continent. At the continent's center, the Titans crafted a lake of scintillating energies. The lake that they named the Well of Eternity was to be the fount of life for the world. Its potent energies would nurture the bones of the world and empower life to take root in the land's rich soil. Over time, plants, trees, monsters, and creatures of every kind began to thrive on the primordial continent. As twilight fell on the final day of their labors, the Titans named the continent Kalimdor, land of an eternal starlight. Satisfied that the small world had been ordered and that their work was done, the Titans prepared to leave Azeroth behind. Yet before they departed, they decided to empower the greatest newborn species of the world to watch over Kalimdor should any force ever threaten its perfect tranquility. Each remaining member of the Pantheon imbued a portion of its power to the 5 great dragons awoken in that mythic age. Alexstrasza, the Lifebinder, Malagios, the Spellweaver, Ysera, the Dreamer, Nosdormu, the Timeless, and Neltharion, the Earthwarder, were all empowered by the Titans' vast powers and charged with the world's defense. With the dragons' departure to safeguard their creation, the Titans left Azeroth behind forever. Unfortunately for them and the small newborn world they had shaped, it was only a matter of time before Sargeras learned of its existence. Okay, so I'll take another 15-minute break there. Okay. I'm supposed to wait like 15 minutes before continuing reading, but I want to hurry up and get this done so I can get back to the game. Okay. Demon units. Fellhound. Fellhounds are demon hounds used by pit lords to sniff out sources of magic wherever they be found. Fellhounds, who feed upon magic itself, are fond of draining the energies of hapless wizards and then ripping their bodies to shreds. Warlock. Born of the Eredar race, warlocks are absolutely corrupt and unimaginably powerful. Their chaos magics have burnt out whole worlds and annihilated countless species over the aeons. Gul'dan taught the orcs the secrets of warlock magics, but the orcs could never master the powers of entropy and destruction as well as the wicked Eredar. Under Archimonde's command, the warlocks serve as the Legion's tacticians and strategists. Doomguard. The fearsome Doomguard serve as Archimonde's personal escorts. Although they are often called upon to perform a number of duties for the Legion, their loyalty lies with him alone. These monstrous fairy warriors are nearly immune to magic and can defeat entire armies with their sheer strength alone. Pit Lord. The Pit Lords who serve under Manaroth the Destructor are some of the most cruel, barbarous butchers to ever roam the trackless wastes of the twisting nether. These hulking engines of hate and death love only to kill and bring sorrow to all living creatures. Fanatically loyal to Manaroth, the Pit Lords will stop at nothing to see the will of the Legion upheld. Infernal, these mindless giants of flame and fury are summoned by the Warlock's Inferno spell, falling to earth as green, molten meteorites. Infernals exist only to destroy every living thing in their path. Though their lifespans are limited, the mighty Infernals have been known to destroy entire cities before their energies dissipated back into the great dark beyond. Bestiary. Creatures of Lord Arryn and Northrend. Bandits. Human bandits prey upon hapless travellers and soldiers alike. These lawless rogues think only of theft and burglary, and enjoy causing great pain to their victims as well. Though the Alliance has offered large bounties toward the capture of these wretched men, they always find a way to slink back into the shadows of the wilds. Blue Dragons. The Blue Dragonflight, ruled by Malygos, the Lord of Magic, was all but devastated by the evil Deathwing and his Black Dragonflight. Though there are few great blue dragons left in the world, their magical powers are awesome to behold. Native to Northrend, the few blues stay relatively close to the great Dragonblight, where they commune with the ancient dragon spirits who died in ages past. Their freezing breath and gargantuan claws have been the death of many hapless travellers in Northrend. Red Dragons. The Red Dragonflight, ruled by the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, is a noble and honourable group of creatures. They consider themselves the protectors of all life, and in many ways they are. More often than not, they are found protecting sacred areas and items, seeking to keep them from lesser beings who might be hurt by their energies. Their breath is a fearsome stream of fire, and they have been known to swallow enemies whole and slowly digest them over the course of a day. Their most hated enemies are the black dragons ruled by the great dark Leviathan, Deathwing. Fallen Priest. These wretched individuals were once counted as the most devout among the clergy of Lord Arryn, but after years of constant war and suffering, they have lost their sense of the holy light. Now they exist only to spread their frustration and negativity to their fellow men and women. Ghost. Ghosts are tortured spirits who writhe in the agony of undeath. Unable to realize that they are no longer alive, they roam the trackless wastes between the twisting nether and the physical world, seeking release from their eternal suffering. Though they are not necessarily evil, they hunger for physical contact, often causing great harm to any living beings they touch. Gnolls. Gnolls are one of the younger races of Lord Arryn, indigenous to both the Alterac Mountains and the Red Ridge Range far to the south. These hyena-like humanoids are extremely aggressive and are often found quarreling amongst themselves. Though relatively intelligent compared to most beasts, they are not very bright by human standards. They have been known to manipulate each other into fights over ridiculous things like whose shadow is larger. It has often been stated that the gnolls would be quite a fearsome race if they ever stopped tearing each other to pieces long enough to organize themselves into an army. Golems. Golems are magically wrought automatons of varying types of stone. Most golems can be found in and around Dalaran, for the mages there created them to perform manual labor and guard their mystical holdings. Certain renegade wizards have also been known to create their own golems to protect their secret dens and lairs. Most golems are magically protected from spells so that enemy mages cannot turn them against their creators. Golems are generally thought to be mindless. However, there have been documented cases of golems roaming freely without their masters to control them. Where these vagabond constructs go or what they seek is a complete mystery. Kobolds. Kobolds are a race of sniveling, rat-like humanoids who infest the deep tunnels of the Alterac and Red Ridge Mountains. Cowardly and pathetic by nature, they can be riled to action when backed into a corner. Kobolds have limited intelligence and usually try to stay away from the populated areas where other, larger races dwell. Murlocs. Although relatively new to Lord Arryn, it is purported that Murlocs are actually a very ancient race of Azeroth. These creatures have steadily been moving inland from their oceanic dwelling places, even adapting to fresh water, lakes, and rivers in order to populate areas they would not normally be found in. Though they continue to inhabit more areas of Lord Arryn, their supposed intelligence is debatable due to the fact that their guttural language is impossibly difficult to decipher. However, their use of weaponry and uncanny fighting abilities imply a rather sinister racial intellect. Nerubians. The Nerubian Spider-Men once ruled over the kingdom of Ajol Nerib that stretched like a great web beneath the desolate glaciers of Northrend. However, the Lich King crushed their dark empire and sent them skittering into the Arctic wastelands. Though there are a few pockets of Nerubian warriors left, they still seek to gain vengeance upon Ner'zhul and reclaim their subterranean kingdom. Ogres. Ogres are one of the few races that are not indigenous to Azeroth. They were actually brought from the world of Draenor during the First War a generation ago. Ogres are not the stupid, lumbering, two-headed beasts they once seemed to be. In fact, many of the ogre lords have rallied the remnants of their people that were scattered when the horde fell. Though their plans are unknown, there is no doubt that these powerful, deceptively intelligent warriors will gather their forces once more. Revenants. Revenants are hateful, undead creatures who outside the domain of Ner'zhul's control. Bonded to base elemental spirits, these phantom creatures live only to rage and use their powers for destruction. Forest Trolls. Forest Trolls are one of the most ancient indigenous races of Lord Arryn, whose civilization actually predates that of the High Elves by several thousand years. They are vile creatures for the most part, practicing voodoo, ritual sacrifices, and in some cases, though never documented, cannibalism. Though forest trolls are never friendly, they have a particular hatred for the High Elves, whom they consider the despoilers of their ancient homelands. However, their hatred does not end with the elves. They hold all the races in contempt and will only work with others if it means the possible elimination of a more hated enemy. The forest trolls worked briefly with the Orcish horde during the Second War, but quickly abandoned their Orcish allies after the horde's defeat. Ice trolls. Like their evil forest troll cousins, ice trolls revel in carnage and wickedness. Driven into the desolate wastes of Northrend in ancient times, the ice trolls carved out a meagre society for themselves amongst the cold stone and lifeless plains. Cannibalistic by nature, ice trolls are renowned for their love of eating their recently slain enemies raw. Their social structure is very similar to that of their forest dwelling cousins. Wendigo. The indigenous Wendigo of Northrend are exceedingly voracious creatures. Solitary by nature, Wendigo rarely live amongst others of their kind. Cannibalistic and savage, these hulking, fur-covered humanoids are highly territorial and do not take kindly to intruders stumbling into their hunting grounds. Wizards. Though most contemporary human and high elven mages bow to the sovereignty of Dalaran and the Kirin Tor, there are a great many who choose to delve into the secrets of magic by themselves. Considered to be non sanctioned renegades by the Kirin Tor, these rogue mages strive to expand their knowledge of magic and spellcraft beyond the constraints of what most other wizards believe to be safe or morally acceptable. Wolves. Wolves are indigenous to many parts of Azeroth. They live on every known continent and have a wide variety of subspecies and social habits. Though most wolves are hostile towards humans and demi-humans who encroach upon their territories, there are a few unique wolf packs who have befriended demi-human counterparts, like the orcs, for example. The creatures of Kalimdor. Corrupted treants. These wretched tree creatures were once proud immortal defenders of Ashenvale Forest, yet when the Burning Legion invaded the world in ages past, its demonic energies corrupted many of the ancient tree men and drove them into shadow. Now, these tortured creatures live only to spread their corruption and hatred of all living things. Black dragons. Though the black dragon flight was nearly annihilated in ages past, a few of the evil creatures have made their homes in the dry, desolate wastes of the barrens. With their lord Deathwing either missing or dead, the black dragons seek to appease only themselves. The creatures are immensely powerful and cruel and revel in mortal suffering. The black dragons are the enemies of every other dragonflight, especially the great red dragons of Lord Aaron. Green dragons. The enchanted, ethereal green dragons live only to serve the forces of nature and uphold the balance between mortal creatures and the ever-evolving world. The green dragonflight, ruled by the dream goddess Ysera, holds a special love for the night elves and their druids. Though most green dragons live within the mystical dimension known as the Emerald Dream, a few of the graceful creatures still roam the shadowy paths of Ashenvale Forest. Centaur. Legend holds that the primitive, barbaric centaurs are actually the bastard offspring of the night elf demigod Cenarius. Whether or not this is true, it is certain that they are savagery and brutality incarnate. These horsemen ceaselessly terrorize the barrens of Kalimdor and maraud the villages and cities of the land's indigenous peoples. The Tauren claim that the centaur have always existed to scourge the land. Furbolgs. Furbolgs are hulking, simple-minded burmen who live in the savage corners of Ashenvale Forest. Though they have no special love for war or murder, their tribes have become increasingly hostile as of late. The Night Elves, concerned by the once peaceful race's condition, have attempted to help the Furbolgs settle their tensions, but the mighty Burmen retreat ever further into their territories and fall deeper into the rage that is overtaking their race. Harpies. These vile, unscrupulous winged women live only to cause mischief and sorrow. Hailing from the windy Stone Talon Mountains, the Harpies are masterful at ambushing hapless caravans and foolish travellers alike. Salamanders. These subterranean beasts share a common ancestry with the mighty Kodo beasts. However, They have adapted to life beneath the earth by evolving a number of natural defenses and abilities. Kodos, the giant, slow-moving kodo beasts of the Barrens, are one of the most intriguing species of Kalimdor. Though gentle and ponderous by nature, these mighty beasts become fierce enemies when threatened or attacked. Many kodos hold a special bond with the benevolent Tauren race. It is said that some rare kodos are bound to the spirits of the sky and storm. Thus, the Tauren have legends about those they call lightning lizards, thunder lizards, and storm walkers. Whether or not these behemoths actually have supernatural powers remains to be seen. Mutant murlocs. Though murlocs abound along the rugged coastal regions of Kalimdor, there is a mutant strain of the race that has emerged in recent months. Though it is unclear what has caused the creature's strange mutations, many agree that something dark and sinister is awakening deep beneath the raging maelstrom. The mutant murlocs have been so corrupted that they have been known to turn on their own brethren under duress. Owlbears. These lumbering, misshapen creatures are beloved by the night elf druids and treants alike. They are benevolent by nature, but fearsome when roused or angered. Though they stay away from populated areas, they are often found in the serene glades of Mount Higel. Quillboars. Quillboars are a race of primitive boarmen that have razor-sharp spines protruding from their muscular, hunched backs. These resilient, fearless creatures inhabit the central barrens of Kalimdor in the labyrinthine maze of thorns called Razorfen Downs. Sludge beasts. These strange creatures share an elemental heritage but have been corrupted by the powers of chaos. Now they exist as tortured masses of semi-sentient goo. No one knows what their motives are, or if there is any specific ecology behind their existence. Spiders. Though many scholars believe that all spiders trace their roots back to the ancient kingdom of Azul Narib, the giant spiders of Kalimdor have made a claim to the shadowy corners of Ashenvale Forest. Though not necessarily evil, wild spiders can become fearsome opponents if they feel their nests have been defiled. Satyrs. Satyrs were once night elves who practiced the magical arts in the days before the War of the Ancients. These magically corrupted night elves, having given themselves over to the will of the Legion, became terribly cursed. Though they retained a portion of their magical power, their bodies were warped and twisted into those of beasts. Now the satyrs exist only to harry their hated night elf cousins and obey the will of the Legion, which they believe will one day return. Vulture. These avian creatures are found throughout the Barrens, seeking carnage upon which to feed. The muddled scavengers have been known to aid the vile harpies from time to time, drawn by the promise of freshly slain flesh and blood. Finally, heroes and villains. Okay. Heroes and villains. Antonidas. Occupation Human Archmage. Head of the Kirin Tor of Dalaran. Affiliation the Kirin Tor. Age 71. Antonidas is the head of the Kirin Tor, the conclave of wizards that rules over the magical kingdom of Dalaran. This venerable archmage is reputedly one of the most powerful wizards in the world, though his failing health prohibits him from spending too much time away from his beloved city. His apprentice, Jaina Proudmoore, serves as his eyes and ears in the world. Antonidas looks forward to the day when he will hand his power and mantle of leadership over to Jaina, who he feels will make a most impressive archmage. Artemond.
Occupation: Eridar, Overlord of the Legion Forces. Affiliation: The Burning Legion. Age unknown. Artemon the Defiler was one of the first demons to rally behind Sargeras when the Burning Legion was formed. Artemon is heartless and brutal, but very cunning and far-sighted. The colossal demon wields limitless warlock magics and primal strength to lay waste to any who would oppose his fiery will. In his heart of hearts, he seeks to become a god and wield powers that rival those of Sargeras himself. After 10,000 years of waiting, he is prepared to invade the world of Azeroth once again. Though he is committed to carry out the invasion in Sargeras' name, he may have ulterior motives in mind for the world and its innate magics. Cairn Bloodhoof. Occupation: Tauren warrior, chieftain of the Bloodhoof tribe. Affiliation: The Horde. Age 99. Oh, he's only 99 years of age. Young fella then. The mighty chief of the Bloodhoof Tauren, Cairn, is a peerless warrior and a wise leader of his ancient people. Though slowed somewhat by the weight of age, Cairn still possesses the strength and valor of 20 men. This great-hearted giant knows that his people are in grave danger of extermination from the marauding centres. However, he has never given up hope of one day finding a way to lead his people to a new land where they can make their home and live in peace. Grom Hellscream. Occupation: Orc warrior, chieftain of the Warsong clan. Affiliation: The Horde. Age 46. Grom Hellscream is the last surviving Orc chieftain from Draenor, having led his mighty Warsong clan to countless victories over the humans. Hellscream despaired at the lethargy that overcame his race after the Second War. Hellscream was one of the first orcs to fall victim to the demon's curse on his race. He has struggled with the rage and bloodlust within his heart for many long years. Now, under Thrall's visionary, idealistic leadership, Hellscream believes that he and his people can finally be freed from the demon's corrupting influence. Illidian Stormrage. Occupation: Night Elf Demon Hunter, former Sorcerer. Affiliation: None. Age 15,032. In the dark days before the War of the Ancients, Illidian was one of the few non-highborn practitioners of magic. Though his older brother Furion warned him that magic was an evil, corrupting power, Illidian steadfastly refused to give up his coveted art. Over time, the noble night elf lost his soul to a dependency for magic's chaotic energies. Though Illidian used his dark powers to aid his brother against the demons of the Burning Legion, he ultimately betrayed his people by siding with the evil Queen Ashara and her followers. After the war ended and the landmass of Kalimdor was shattered forever, Illidian created a new well of eternity to ensure that his coveted, corrupting magic would not disappear from the world. For his sin, his brother Furion commanded that he be chained beneath the earth for all time. Illidian has remained caged in darkness ever since. Jaina Proudmoore. Occupation: Human Sorceress, Special Agent of the Cairn Tor. Affiliation: The Alliance. Age 23. Perhaps one of the most gifted sorceresses to train in Dalaran for generations, Jaina is a bright, inquisitive young woman who constantly strives to expand her powers and knowledge of magic. Her father, Admiral Proudmoore of Kultiris, was one of the great heroes of the Second War. Jaina feels constant pressure to live up to her father's name, but wishes only to study and follow her path of magical investigation. Like Arthas, Jaina was deeply hurt when her affair with the young prince ended. However, she never let her disappointment interfere with her studies or her rigorous investigations. Her mentor, the Archmage Antonidas, has claimed that she may become the greatest sorceress humanity has ever produced. Kel'Thuzad. Occupation: Human Necromancer, leader of the Cult of the Damned. Affiliation: The Scourge. Age 58. Kel'Thuzad was one of the greatest archmagi of Dalaran. He was one of the members of the Cairn Tor and a dear friend of the Archmage Antonidas. However, his lust to delve into the dark arts of necromancy made him an outcast amongst his fellow wizards. Heeding the call of the godlike Lich King, Kel'Thuzad travelled to Northrend and offered his soul to Ner'zhul. The Lich King commanded the Dark Wizard to create a cult that would facilitate the creation of a grand undead army. Kel'Thuzad used his powers and vast fortune to found the Cult of the Damned, the sinister group that would bring Ner'zhul's dark will to fruition. Manaroth. Occupation: Demon King of the Pit Lords. Affiliation: the Burning Legion. Age: unknown. Manaroth the Destructor is a bane of pure hate, malice, and rage. He is the ultimate living engine of destruction, seeking only to raze and murder everything in his path. It has been speculated that he has some significant ties to the Orcish race, that he may be the original source of their bloodlust and corruption, but this has yet to be proven. Manaroth has waited 10,000 years to return and finish the job he started during the War of the Ancients. Now, at last, his time for vengeance has come. Malfurion Stormage. Occupation: Night Elf Arch Druid. Affiliation: the Sentinels. Age: 15,032. Furion was the first Night Elf to oppose the evil Queen Ashara and her demon-worshipping Highborn. He, along with his brother Illidian and the demigod Cenarius, led the battle against the Burning Legion during the War of the Ancients. He was the first to forsake magic and adopt the tenets of Druidism. He has been the spiritual leader of the Night Elves for over 10,000 years and has worked to safeguard his people's fragile culture, even from within the trance-like state of the Emerald Dream. Last page, thank fuck. Myrddin Bronzebeard. Occupation: Dwarven Prospector. Former Ambassador of Ironforge. Affiliation: the Alliance Explorers Guild of Ironforge. Age: 221. Myrddin is the brother of King Magni Bronzebeard of Ironforge. During the dark days of the Second War, Myrddin served as the liaison between Lord Aaron and the dwarves' realm of Khazmodan. While at the court of Lord Aaron, Myrddin befriended the youthful Arthas and taught him how to master fighting blades of every type. Myrddin was one of the first dwarves to establish the Explorers Guild, a group dedicated to archaeology and exploration of the unknown world. Though Myrddin rarely has a chance to visit Khazmodan or Lord Aaron anymore, he is a firm supporter of the dwarves' alliance with the humans. Prince Arthas. Occupation: Human Paladin. Crown Prince of Lord Aaron. Affiliation: the Alliance Knights of the Silver Hand. Age: 24. The only son of King Tyrannus, Arthas is an idealistic yet somewhat rash young man who dreams of one day succeeding his father as King of Lord Aaron. Arthas became an apprentice paladin at 19 and has served as a favourite pupil of Uthor the Lightbringer ever since. Though Arthas loves the kindly Uthor as an uncle, he longs to take command of his own destiny and become a hero like those brave veterans who fought the orcs during the Second War. Despite the heartache he felt when his brief affair with the sorceress Jaina Proudmoore came to an end, Arthas has remained remarkably committed to his roles as both the Prince of Lord Aaron and as a holy paladin. He has a deep reverence for the holy light and wants nothing more than to safeguard his beloved people from harm. Thrall, son of Durotan. Occupation: Orc Shaman. War Chief of the Horde. Affiliation: the Horde. Age: 24. Thrall is the only son of the Orc chieftain Durotan, who was killed by assassins during the First War. As an infant, Thrall was found. Well, that's spoiler alert for the bonus part we'll be doing last. As an infant, Thrall was found by human soldiers and raised as a slave and gladiator. Educated and trained in the arts of war, Thrall yearned for freedom and a chance to know his own people. The inexperienced Thrall escaped from bondage and set off to find others of his kind. Thrall found the lethargic orcs and vowed to free them from their imprisonment and their demon curse. Studying the orcs' ancient rites of shamanism, Thrall learned how to wield the fury of the storms on Earth. He succeeded in rallying his people and freeing them from the human internment camps. For his honour, optimism, and courage, Thrall was unanimously elected to be the new war chief of the Orcish horde. Tichondrius. Occupation: Nathrazim Dreadlord. Affiliation: The Scourge Burning Legion. Age unknown. Tichondrius is the Darkener, is an insidious, demonic dreadlord who revels in shadow and suffering. Though he honours the wishes of his master Kil'jaeden, he resents his duty to watch over and police the Lich King Ner'zhul. He believes that the Lich King will ultimately betray the Legion and attempt to free himself from its power. Tichondrius is, above all, a very good soldier. Though his own desire for power and conquest is fierce, he carries out his duties with calculated precision and care. Tyrande Whisperwind. Occupation: Night Elf Priestess of the Moon, leader of the Sentinel. Affiliation: The Sentinels. Age 13,836. Tyrande is an ancient Night Elf princess and high priestess of the moon goddess Elune. In ages past, she aided Furion and Illidian Stormrage in their battle to save Kalimdor from the Burning Legion. As well as being Elune's high priestess, she is the leader of the Sentinels, a group of warrior women who have sworn to protect Kalimdor's shores while their male counterparts, the Druids, sleep in the trance-like Emerald Dream. Tyrande is a fairy warrior and holds certain resentment for shouldering the defence of her land while the Druids sleep. Her undying love for Furion Stormrage has given her strength and courage enough to face the centuries alone and uphold her sacred charge to defend Kalimdor from any threat. Uthor the Lightbringer. Occupation: Human Paladin, leaders of the Knights of the Silver Hand. Affiliation: The Alliance. Age 64. Uthor was the first of the Paladins blessed by the Archbishop Full prior to the Second War. He is a weathered veteran, respected as one of the greatest warriors in human history. Though it has been many years since war endangered his beloved Lord Eren, Uthor has never tired in his duty to protect his land from demi-human threats and social unrest. The great-hearted leader of the Paladins is perhaps the greatest general the Alliance has ever known. Only his wish to see Arthas become worthy of his father's crown has kept him from retiring and taking his due rest. The end. Right, put the sound back on and then launch game. Testing. Okay, great. Okay, so there's still more to read. Right, so next, what's left to read is just basically a recap of what I've done so far. Maybe I can... thought maybe that section would have scenes from levels that I played before. It's okay, no worries. Okay, so first of all, we did the prologue campaign, Exodus of the Horde. So during this, so I'll just read the fandom here. So, introduction.
Prophecy is the opening cinematic of WarCraft III Reign of Chaos. It was originally created as the first trailer for the game. The cinematic was remade as a cinematic trailer for WarCraft III Reforged. Transcript. We see an orcish banner flying. We never paid any heed to the ancient prophecies. We see an orc grunt fighting a human footman. Like fools, we clung to old hatreds and fought as we had for generations. The orc grunt roars. The warriors stop their fight as meteors begin falling from the sky, until the day that the sky rained fire and a new enemy came among us. An infernal lands near the warriors, then rises from a crater and roars. We see the corpses of the warriors bleeding out in a pool of water on the ground. We stand now on the brink of destruction, for the reign of chaos has come at last. Okay, and cinematic Thrall's vision. Thrall's vision is the opening cinematic of Exodus of the Horde campaign. Thrall, war chief of the Horde, was contacted by the Prophet in his dreams. The Prophet. The sands of time have run out, son of Durotan. The cries of war echo upon the winds. The remnants of the past scar the land. We see a little crow trying to pack out some food from the ground, which is besieged once again by conflict. We see the orcish horde running down the hill with noise and war cries. The crow has flown away and an orcish catapult flopped down. Then we see the orcish army running down the hill once again. After that, we see the opposite hill. Human army runs down it. Heroes rise to challenge fate and lead their brethren to battle. As the mortal army rush blindly towards their doom, the burning shadow comes to consume us all. Infernals begin to fall from the sky. Seconds after, we see Medivh standing under a heavy rain. Medivh is back? You must rally the horde and lead your people to their destiny. Thrall awakens. A raven flies from Thrall's hut. Seek me out. Chapter 1, Chasing Visions. In the loading screen, it says somewhere in the Arathi Highlands, Thrall, the young war chief of the Orcish horde, wakes from his troubling dream. Objectives: follow the narrator's directions, find the prophet. Intro cinematic. Thrall exits his hut. What kind of nightmare was that? The prophet flies overhead in the form of a raven. It was not a nightmare, young war chief, but a vision. Follow me, and I will reveal what your future holds. The prophet flies off. I don't know what this is all about, but I'll play along. Throughout the mission, Thrall says, Loktar, my warriors. Grunt says, we are yours to command, war chief. Thrall says, prepare yourselves, I sense a gnoll ahead. This was only a scout, but the gnoll's camp lies just ahead. Grunt, war chief, we've discovered a group of Murloc raiders in the nearby river. Thrall, be wary, my warriors. Don't let nightfall dull your senses. An ogre, we'd have a fierce battle on our hands if the beasts weren't sleeping. A golem, watch yourselves, my brethren. Those creatures do not sleep at night. Forest trolls, I still can't believe they were ever a part of the horde. Victory cinematic. Thrall meets the prophet on a cliff overlooking the ocean. The prophet says, greetings, son of Durotan.
I knew you'd find your way. Thrall says, it was you I saw in the vision. Who are you? How do you know me? The prophet says, I know many things, young war chief, about you and your people. My identity at this time is unimportant. What is important is that you rally your people and leave these shores immediately. Thrall says, leave? What's this all about, human? The prophet says, human, I left my humanity behind long ago. I am something different now. Know that I have seen the future and beheld the great burning shadow that is coming to consume this world. You sense it as well, don't you? Thrall says, the demons are returning. The prophet says, yes, and only by leading your people across the sea to the distant lands of Kalimdor will you have a chance to stand against them. Thrall says, but how can we? The prophet says, I will answer all of your questions in time, young war chief. For now, rally your warriors and prepare to leave this land. We will speak again. The prophet turns into a raven and flies off. Thrall says, none of this makes sense, but the spirits tell me that I should trust him. Okay, so chapter 2 was departures. Loading screen said 3 days later near the Lord Arryn coast. Intro cinematic. Thrall says, it's been 3 days and this prophet has yet to show himself. I hope I'm not making a huge mistake by trusting him. A grunt runs up to Thrall. Grunt says, Warchief, the clans are assembling as he ordered, but it will take some time to reach us. Thrall says, then we must prepare this camp immediately. I want my warriors to have food and proper lodgings when they arrive. Grunt says, yes, Warchief. Thrall says, warrior, has there been any word from Grom Hellscream? He and the Warsong clan were supposed to have been here by now. Grunt says, no, Warchief. We haven't heard from Hellscream in some time. Thrall says, damn it, Grom. Where the hell are you? The middle cinematic says, as a captain, saying, you orcs are in violation of the Alliance Internment Act. We've already captured one of your leaders. If you surrender now, we'll spare your lives. Grunt says, Warchief, they say they've captured one of our leaders. Maybe they're referring to Grom. Thrall says, I hope not, but if they have captured Hellscream, I'll make them regret it. Loktar Ogar, calm my warriors. We must drive the humans back. Between the battle, Grunt says, the wretched humans have been destroyed. My life for the Horde. Shaman says, for the Horde. Power to the Horde. Grunt says, Warchief, we find where they're holding Grom, but the area is protected by fortified guard towers. Thrall says, then destroy them. Hellscream must be freed. End cinematic. Thrall approaches the cages. Grom Hellscream breaks free from one of them and runs up to Thrall. Thrall says, Grom, are you alright? Grom Hellscream says, I'm fine, little brother. Luckily, they only injured my pride. Thrall says, great, cause we're getting out of here now. We're leaving the human lands for good. Grom Hellscream says, finally, follow me. I have an idea. Grom runs down the path to the nearby shore where some human ships lie moored. We can set sail on the humans' own ships. Thrall says, perfect. But we'll need to wait for the rest of the Horde. A large force of grunts arrives. Grunt says, the Horde is assembled, Warchief. We await only your command. As the ship sets sail, the prophet watches from a nearby cliff. The prophet says, now, go, young Thrall. Sail west to the lands of Kalimdor. It is there that you will find your destiny. It is there that your people's salvation will be assured. Okay. So chapter 3 was Riders on the Storm. Loading screen says, as Thrall and his companions set out for Kalimdor in their fleet of stolen ships. They are beset in the open seas by a sudden fierce storm. To prevent the ships from taking a heavy pounding, Thrall orders the fleet to seek shelter in the cove of a nearby remote island. Intro cinematic. Thrall and his warriors are looking at their ships. Thrall says, "It was lucky we happened onto this cove. I don't think our ships would have held out much longer in that storm." Grunt says, "Warchief, half of the ships are missing and the rest are badly damaged." Thrall says, "We had better get settled. Then we had better get settled then. We may be on this island for a while." Two shamans approach Thrall. Shaman says, Warchief, I sense strange magic all around us." Thrall says, Thrall uses his Farsight ability, which is able to reveal invisible units. It reveals some sentry wards within the base. Thrall says, "There's the source of your magic. Someone is watching us." Sen'jin says, It is you." Sen'jin, accompanied by two troll headhunters, appears on a nearby hill. Sen'jin says, "I saw your arrival in a vision, especially you, the seer, or is it just my old mind playing tricks on me?" Thrall says, "Looks like this troll has been on the island a little too long. We're real enough, old one. My name is Thrall." Sen'jin says, "I be Sen'jin, leader of the trolls. This island used to be ours alone, but no more. You and your friends must be careful. The humans established an outpost on this island some time ago." Thrall said, "Humans?" Cinematic shows the player the human base. Sen'jin says, "Yes, they hound us day and night. Their patrols be all over the place. It not be long till they find you too." Cinematic returns to Thrall and Sen'jin. Thrall says, "Well, I'd rather find them first. We can't risk their patrols alerting the outpost about us. Loktar, my brothers, we're moving out." Sen'jin says, "Good luck, my friend. I got important matters to tend to, but I be seeing you soon." Sen'jin walks away, leaving the two headhunters with Thrall. Defiled fountain discovered. Troll headhunter says, "Hey mon, Sen'jin told me you help us get rid of the humans. You know this fountain once healed whoever drank from it, but strange gases from underground have been following the water. With a few ingredients, Sen'jin can make a purifying potion. Maybe you can help." Middle cinematic from completing the optional quest. Sen'jin says, "Hello again, Outlanders. These ingredients be exactly what I need." Sen'jin purifies the fountain. "Now our warriors can heal themselves. Let me give you a little something for the trouble." Sen'jin places a healing ward in front of Thrall. "These wards contain healing magic. No doubt you'll find them useful." When the cinematic ends, Thrall has healing wards in his inventory. Between the battle, Footman says, "Hey, it's the orcs who stole the ships from the mainland. Send for reinforcements." Thrall says, "These vents are active. The island's volcano may not stay dormant for long. These are the same wards the old troll used to spy on us. They may prove useful." Sanath Tidebringer says, "Your insolence astounds me. You ignorant brute shall only succeed in dying. Your feeble attacks are fruitless. Why don't you just give up?" Ending cinematic says, "The orcs destroy the human base." Thrall says, "For the Horde." An army of Murlocs emerge from the sea. Thrall says, "Watch your backs, this battle's not over yet." Troll Headhunter says, "The fish creatures have come to take us away." The Murloc Sorcerer appears before the prisoners. Murloc Sorcerer says, "Your meddling magics will no longer interfere with our plans, Land Dweller." The prisoners are led into a cave to the northwest. Okay, Chapter 4, Fires Down Below. Loading screen says Thrall finds himself in an underground lair, held prisoner by the Murlocs and separated from his companions. Intro cinematic. Thrall says, "I wonder what these strange fish creatures want with us." Troll Headhunter, "The Murlocs used to be peaceful, but lately they've been catching us and using us for sacrifices." Thrall says, "Sacrifices to what?" Troll Headhunter says, "A long time ago, they started worshipping some witch. They say she lives under the ocean,
and if they don't make the sacrifices, she'll destroy this island. Thrall says, well, someone should have told them that orcs don't scare that easily. Now let's get out of here. Between the battle, Grunt says, Thrum Ka, War Chief. Troll Headhunter says, thanks, Mon. I thought I'd be dead for sure. During the prison break scene, Footman says, this is our chance. Let's make a break for it. Keep fighting, men. We're almost there. Between the battle, Grunt says, I knew you'd find us, War Chief. Thrall says, these humans must have put up a fight. Too bad it wasn't enough. Shaman says, I dedicate my power to the Horde. Troll Headhunter says, you come just in time. Grunt says, I knew you'd find us, War Chief. I believe we are no longer welcome in this place, War Chief. Thrall says, I cannot allow any more prisoners to die. Let's see if we can break through these boulders. Troll Headhunter says, hey, Chief Mon, it looked like there'd be a passage here. Maybe we find a way out? Middle cinematic, Grunt says, War Chief, Sen'jin was just taken away by the fish creatures. I tried to stop them, but there were too many. They said he is to be sacrificed to their witch. Thrall says, then we have no time to lose. Sen'jin must be freed. Shaman says, War Chief, I sense a protective shield around the sorcerer. I believe these 3 fish creatures are helping maintain it. Murloc Sorcerer says, pathetic fools, you will not stop us from receiving what has been promised. The Murloc Sorcerer strikes Sen'jin, mortally wounding him. Thrall says, Sen'jin. Murloc Sorcerer says, don't despair, you'll soon be joining him. The Exalted One would be most displeased if I allowed you to escape. Her will must be done. Thrall says, perhaps you and the witch can discuss it in the afterlife. Ending cinematic. Sen'jin says, the vision told me you would lead my people off this island. You don't have much time, young one. Go. Thrall says, but you and your people are coming with us. Sen'jin says, it'd be too late. I'm already gone. Thrall says, those of you who wish to follow me will face many dangers. It will not be easy, but if you wish to join us, you're welcome. Troll Headhunter says, yeah, man, pretty soon there'll be nothing left here anyway. We come with you. Sea Witch says, make peace with your gods, land dwellers. You cannot escape the currents of death so easily. Grunt says, where's that voice coming from? Thrall says, I don't know, but we have no time to waste. This cave is about to collapse. Okay, and then chapter 5 was Countdown to Extinction. Loading screen said, sunlight greets Thrall and his companions as they escape the underground lair and make their way back to the surface. Okay, intro cinematic. Sea Witch says, land dwellers, you have slaughtered my minions and defiled my sanctuary. Now you will be drowned by the wrath of the tides. Thrall says, you'll have no more sacrifice today, witch. Go back to the depths where you belong. Sea Witch says, very well, your choice is made. Air you breathe now will be your last. Thrall says, at last, we've reached our landing site. Reader says, War Chief, while you were gone, the nearby volcano erupted. This entire island has begun to sink. Thrall says, how long to repair the ships? Reader says, the repairs are nearly done, War Chief. Thrall says, then finish them quickly. We're about to have company. Defend the ships at all costs. Optional quest discovered. Troll Headhunter says, hey, where the others go? They go with you? We don't have much time. You got away off the island? This island be sinking quick. We come with you, man. Between the battle, Sea Witch says, your efforts are futile, land dwellers. The darkness of the deeps is all that awaits you. Soon this land will be consumed by the tides. Prepare for the sea's cold embrace. Yes, at last, the end draws near. Your deaths are only the beginning. Soon all land dwellers will be entombed in a watery grave. Grunt says, we still need more time to finish the repairs, War Chief. It won't be much longer now, War Chief. The ships are nearly ready. Thrall says, hold the line, my warriors. Our freedom is at hand. Your witch cannot protect you now. When you're forced to attack the Murloc's base, this is however not recommended to do as you'll be quickly overpowered. Ending cinematic, Sea Witch says, sail on, land dwellers, Flee, the dark tide is coming to swallow you all, and once it begins, there will be nowhere to hide. Thrall says, I don't know exactly what the witch was talking about, but I do know that our destiny lies elsewhere. For now, we set sail for Kalimdor. That is where our future will unfold. Okay, so that was the prologue. Now the main campaign. Chapter 8 is next. Oh, what? You mean I could... Oh, no. I thought that maybe that would play the cutscenes. Let's load no freaking level. Nope, don't want to redo levels. Okay, it's starting to get dark. I'll have to close the windows and turn the light on. Okay, press any key to continue. So next level is Dissension, where so last time I was playing it, I ended the stream there, and in that mission there's only like 20 odd minutes to try and complete it, and I have to destroy 5 ships within that time, so I'm not sure if I'll be able to like do that on normal, so I'll do that part on story. Okay, be right back. I'm just gonna close the windows, turn the lights on, and lock up. Okay, I'm back. So, let's recap what happened in the human campaign, and then we'll be ready to continue. No more reading to do. Right. So, so the human campaign is called the Scourge of Lord Aaron. So it started with cinematic, the warning. Unknown ambassador said, "We've received reports that the orcs are regrouping." Wait, I should start from the beginning. Okay, so the warning is the opening cinematic for the Scourge of Lord Aaron campaign. The short movie features a meeting of the Alliance Council with King Tyrannus. They discussed about Lord Aaron's problems, like the orc uprising in southern Lord Aaron and the mysterious plague. Then the last guardian, Medivh. Medivh appears before the Alliance Council. Medivh tries to warn King Tyrannus about the coming of the Legion and the Scourge, but the king didn't pay any heed to his warnings and told him that they were the ones that should choose what's best to protect themselves. Medivh then said that he will find another who will heed his warning, and that now their fate is their own. Unknown ambassador says, "We've received reports that the orcs are regrouping." Unknown ambassador. Certainly the recent attacks against the internment camps are evidence enough. Agreed, the horde is on the move. This is absurd. My nation will not stand by and watch as the horde masses on our very doorstep. Kieran Tor ambassador says, "The orcs are not our primary concern here. How many times must I repeat myself? King Tyrannus, you must heed my warning. This plague that has gripped the Northlands could have dire ramifications." Unknown ambassador says, "Plague, you wizards are just being paranoid. Let's keep all this in perspective. Even if this plague does pose a threat to us, what are you proposing that we do?" Kieran Tor ambassador says, "It is simple. As I have said, the Kieran Tor are already prepared to place the villages under strict quarantine." Tyrannus says, "I will not institute quarantine without proof of your claims, ambassador. The people of Lord Aaron have suffered enough without becoming prisoners in their own lands." Medivh says, "Yet prisoners they are, good king." Tyrannus says, "What is the meaning of this? Who are you?" Medivh says, "Humanity is in peril. The tides of darkness have come again, and the whole world is poised upon the brink of war." Kieran Tor ambassador says, "Enough of this. Guards, remove this madman." Medivh says, "Hear me. The only hope for your people is to travel west to the forgotten lands of Kalimdor." Kieran Tor ambassador says, "Travel west? Are you mad?" Tyrannus says, "Hold, ambassador. I don't know who you are or what you believe, but this is not the time for rambling prophets. Our lands are beset by conflict, but it shall be we who decide how best to protect our people, not you. Now begone." Medivh says, "I failed humanity once before, and it will not do so again. If you cannot take up this cup, then I shall find another who will." Medivh says, "The warning has been given. Their fate is now their own." Okay, and then Chapter 1, The Defense of Stranbrad. So, loading screen. It says, recent orc uprisings in southern Lord Aaron have forced the Alliance to take decisive measures. To contain the orcish threat, King Tyrannus has sent two of the realm's greatest paladins, his son Prince Arthas, and the legendary Uthor the Lightbringer, to deal with the orcs once and for all. Uthor the Lightbringer says, "Welcome, Prince Arthas. The men and I are honored by your presence." Arthas says, Can the formalities, Uthor. I'm not king yet. It's good to see you." Uthor says, "You too, lad. I'm pleased that King Tyrannus sent you to help me." Arthas says, "Father still hopes your patience and experience might rub off on me." Uthor says, "It's a father's right to dream, isn't it?" Arthas and Uthor laugh together. Arthur says, look, here's where we stand. Our scouts have confirmed that there is an orc encampment hidden somewhere over the next ridge. Uthor says, as I suspected. Arthur says it gets worse. They're preparing to attack the nearby village of Stranbrad. As far as we know, the village is completely defenseless. Uthor says, I need to move against the orcs' base immediately. Can you handle Stranbrad's defense on your own? Arthur says, of course, Uthor. Don't worry about me. Uthor says, good. Meet me at the orc camp once you've saved the village. Be careful, Arthas. Okay, during the mission, Farmer Ted says, welcome to our village. Maria says, hello. Stephanie says, greetings, my lord. Thornbury says, we'll fight for Lord Aaron. Get your swords. Alicia says, please, you're my only hope. A group of gnolls kidnapped my little Timmy and took him to their hideout in the forest. Could you find him and bring him home? Optional quest, save Timmy. Slay the gnoll kidnappers. Little Timmy says, help me, please. I'm trapped in the cage. Please, get me out of here. I want to go home. Alicia says, oh, thanks so much. I have a reward for you. And then Benedict says, save us. Footman says, it's a trap. Benedict says, take everything, men. Take all the valuables. Jared says, help, bandits are stealing our belongings. Minag says, ha, we'll take their coin just like everyone else's. Jared says, those bandits stole my ledger. Without it, I will lose my entire farm. Please, retrieve it from their camp. It would mean so much to us. And then side quest Bandit Lord. And Minag says, say your prayers. Jared says, thank you for helping me. Please take this item. Dean says, save us. Grant says, he's escaping. Kill him. Arthur says, damn. The attack has already begun. To arms, my brothers. Defend Stranbrad. Travel to Stranbrad. Arthur must survive. Defeat the slave master and his guards. Slave master, haul these wretches off with the rest of them. Grant says, move them out. And then at the end of the quest, Sylvia says, bless you, Prince Arthas. Daniel says, but what about the others who were taken away? Arthur says, don't worry, son. We'll find them and bring them home safe. Knight says, Prince Arthas, Lord Uthor needs you at the orc encampment immediately. Arthur says, never a dull moment. Let's get moving. Okay. So, Chapter 2, Black Rock and Roll. Okay, loading screen says 20 minutes later at Uthor's encampment near the Blackrock clan village. So main quest in that one is establish a base and defeat the Blade Master. Side quest Cyranox. Okay, beginning cinematic. Arthas arrives at Uthor's encampment. Uthor the Lightbringer. Uthor the Lightbringer says, ah, good timing, lad. I sent 2 of my best knights in to parley with the orc leader. They should be returning shortly. 2 horses arrive at the encampment without knights on them. Damn, these orcs will never surrender. Arthas says, then let's get in there and destroy the beasts. Uthor says, remember, Arthas, we are paladins. Vengeance cannot be a part of what we must do. If we allow our passions to turn to bloodlust, then we will become as vile as the orcs. Arthas says, yes, Uthor. Uthor says, now, if you're feeling up to it, I want you to lead the attack. Arthas says, me? Well, of course. Uthor says, I'll remain here and ensure that none of the loathsome beasts threaten the camp. Arthas says, I won't fail you. Uthor says, I know you won't, lad. During the mission, the Blade Master of the Blackrock clan arrives at the entrance to Uthar's camp. Blade Master of Blackrock clan says, "Paladin fool, the warlocks of the Blackrock clan have spoken. Soon, demons will rain from the sky, and this wretched world will burn." Uthar the Lightbringer says, "Yes, I've heard this rhetoric before. You orcs will never learn." Uthar attacks the Blade Master, but he dissipates into thin air. Uthar says, "It was only a mirror image. Damn it, what are these curs up to?" The screen moves to the Blade Master's lair, where the orc is keeping 2 villagers and a footman captive. Blade Master says the hour of doom approaches. Let this paltry sacrifice appease our demon masters. Unlucky footman says, "You sick bastards, you'll never get away with." The Blade Master kills the humans. Arthur says, "Slay the orcs, slay them all." Footman says, "Murlocs? Here? They must have an encampment nearby." Side mission, Fernor Steeltoe says, "Well met, good human. Have you come to join in our hunt?" Arthur says, "What are you dwarves hunting in this region?" Fernor Steeltoe says, "We're hunting black drakes. It's said that black drake's blood can bestow fiery enchantments upon weapons." Arthur says, "The fiery enchantments you seek could prove useful." Fernor Steeltoe says, "The name of the beast we're hunting is Cyranox. With your aid, the monster won't stand a chance." Cyranox says, "You dare challenge me? You mortals become more reckless with every generation." Arthur says, "Let's bring this heart back to the dwarves." Fernor Steeltoe says, "Now I will reforge your weapons to strike with Syrian hate." Closing cinematic, Uthar says, "You've done well, lad. This was a sound victory." Arthur says, "I don't know, Uthar. The orcs were sacrificing townsfolk. I think they were trying to summon demons." Uthar says, "Have faith, lad. These orcs are trying to hold on to dying traditions. We defeated their demons a long time ago. Let's head for home. It's been a long day." Okay, then next was an interlude. Janus meeting. Two weeks later, in the Violet Gardens of Dalaran. The interlude features a meeting of Archmage Antonidas with the Prophet in the Violet Citadel of Dalaran. The character, Jaina Pridemore, is introduced, a daughter of Admiral Dalen Pridemore, brave war hero of Colteris. The Prophet says, "You must be wiser than the king. The end is near." Antonidas says, "I told you before, I'm not interested in this nonsense." The Prophet says, "Then I've wasted my time here." The Prophet transforms into a raven and flies away. Antonidas says, "You can show yourself now, Jaina. He's gone." Jaina Pridemore appears near Antonidas. Jaina says, "I'm sorry for eavesdropping, master, but..." Antonidas says, "It's your inquisitive nature that I've come to rely on, child. That crazed fool's convinced that the world is about to end." Antonidas teleports both of them to another Dalaran square. Jaina says, "I've heard the rumors of the plague spreading throughout the Northlands. Do you truly believe that the plague is magical in nature?" Antonidas says, "It's a strong possibility. That's why I need you to travel there and investigate the matter. I've arranged for a special envoy to assist you." Jaina says, "Yes, master, I'll do my best." Antonidas says, "I know you will, child. Farewell." Chapter 3, Ravages of the Plague. Okay, loading screen says 3 days later in Alterac. Arthas and his men wait near crossroads along the King's Road. Ah, the King's Road. I've been there. That's in Dark Hedges in County Antrim. Okay, Captain Falric says, "Prince Arthas, we've been waiting here for hours. Are you sure this friend of yours is coming? Arthur says, I'm sure. Jaina usually runs a little late. Jaina Pridemore arrives but is attacked by two ogres. Jaina summons a water elemental and fends off the attack. Captain Falric says, we must help her. Arthur says, stay your blade, Captain. She can take care of herself. One ogre is killed and the other flees. Arthur says, gentlemen, meet Miss Jaina Pridemore, special agent to the Guarantor and one of the most talented sorceresses in the land. Looks like you haven't lost your touch. It's good to see you again, Jaina. Jaina says, you too, Arthas. It's been a while since Prince escorted me anywhere. Arthur says, yes it has. Well, I guess we should get underway. Jaina says, our sources believe the plague originated in the region north of here. We should check out the villages along the King's Road. So, quests, investigate villages. Stacy says, Prince Arthas, there's something amiss at the bridge ahead. Marie Claire Antoinette says, look, it's Prince Arthas. Villager says, greetings, my lord. Achilles says, my lord, someone has destroyed the bridge from the far side of the river. There's another way to cross, but it is not as safe as it used to be. Gargamel says, my lord, if this is about taxes, I can explain. Bandit says, slaughter them all. Villager says, bandits, run. Bandit says, sack the town. Villager says, save us. Arthas and Jaina bravely engage the bandits, saving the populace of the town. Villager says, oh, thanks so much. I have a reward for you. Ulrich says, my lord, there's an ancient fountain shrine nearby. Legends say that its holy waters can restore health and heal grievous wounds. Arthur says that could prove to be useful indeed. Fountain of health. Arthur says this must be the shrine that the old man spoke of. Any man who drinks from these light-blessed waters will be healed. Arthas, Jaina, and the Lord Aaron footmen fought Murlocs on their way through the river. Dangers abroad. They also found a bandit camp. Once reaching the other side of the river, they were surprised by skeleton archers. Sergeant says, lock your shields and defend yourselves. Their arrows won't get through. Arthur says, skeletons, slay them all immediately. Arthas and Jaina find local footmen attempting to save as many villagers as possible from the invasion of skeletons. The heroes joined their fight to defend the village. The swarm of undead skeleton archers was destroyed, leaving Arthas with the concern of what they were. Arthas says, what were those creatures, Sergeant? Sergeant says, undead, my lord. This whole village has gone mad. We did our best to defend the villagers, but Arthas says we'll get to the bottom of this. Arthas and Jaina reached an infected granary. Jaina says, it's as if the land around the granary is dying. Arthur says, could the grain itself be plagued? Jaina says, let's hope not. Those crates bear the regional seal of Andorhal, the distribution centre for the northern boroughs. If this grain can spread the plague, there's no telling how many villages might be infected. Priest says, greetings. We are a priest from Qualthalas. We've come to help heal the land of this strange curse. Jaina says, as always, the generosity of the elves is greatly appreciated. Priest says, you should know that there is a granary warehouse at the far end of this village. This evil blight may be evident there as well. Arthur says, we'll check it out. Green warehouse. Destroy green warehouse. Arthur says, what the hell are you men shooting at? Dargle says, we're blasting those damned skeletons, sir. This whole flaming village is crawling with them. Arthur says, well, I could use your help. We've got a warehouse to destroy at the end of time. The company advanced to the green warehouse. They encountered a group of necromancers there and an undead creature stitched together from multiple corpses. Gil'Thuzad said, we've been discovered, my brothers. Flee and continue with their operation. I'm sorry I can't stay and chat, but duty calls. Jaina says, that creature looks like it was sewn together from different corpses. Arthur says, let's study it after we kill it, okay? Destroy that warehouse now. Jaina, Arthas, and their men defeated the necromancers, abominations, and undead skeletons guarding the warehouse. The mortar team destroyed the warehouse and its plague content. Epilogue. Arthur says, "What was that? And who was that wizard dressed in black?" Jaina says, "I believe that the robed man was a necromancer. Obviously, he and his lackeys are behind this plague." Arthur says, "Well, it's a good bet we will find him and the answers we're looking for in Underhall." Okay. Then, chapter 4, Cult of the Damned. Okay, so loading screen. It says the next day on the outskirts of Underhall. Main quest: investigate Underhall and confront Kel'Thuzad. Arthas and Jaina's forces arrive to a clearing just as a group of acolytes begin taking control of the gold mine. Jaina says, "Look, it's those cultists who were with the necromancer. What are they doing to that mine?" Arthas says, "Let's not wait to find out. Attack." The acolytes flee. One is a bit too slow and gets killed by Arthas. Acolyte says, "Damn these intruders. They must not interfere with the Master's plan." Arthas says, "Let's build a base camp here. With those cultists creeping around, I'd rather not head in there without backup." Jaina says, "I couldn't agree more." Peasants begin constructing a base around the mine. During the mission, Arthas and Jaina confront Kel'Thuzad in the center of Underhall. Kel'Thuzad says, "Hello again, children. I am Kel'Thuzad, and I've come to deliver a warning. Leave well enough alone. Your curiosity will be the death of you." Arthas says, "Are you responsible for this plague necromancer? Is this cult your doing?" Kel'Thuzad says, "Yes, I ordered the cult of the damned to distribute the plagued grain, but the sole credit is not mine." Jaina says, "What do you mean?" Kel'Thuzad says, "I serve the Dreadlord Mal'Ganis. He commands the scourge that will cleanse this land and establish a paradise of eternal darkness." Arthas says, "And what exactly is this scourge meant to cleanse?" Kel'Thuzad says, "Why, the living, of course. His plan is already in motion. Seek him out at Stratholme if you need further proof." Necromancer shuffles away. Arthas says, "All the granaries are empty. The shipments have already been sent out. We're too late." Mission accomplished. Kel'Thuzad says, "Naive fool. My death will make little difference in the long run. For now, the scourging of this land begins." Kel'Thuzad dies. Okay. Chapter 5, March of the Scourge. Okay, loading screen says, early the next morning, Arthas and Jaina approach the village of Hearthglen. Main quest: defend Hearthglen. Side quest: Green Caravan. Jaina and Arthas arrive to Hearthglen, where a number of riflemen and footmen are busy training. Jaina says, "Hearthglen, finally. I could use some rest." Arthas says, "It looks like they're preparing for battle." Footman says, "Prince Arthas, during the night, a vast army of undead warriors emerged and began attacking villages at random." Footman says, "Now, it's heading this way." Arthas says, "Damn it, Jaina. I'll stay here to protect the village. Go as quickly as you can and tell Lord Uthor what's happened." Jaina says, "But..." Arthas says, "Go, Jaina. Every second counts." Jaina goes to a corner of a house and teleports away. Arthas looks over at some open crates. Arthas says, "Wait, what did those crates contain?" Footman says, "Just a grain shipment from Underhall. There's no need to worry, my lord. It's already been distributed amongst the villagers." Arthur says, "Oh no." Some of the nearby townsfolk fall asleep and begin to transform into zombies. Arthur says, "Oh no." Some of the nearby townsfolk fall asleep and begin to transform into zombies. Arthas says, the plague was never meant to simply kill my people. It was meant to turn them into the undead. Defend yourselves. During the mission, Footman says, Prince Arthas, the undead forces have arrived. Arthas says, hold your ground. We are the chosen of the light. We shall not fall. Villager says, we'll fight for Lord Aaron. Get your swords. Mark says, thank you for helping me. Footman says, ogres have moved down from the hills. It appears they're looking for a fight. Arthas says, this is impossible. The number seems limitless. Optional quest. Footman says, Prince Arthas, we've spotted an undead caravan carrying a large load of plague grain. Arthas says that caravan must be stopped before it reaches the outer villages. Footman says, Prince Arthas, the caravan has infected the second village. Footman says, my lord, the third village has been infected. Footman says, Prince Arthas, we failed to stop the caravan. It's reached the final town and turned it into an undead bastion. Arthas says, this is a nightmare. Acolyte says, faster, my brethren. If we lose the shipment, the master will have our hides. Arthas says, I just pray the grain hasn't reached any more villages. Mission complete. Hordes of undead flood into Hearthglen and begin to overwhelm Arthas' forces. Arthas says, light, give me strength. Suddenly a contingent of knights arrive and begin fighting off the scourge. Uthar says, for Lord Aaron, for the king. Arthas says, Uthar, your timing couldn't have been better. Uthar says, don't celebrate yet, son. This battle's far from over. Later, after the town has been secured, Uthar says, I'm surprised that you kept things together as long as you did, lad. If I hadn't arrived just then, Arthas says, look, I did the best I could. Uthar, if I had a legion of knights riding at my back, I would have... Uthar says, now is not the time to be choking on pride. What we faced here was only the beginning. The undead ranks are bolstered every time one of our warriors falls in battle. Arthas says, then we should strike at their leader. I'll go to Stratham and kill Mal'Ganis myself if I have to. Uthar says, easy lad, brave as you are, you can't hope to defeat a man who commands the dead all by yourself. Arthas says, then feel free to tag along, Uthar. I'm going, with or without you. Arthas departs. Okay, next is Interlude, The Prince and the Prophet. In the loading screen, it says, later that afternoon on the road to Stratham. The interlude features Prince Arthas running along the road, where the prophet accosts him. Arthas runs through the forest. Prophet awaits him near the road. The prophet says, greetings, young prince. We must talk. Arthas says, I have no time for this. Prophet says, listen to me, boy. This land is lost. The shadow has already fallen, and nothing you do will deter it. If you truly wish to save your people, lead them across the sea to the west. Arthas says, flee? My place is here, and my only course is to defend my people. The prophet says, then your choice is already made. Just remember, the harder you strive to slay your enemies, the faster you'll deliver your people right into their hands. The prophet transforms into a raven and flies away. Jaina, under an invisibility spell, runs down the road towards Arthas. Jaina says, I'm sorry for concealing myself, Arthas. I just wanted to... Arthas says, don't say it. Jaina says, I sense tremendous power about him, Arthas. Maybe he's right. Maybe he does know what will happen. Arthas says, nothing he can say will make me abandon my homeland, Jaina. I don't care if that madman has seen the future. Let's go. Arthas and Jaina run down the road, and the interlude ends. Okay, chapter 6, The Culling. Okay, loading screen says early the next morning on the outskirts of Stratham. Main quests: the culling. Destroy plagued villager houses, kill 100 zombies, stop Mal'Ganis from claiming 100 zombies. Okay, prelude. Uthor, Jaina, and the Knights of the Silver Hand arrive at Arthas' base outside Stratham. Arthas says, "Glad you could make it, Uthor." Uthor says, "Watch your tone with me, boy. You may be the prince, but I'm still your superior as a paladin." Arthas says, as if I could forget. "Listen, Uthor, there's something about the plague you should know." Arthas says, "Oh no, we're too late. These people have all been infected. They may look fine now, but it's just a matter of time before they turn into the undead." Uthor says, "What?" Arthas says, "This entire city must be purged." Uthor says, "How can you even consider that? There's got to be some other way." Arthas says, "Damn it, Uthor, as your future king, I order you to purge this city." Uthor says, "You're not my king yet, boy, nor would I obey that command even if you were." Arthas says, "Then I must consider this an act of treason." Uthor says, "Treason? Have you lost your mind, Arthas?" Arthas says, "Have I, Lord Uthor? By my right of succession and sovereignty of my crown, I hereby relieve you of your command and suspend your paladins from service." Well, he can't do that because he's not the king. The king can do that, right? Jaina says, "Arthas, you can't just..." Arthas says, "It's done. Those of you who have the will to save this land, follow me. The rest of you, get out of my sight." The knights depart. Uthor says, "You've just crossed a terrible threshold, Arthas." Uthor and Jaina begin to take their leave. Arthas says, "Jaina?" Jaina stops for a moment without turning around. Jaina says, "I'm sorry, Arthas. I can't watch you do this." Jaina leaves. During the mission, Arthas says, "Father, forgive me for what I must do." Mal'Ganis teleports into Stratham, flanked by two ghouls. Mal'Ganis says, "I've been waiting for you, young prince. I am Mal'Ganis." Mal'Ganis and the ghouls destroy a nearby building, and its denizens begin transforming into zombies. Mal'Ganis says, "As you can see, your people are now mine. I will now turn this city household by household until the flame of life has been snuffed out forever." Arthas says, "I won't allow it, Mal'Ganis. Better that these people die by my hand than serve as your slaves in death." Necromancer says, "Go sniff somewhere else, pup. You best draw back to your senile father and await the end of your reign." Mal'Ganis says, "I live once more." Mission complete. Arthas says, "We're going to finish this right now, Mal'Ganis. Just you and me." Mal'Ganis says, "Brave words. Unfortunately for you, it won't end here. Your journey has just begun, young prince. Gather your forces and meet me in the Arctic land of Northrend. It is there that we shall settle the score between us. It is there that your true destiny will unfold." Mal'Ganis teleports away. Arthas says, "I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth if I have to. Do you hear me? To the ends of the earth." Okay. And next interlude, divergent courses. Loading screen says 3 days later amongst the ruins of Stratham. The interlude begins with Jaina surveying the wreckage of Stratham as the surviving villagers pile the corpses of the dead onto pyres. Jaina says, "So much death. I can't believe Arthas could have done this." Uthor runs toward Jaina. Uthor says, Jaina Proudmoore." Jaina says, "Lord Uthor?" Uthor says, "Ah, Jaina, I thought I might find you here. Where has he gone, girl? Where has Arthas taken the fleet?" Jaina says, "He came to me before he left. I pleaded with him not to go. I told him it sounded like a trap." Uthor says, "Where?" Jaina says, "Northrend. He's gone to Northrend to hunt Mal'Ganis. Luthor says, "Damn that boy. I've got to inform King Tyrannus. Don't be too hard on yourself, girl. You had nothing to do with this slaughter." Luthor leaves. The prophet flies towards Jaina and turns into his human form. The prophet says, "The dead in this land might lie still for the time being, but don't be fooled. Your young prince will find only death in the cold north." Jaina says, Arthas is only doing what he believes is right." The prophet says, "Commendable as that may be, his passions will be his undoing. It falls to you now, young sorceress. You must lead your people west to the ancient lands of Kalimdor. Only there can you combat the shadow and save this world from the flame." Okay. Finally, last part. Chapter 7, The Shores of Northrend. Okay, loading screen says 1 month later, along the icy coast of Daggercap Bay. Arriving at Northrend, Arthas would quickly reunite his old friend and teacher Mirrodin, who, after reinforcing the Mirrodin's base camp, would be forced to deal with the undead. After learning that Mirrodin's additional forces were cut off from him, the two would work together to rescue them, which not only destroyed an undead outpost besieging them, but granted them additional reinforcements for the attack on the main undead stronghold in the area. With the undead destroyed in the region, Arthas would command his forces to build their main base camp over the ruins over the undead stronghold. Main quest: establish base camp. Destroy Mal'Ganis' base. Side mission: rescue Mirrodin's men. Prelude. Captain Marwyn says, "This is a light forsaken land, isn't it? You can barely even see the sun. This howling wind cuts to the bone, and you're not even shaking, my lord. Are you all right?" Arthur says, "Captain, are all my forces accounted for?" Captain Marwyn says, "Nearly. There are only a few ships that..." Arthur says, "Very well. Our first priority is to set up a base camp with proper defenses. There's no telling what's waiting for us out there in the shadows." During the mission, Arthur says, "Ice trolls. A gold mine. We'll set up our base there." The peasants walk up to the gold mine to prepare the base when gunshots are fired. Arthur says, "We're under attack. Take cover." Mirrodin Bronzebeard says, "Bloody hell, you're not undead. You're all alive." Arthur says, Mirrodin Bronzebeard, is that you?" Mirrodin says, "Damn boy, I never imagined that you'd be the one to come to our rescue." Arthur says, "Rescue? Mirrodin, I didn't even know you were here." Mirrodin says, "Just the same, lad, I could use your help. My mates and I were attacked and we got separated. I'd appreciate any backup you could give me." Arthur says, "Of course I'll help, Mirrodin. Let's move." Arthur says, "That has to be where Mal'Ganis is hiding. I want that base leveled." Optional quest. Mirrodin says, "That's them, and they're still under attack from the undead." Arthur says, "Let's move then. Those dwarves need help." Mission complete. After destroying the undead base, Arthur says, "All right, Mirrodin, what were you doing up here anyway?" Mirrodin says, "Well, lad, there's an ancient way gate that lies somewhere in this glacial wasteland. Supposedly it transports you to a hidden vault where a rune blade named Frostmourne is held. We came here to recover Frostmourne, but the closer we came to finding the gateway, the more undead we encountered." Captain Marwyn runs up to Arthas. Captain Marwyn says, "Prince Arthas, we haven't found any trace of Mal'Ganis." Arthas says, "No matter. He can't hide from me forever. Captain, I want you to establish this site as our primary base." Captain Marwyn says, "Yes, my lord." Whew, that was a long day reading.
Okay, Chapter 7, The Shores of Northrend. One month later, along the icy coast of Dagger Cap Bay.
This is a light-forsaken land, isn't it? You can barely even see the sun. This howling wind cuts to the bone and you're not even shaking. My lord, are you all right?
Captain, are all my forces accounted for?
Nearly. There are only a few ships that...
Very well. Our first priority is to set up a base camp with proper defenses. There's no telling what's waiting for us out there in the shadows.
Done this one. For frick's sake, I forgot to check the thing. Okay, here we go. Chapter 8, Dissension. Early the next morning at Arthas's new base camp.
I apologize, emissary, but the prince is away on an errand. What brings you to this desolate place?
By royal edict, you men are to return to Lord Aran immediately. Lord Uther has convinced the king to recall this expedition.
We're to just pick up and leave?
That's correct. My men report that the roads from here to the shore are held by the Undead. You'll need to find an alternate route back to your ships.
To hell with the Undead. We'll cut our way through the woods, men.
Captain, why are the guards not at their posts?
Well, my lord, your father had our troops recalled at Lord Uther's request.
Uther had my troops recalled? Damn it! If my warriors abandon me, I'll never defeat Mal'Ganis. The ships must be burned before the men reach the shore.
Isn't that a bit much, lad?
Burned down to their frames. No one goes home until our job here is done. Is there danger? For honor. I'm here to help. We'll need more men to fight our way through the Undead.
I've come across a few mercenary camps up here. Perhaps we can hire a few of them.
A sound plan. Justice has come. Betrayer of the light. A sound plan. Feel my wrath. You are past redemption. Foul knave. For my father, the king. Betrayer of the light.
Let's get it on.
I stand for the light. Justice shall be done. Of course. For honor. Certainly. Damn Uther for forcing me to do this. I kill for you. I kill for you.
It's clobbering time.
I kill for you. I kill for you.
It's clobbering time.
I kill for you. I kill for you.
It's clobbering
I kill for you. The light is my strength. For honor. Certainly. Of course. A sound plan. Justice has come.
Our forces are under attack.
Huh? Das Dingo. I go. I stand for the light. For honor. A sound plan. Certainly. Stay cool. Djibouti. Cool.
Our forces are under attack.
The light is my strength. Of course. Justice shall be done. I'm here to help. Of course. Foul knave. For my father, the king. Feel my wrath. For honor. You are past redemption. For my father, the king. You are past redemption.
Let's do this.
Is there danger? Foul knave. Very good, but there are still more ships to deal with. Certainly. A sound plan. Justice has come. Feel my wrath.
On the bronze beards!
The light is my strength.
That's more like it.
Is there danger? A sound plan. For honor. Betrayer of the light.
Our forces are under attack.
Betrayer of the light. You are past redemption. Of course. Certainly.
It's hammer time.
I stand for the light. Of course. A sound plan. Feel my wrath. Certainly. For honor. Of course. Foul knave. Certainly. Justice has come. A sound plan.
That's more like it.
Justice shall be done. For honor. For honor.
Yep. Have to. Just realised that I could hear music there, and yeah, better have it muted in case it's copyright.
Certainly. Of course. A sound plan. For honor. Of course.
So, shh.
Hello? What's happening?
I'm here to help. A sound plan.
Hi! Off we go! That'll be a blast! For all my homies! Wrecking crew here! Sounds good!
I'm here to help.
Hello? Yes? What? Hello? Sounds good! For all my homies!
I stand for the light. For my father, the king. Certainly. Certainly. A sound plan. Of course. Foul knave. For my father, the king. Feel my wrath. Justice has come. You are past redemption.
Inventory is full.
The light is my strength. For honor. A sound plan. Of course. Is there danger? For honor.
Take your time. Look around.
Justice shall be done. Certainly.
Can I help you?
Is there danger? A sound plan. Certainly.
Let's get moving.
Justice shall be done. For honor.
Betrayer of the light.
Justice has come. Of course. You are past redemption. A sound plan.
Betrayer of the light.
Foul knave. Of course. Feel my wrath. Certainly. For my father, the king. For honor. You are past redemption. Justice has come. Certainly. honor.
You're kinda slow for a human, aren't you?
Well done. Only one ship remains. The light is my strength. I'm here to help. A sound plan. Feel my wrath. Foul knave. For my father, the king. Of course. Betrayer of the light. You are past redemption. Foul knave. Justice has come. For my father, the king. Of course. For honor. Certainly. Feel my wrath. A sound plan. Betrayer of the light. A sound plan. Betrayer of the light. Certainly. Of course. For honor. Of course. Certainly. You are past redemption.
Whoop whoop.
Prince Arthas.
Quickly, my warriors! These murderous creatures have burned our ships and robbed you of your way home. Slay them all in the name of Lordaeron.
Damn beasts!
Kill them all!
Our ships are ruined. What will we do now?
Listen to me, all of you. There is no way home for any of us save through victory. In this land, we will stand or fall together. Now, return to the base and man your posts.
Chapter 9 Frostmourne. The next day at Arthas's base camp.
You lied to your men and betrayed the mercenaries who fought for you. What's happening to you, Arthas? Is vengeance all that's important to you?
Oh, spare me, Muradin. You weren't there to see what Mal'Ganis did to my homeland.
The Dark Lord said you would come. This is where your journey ends, boy. trapped and freezing at the roof of the world, with only death to sing the tale of your doom.
This looks bad. We're completely surrounded.
There's still one chance. Help me claim Frostmourne. If it's as powerful as you said, it might tilt the scales in our favor.
I have a bad feeling about this, lad. But I promised I'd see this through.
Captain, I'll leave you to organize our defense. Let's move out. I stand for the light.
Our forces are under attack. Our town is under siege.
Ready to work. More work.
Our forces
Ready to
are under
work.
attack.
Righto. What? All right. Ready to work. Yes, me lord. Ready to work. What is it? Ready to work. More work.
Research complete. 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 Research complete.
Our forces are under attack.
Yes, me lord. Off I go then.
Research complete.
Yes, my friend.
Research complete.
Job's done. What? Yes, me lord.
Research complete.
Job's done. What is it? All right.
Research
Righto.
complete. Upgrade complete.
Job's done. Yes, me lord. Off I go then.
Research complete. Upgrade complete.
Job's done. What is it? Yes, me lord.
Upgrade complete.
Aye, sir.
Your Honor.
Job's done.
Yes, my liege.
More work? Yes, me lord.
Upgrade complete.
Job's done.
Upgrade complete.
What? All right. Job's done.
Upgrade complete. Research complete. Our forces are under attack. Research complete. Research complete. Research complete. Research
I
complete.
stand for the light.
Research complete.
Justice shall be done. I'm here to help.
Ready for action. Ready for action.
Research complete.
Say the word. Ready for action. What do you need? Ready for action.
What is it? Off I go then.
I come to cleanse this land.
Orders? Aye, my lord.
Is someone injured? Of course. I am your
Job's done.
servant.
The light is my strength. For honor.
Feel my wrath.
A sound plan. Of course. Justice has come. For honor. Certainly.
Foul knave.
A sound plan. Of course. Certainly. A sound plan. For honor. Is there danger? Of course. Certainly. I'm here to help. A sound plan. For my father, the king. You are past redemption. Foul knave. For my father, the king. Betrayer of the light. For honor. A sound plan. For honor.
Is my aid required?
This better be good. What a good idea.
What ails you? Orders?
What is your wish? I'll do my best. I am ready. Foul beast! For Lordaeron.
I stand for the light.
How may I serve? I am honored. I am honored. For Lordaeron. Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast. I'll do my best. For Lordaeron. I'll do my best. I am honored.
Research complete.
I am honored. Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast. I'll do my best. What is your wish? I am ready. For Lordaeron. I am honored. I'll do my best. For Lordaeron. For Lordaeron. Foul beast. Foul beast.
Research complete.
I'll do my best. How may I serve? I am honored. For Lordaeron. I am honored. I'll do my best.
Our forces are under attack.
Foul beast. For Lordaeron. I'll do my best.
Is someone injured? As you wish. Right away. I am your servant. Of course.
Research complete.
As you wish. Right away. Now feel my wrath. By the power of the light, burn! Be gone, spawn of darkness!
Yes, my liege. Of course. On my way. Right.
Is my aid required? What ails you? Of course. As you wish.
I am ready. I am honored. I am honored.
Research complete.
For Lordaeron. I'll do my best. For Lordaeron. I'll do my best. I am honored. Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast. I am honored. Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast.
Our town is under siege.
Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast.
Our forces are under attack.
Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast.
I'm your shooter.
Okay.
What is your wish? Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast. For Lordaeron. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. I am honored. For Lordaeron. I am honored. For Lordaeron. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. I am honored. Foul beast. For Lordaeron. Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast. For Lordaeron. Foul beast. I'll do my best. I am honored. Foul beast. Foul beast. I'll do my best. For Lordaeron. Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast. I am honored. Foul beast. 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 King Tyrannus! For Lordaeron! I'll do my best. I am honored. For Lordaeron.
Our forces are under attack.
Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast. I am honored. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. For Lordaeron. I am honored. I'll do my best. How may I serve? For Lordaeron. I am honored. For Lordaeron. I'll do my best. Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast. I am honored. For Lordaeron.
What do you need?
How may I serve? I'll do my best. I am honored. For Lordaeron. I am honored. Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast. Foul beast.
foul beast.
Justice shall be done. Certainly. Of course. For honor. Justice has come. Certainly. Feel my
Our
wrath.
forces are under attack.
Feel my wrath. Foul knave. You are past redemption. A sound plan.
Our forces are under attack.
I'm ready and waiting.
The light is my strength. Of course.
Our forces are under attack.
A sound plan.
Turn back, mortals. Death and darkness are all that await you in this forsaken vault.
I doubt there's anything down here more terrifying than what we've faced already.
Believe what you will, boy. You shall not pass.
Our forces are under attack.
I am ready. I'll do my best. I am honored. I'll do my best. What is your wish?
Sire?
For Lordaeron.
Is there danger? Certainly. For honor. Of course. Justice has come.
Turn away before it's too late.
Still trying to protect the sword, are you?
No. Trying to protect you from it. Oh.
Behold, Muradin, our salvation. Frostmourne.
Halt, lad. There's an inscription on the dais. It's a warning. It says, "Whomsoever takes up this blade shall wield power eternal. Just as the blade rends flesh, so must power scar the spirit." Oh, I should have known. The blade is cursed. Let's get the hell out of here.
I would gladly bear any curse to save my homeland.
Oh, leave it be, Arthas. Forget this business and lead your men home.
Damn the men! Nothing shall prevent me from having my revenge, old friend. Not even you. Now, I call out to the spirits of this place. I will give anything or pay any price If only you will help me save my people.
Prince Arthas, where is Muradin? We can't hold out for much longer.
Muradin is dead. But take heart, Captain. The enemy will not stand long against the might of Frostmourne. Justice shall be done. For honor. Is there danger? A sound plan. I stand for the light. Certainly. Of course. For honor. A sound plan. Betrayer of the light. You are past redemption. Justice has come. For my father, the king. Feel my wrath. Foul knave. Foul knave. Of course. Certainly. For honor. Feel my wrath.
So, you've taken up Frostmourne at the expense of your comrades' lives, just as the Dark Lord said you would. You're stronger than I thought.
You waste your breath, Mal'Ganis. I heed only the voice of Frostmourne now.
You hear the voice of the Dark Lord. He whispers to you through the blade you wield. What does he say, young human? What does the Dark Lord of the Dead tell you now?
He tells me that the time for my vengeance has come.
What? He can't possibly mean to...
It is finished.
After taking his vengeance upon Mal'Ganis, Prince Arthas wandered off into the frozen wastelands of Northrend. Tormented by the Frostmourne's maddening voice, Arthas lost the last vestiges of his sanity. Now driven by the sword's dark will, Arthas plans to return home to Lord Eren and claim his just reward.
Ah, my son. I knew you'd be victorious.
No longer need to sacrifice for your people. You no longer need to bear the weight of your crown. I've taken care of everything.
What is this? What are you doing, my son?
Succeeding you, father.
This kingdom shall fall, and from the ashes shall arise a new order that will shake the very foundations of the world.
Yep, it was pretty epic. Okay, next. Path of the Damned, Undead. Chapter 1, Trudging Through the Ashes. The Lich King's plague of undeath has spread through the capital city and into the outskirts of Lord Eren. Shocked and disheartened by the loss of their beloved king, the forces of Lord Eren were scattered by the ravenous undead warriors. Now Lord Eren is but a shadow of its former glory, and Prince Arthas has yet to be seen.
What trickery is this? Mal'Ganis! I don't know how you survived, but I will...
Calm yourself, Prince Arthas. I am Tichondrius. Like Mal'Ganis, I am a Dreadlord. But I am not your enemy. In truth, I've come to congratulate you.
Congratulate me?
By killing your own father and delivering this land to the Scourge, you have passed your first test. The Lich King is pleased with your enthusiasm.
Yes. I've damned everyone and everything I've ever loved in his name. And I still feel no remorse, no shame, no pity.
Yep, first
The
playthrough.
rune blade that you carry was forged by the Lich King and empowered to steal souls. Yours was the first one it claimed.
Then I'll make do without one. What is the Lich King's will?
The cult of the damned must be rallied once again. Many of the acolytes have been in hiding amongst the populace. Once you've rallied them, I will give you further instructions.
Okay. Rescue 20 acolytes. Build this basic attacking unit for Undead has the ability to cannibalize corpses to regain the most health.
What is it now? Speak, fool. No one orders me around. Finally. This is more like it. Frostmourne hungers.
Greetings, great lord. Our master, Kel'Thuzad, told us that you would come.
Kel'Thuzad? How could he have known it?
Be wary. If the townsfolk see your undead minions, they'll call the local guards to stop you.
Approach disguised acolytes with Arthas to rescue them. However, use caution. Any townsfolk who see you will alert the guards.
Ah, at last. This is more like it. Ah, at last. Frostmourne hungers. Finally. Finally.
Mercy, my lord.
Faithless coward. Ah, at last.
Seek out the local graveyards. Those buried there will serve you well.
Frostmourne hungers. This is more like it. This is more like it. Frostmourne hungers.
My sight is yours.
Finally.
Scout is useful for tracking the movement of enemy troops. It is often best to avoid combat when outnumbered.
I shall be your eyes.
Tread lightly.
My sight is yours. Let's see. I go unseen. All shall be revealed. I'll look into it.
Speak, fool. Ah, at last. This is more like it.
The damned stand ready.
Yeah, I kind of figured with the
Frostmourne
prophecy.
hungers. Ah, at last. Finally.
The dead have risen again.
Finally.
Guards!
Now, Frostmourne.
How could you murder your own father?
This is more like it. Ah, at last.
I live only to serve, great lord.
Frostmourne hungers. Frostmourne hungers. Ah, at last. Finally. This is more like it. This is more like it. Finally. Frostmourne hungers. For the Lich King. You will know endless torment. Your pain shall be legendary. Ah, at last. Ah, at last. Frostmourne hungers. Finally. This is more like it. Now, Frostmourne.
I live only to serve, great lord.
Faithless coward. No one orders me around.
Death Coil. A coil of death that can damage an enemy living unit or heal a friendly undead unit. Death Pact. It kills a target friendly undead unit, giving a percentage of its hit points to the Death Knight. Earn Unholy Aura. Increases the movement speed and life regeneration rate of nearby friendly units. Sounds good. Learn Animate Dead. Raises 6 dead units in an area to fight for the Dead Knight for 40 seconds.
Finally. This is more like it. At last. Frostmourne hungers. Frostmourne hungers.
My life for Nazul.
I'll make sure you suffer.
The undead!
Prince
Sound the
Arthas,
alarm!
Arm yourselves! You will know endless torment. This is more like it.
The
At
undead!
last.
Sound the alarm!
For the Lich King. Finally. This is more like it. Finally. At last. Frostmourne hungers. Frostmourne hungers. Now, Frostmourne. Your pain shall be legendary. I'll make sure you suffer. For the Lich King. This is more like it. At last. Finally.
I live only to serve, great
This is
lord.
more like it. You will know endless torment. Faithless coward.
You bastard.
Faithless coward. Frostmourne hungers. Now, Frostmourne. At last. Finally. Frostmourne hungers.
The undead!
You will know endless
Sound the
torment.
alarm!
Finally. Your pain shall be legendary. At last. I'll make sure you suffer. This is more like it. This is more like it. At last. Frostmourne hungers.
Help! The undead have returned!
I'll make sure you suffer. Finally. This is more like it.
I bow to your will.
Finally.
The
Frostmourne
dead have risen
hungers.
again! Guards!
At last. Finally. At last.
My life for Nazul.
Frostmourne hungers. This is more like it. At last.
I'm in luck. These graves were dug recently.
Arise in the name of the Lich King. What is it now? This is more like it. Finally. Frostmourne hungers. Finally.
Say your prayers.
Bandits, run!
At last. This is more like it. Frostmourne hungers. Finally.
My life for Nazul.
This is more like it. Frostmourne hungers. Ah, at last. Frostmourne hungers. Finally. Ah, at last. This is more like it. Finally. Ah, at last. Frostmourne hungers.
My life for Nazul.
This is more like it. This is more like it. Finally.
Which is the side thing?
Frostmourne hungers.
There's more, judging from the mini-map, there's more space this way, so that's probably the main mission there.
Ah, at last.
My life for Nazul.
For the Lich King. Finally. This is more like it. Frostmourne hungers. Ah, at last. This is more like it.
My life for Nazul.
Finally. Now, Frostmourne. Frostmourne hungers. Ah, at last.
Mercy, my lord.
The Frostmourne
stand ready.
hungers.
You will know endless torment. Your pain shall be legendary.
Finally.
Faithless coward.
Ah, at last. This is more like it.
Sound the alarm.
Frostmourne hungers. Finally. This is more
the dead
like
have
it.
risen again. Guards.
Ah, at last. Frostmourne hungers. Ah, at last. Finally. This is more like it. Finally. Ah, at last.
The dead have risen again.
I'll make sure you
Guards.
suffer.
This is more like it.
My
Frostmourne
life for
hungers.
Nazul.
Frostmourne hungers. This is more like it. Now, Frostmourne.
Mercy, my lord.
Kill them all!
You will know endless torment.
at last.
The
For the Lich
Undead!
King.
Sound the alarm!
Ah, at last. Frostmourne hungers. This is more like it.
My life for Ner'zhul. I live only to serve. I bow to your will.
Ah, at last. This is more like it. Frostmourne hungers.
Help! The Undead
Your
have
pain shall be
returned.
legendary. Finally. Frostmourne hungers.
I bow to your will.
Whoop.
Well done, Death Knight. The cult is nearly assembled.
Lordaeron lies in ashes. What good are these cultists to us now?
They will aid you in your next undertaking.
And what's that?
You will go to Underhall and recover the remains of the Acolyte's former master, the necromancer, Kel'Thuzad.
Chapter 2, Digging Up the Dead, the next morning on the outskirts of Underhall.
This crude contraption will allow you to transport the remains of our master.
Can you not simply raise the remains when we find them?
Pardon, Lord, but a being of Kel'Thuzad's power can only be reanimated at a nexus of powerful ley energies, and there are no such places in this land.
Very well then. Let's move out.
Okay, I think that'll do for today. It's after midnight here, so I'm going to stop the stream and then I'll